The story kicks off with Leon stepping in and saying who he is, because this wild ride starts way before he ever wakes up to the real talent hiding inside him. At 14, he was a brand new rookie adventurer far from special, and as the fire crackled, warmth rushed through the freezing room while he got everything started. Leon leans in and admits that 2 years ago he stepped into his late father's footsteps and became an adventurer, and honestly, for a kid, that's some heavy stuff. Because he's the first one awake in the whole family every morning, it's his job to strike the hearth fire and get the place burning. With the fire magic he hammered out over the past year, he flares it up to heat the whole room, then warms the soup too, setting everything in place for the day ahead. Leon shouts for his mom and his sister Lou, telling them he's heading out, and that with today's earnings, they'll finally get new medicine. Then Leon rockets out with unstoppable energy, tearing through the medieval town streets like the clock is screaming, bursts down the stairs, and hammers through cramped alleyways with pure purpose, because he's got a mission and he's not stopping. Leon hits his alarm clock skill again. He's been using it non-stop so many times now it's clocked in at roughly 10,000 uses. The skill rips through the town like thunder, shaking awake a bunch of residents, including a beast person and their companion who instantly seem like they're among the regulars. One guy grumbles that morning is here way too soon, and yep, it's cold again, not exactly cheering him up, while the other laughs and says, "Honestly, I feel refreshed after that wake-up, guess those skills are paying off." Between ages 10 and 15, everyone in this world gets a skill from the gods, pretty standard, so what does Leon get? An alarm clock. But here's the kicker, unlike a swordsman's blade or a mage's fire, this skill is treated like a worthless dud, the kind of bad luck you can't even joke about. All it does is wake people up feeling fresh, and that's it, no fighting, no drama, no wow factor at all. Leon keeps sprinting through town, yelling his wake-up rounds as the beast character trails right behind him, and yeah, his worthless power sounds pointless, but his little sister needs medicine, so he pushes on. That's how Leon earns his living as a professional wake-up man. He twists his trash skill into real cash, and once the job's done, the customer slips him his hard-earned tip. Leon rattles out and counts the 10 copper coins, doing the math fast. Yep, this is enough to pay for Lou's medicine, mission accomplished. That tall braided woman leans in and thanks Leon all over again, telling him his wake-up calls hit the mark every single time, and they're the real lifesaver for her. Then the bearded old man in his beanie chimed in, calling out that Leon hasn't slipped once in a full year, and with rainy and windy days like those, you know that couldn't have been easy. Leon shoots back that it's his job, like, obviously. The old man just smiles, eyes twinkling, and says that the real hard part is acting casual. Leon keeps trudging through the snowy town streets, and right then a cat girl client steps up, slides him a gift to show her gratitude, and pulls out something wildly expensive. Leon stops her cold and says she should think of it as her rightful reward, and she's stunned by the price. Then she mentions that when he wakes her up with his skill, she feels absolutely incredible all day, and later, right when it looks like a guild or shop, a one-eyed woman in an eye patch pulls out a magnifying glass, studies the item in total disbelief, and blurts, "I've never seen a pattern like this before." Someone blurts out, "That's gorgeous." And right after, a voice snaps and boom, Gideon, a blonde, noble-looking guy with a smirk, steps in. He declares it's collection time and orders Rihan and the others to come with him. The story cuts to Gideon and his crew staring down the beast-looking person they met earlier. Narrator hypes up Gideon as a noble-born heir with killer combat skills. Turns out the beast person had even racked up crushing debt just to snag a rare cure for his sister's illness. He begs that he already paid what he owed, but Gideon just shuts him down cold, saying the interest still hasn't been paid. The beast person grabs him and begs, "Wait until tomorrow, I need the medicine right now." Then someone blurts out something about his sister. But Gideon snaps that if she dies, it's fate, and then he snarls that if the beast person can't cough up the payment, they'll finish this adventure their way, brutally. Gideon vows they'll snatch the debt back by force if they must. Then he spills that he heard the beast person's father was insanely talented, so he snatched him up for his party just to find out what would happen. The scene snaps to Gideon smashing the beast person down as he and his cronies jeer at him, "Worthless commoner, dead skill," laughing that his pathetic power is even worse than they thought and sneering as they do it. The thought that he thinks he can just become an adventurer is downright infuriating. Meanwhile, Leon is stuck reliving that nightmare, buried alive in the trauma. Then suddenly someone notices he's clenching something in his hand, and the beast person lunges to warn him to stop, but the words get choked in their throat. Right then, a system notification blasts onto the screen. Leon just activated his awakening and clocked his skill a whopping 10,000 times, unlocking a brand new power called **unseal**. Leon's mind snaps into focus as he blurts out, "I want strength, real strength to stand by kindness." Then he leans in and whispers, "Awaken." Hit that smash button, then like the video, don't forget to subscribe. For more secret manga gems, now go on, I dare you to come. Comment, "I'm loving this so much." I bet most of you can't stop thinking about it too. No, you're not getting out of this, so yeah, let's keep going. A blinding surge of light erupts as Leon's awakening finally hits, and pure power blasts through him. After everything hits, Leon locks his gaze forward and demands, "Is this really it? Is this the answer I've been hunting for this whole time?" The explosive collision detonates out of nowhere. Gideon gets ripped backward through the air, blasted by a brutal wave of pure energy. Solana snaps to attention. Turns out the one who woke her up was him. "Yo, this guy right here." Solana shows up in her full glory, cradling Leon in an over-the-top pose while she's decked out in ornate sun goddess armor. She introduces herself with a confident grin. "Nice to meet you, I'm Solana," then boldly declares, "I am the sun goddess." Leon just slumps there in her arms, completely dazed and struck dumb with shock. Solana steps up to Rihanna and blurts that she can see exactly what's going on. Then when she asks for his name, Rihanna's courage crumbles and the words tumble out in a shaky stammer. The crowd explodes into chatter as someone blurts, "Who's that? Are they a mage?" Gideon snaps, bellowing for everyone to get out of the way of his collection, then declares he's the noble who loaned the money. Solana watches the whole scene crash into place, clocking every move as it happens, and yeah, it looks like a noble versus a commoner duel. She slammed the noble's disgrace on the table, saying it's shameful for a noble to throw down with a commoner, and then swore she'd seen everything with her own eyes. Solana steps in and calls them out for everything, claiming they cornered someone and kept tormenting them, leaving her furious as she insists that no excuse can make their actions forgivable. She blurts out, "How are we even supposed to look at the sun after something like this?" But Gideon grabs the moment and orders Rihanna to stand down for now. He strides forward and hits Rian with the reminder he's already lent her family that money. Rian freezes and gets a warning, "Remember this?" Right then, he leans in, studies the coin, and realizes the design is missing. Solana finally gets it. The coin wasn't stolen after all, and relief hits hard. Someone slips away thinking that was way too close. Solana turns to Rihanna and asks, "Was it you who woke me up?" Rian just takes it all in, and while he's getting pummeled, he blurts that his skill is activating. He can't stop wondering, does that mean his power just freed her from the trap? Solana blurts out that she was sealed, and then freed, saying she basically popped out of that gold coin, or at least that's exactly what it looked like. Rian finally clicks, so that's what it's all about. Rian thanks Solana profusely, then squints at the strange order of things and blurts out, "Wait, who are you really?" Solana strides in and goes, "Excuse me, yeah, I'm Solana." Rihanna calls herself the sun goddess, and when someone asks for an explanation, she hits back with, "That's not an answer at all." Solana blurts out that it's been hundreds of years since everything changed, then she practically vibrates with excitement. Having you as a follower makes her feel on top of the world. Rihanna stares, baffled. What is this person's deal? Solana blurts that she's hurt, and then Rihanna watches healing magic light up as it's cast on him, like this isn't even the first time he's gotten magical treatment. But this time, something feels wildly different. A blazing warmth floods his body, and he can feel his wounds knitting back together from the inside, stitch by stitch. The narrator can't believe it. Her healing is nothing like before, because when Rian's hand finally shows up, it's completely healed, like life itself got poured straight into him. Solana flashes a smile and swears she's fully healed, and the narrator can't help but add that this was ultra-advanced magic, nothing Rian had ever felt before. Rian's heart thuds as he thinks, yeah, only someone like a god would pull off something like this. Rian and Solana stand in the street and he's itching to ask, where are the other gods and did the war finally end? Even if he can just get reassurance that legends like Frey and Thor are safe, he'll take it. Solana practically demands to know, does Rian mean the big boss, the chief deity Lord Audis? Right then, someone drops Audis and Rian shoots back like, so you're telling me you don't know about the rest? Solana finally spots the god ceiling stretching over the whole world, and that's the real reason the war ends. She wraps it up and says that in Asgard, Lord Odys isn't just respected, he's worshipped here as the chief deity. Lord Odys is where the god's voice comes from and where every adventurer's skills get handed to them. Light erupted all around Rion in a sudden blazing burst. Someone leans in and demands, "So what are you really saying?" Rihanna gapes in disbelief, stares at his hands and blurts out, demanding to know what's going on with his status. Rian stares at that gold coin thinking, wait, did a god pop out of it? And his excitement spikes because he swears this means Awakena is evolving. Then bam, a status screen snaps onto the scene, showing everything. Rian's breath catches as he wonders if his skills truly leveled up, and when he grips the coin tighter, his heart starts pounding like crazy. The narrator can't shake the feeling that this dead-end skill is sitting on some insane potential. So right then, Rian makes his move and heads straight for the Adventurers Guild. Rian tears down the street at full speed, barreling toward the Adventurers Guild like something about to explode. Inside the guild, a female worker flashes him a bright smile, tells him good morning and lets him know he's always there before everyone else. Rian barges in looking totally lost and the guild worker asks what's going on. She's stunned he came in so fast, then Rian blurts that he was about to be late. The guild worker beams at Rian, praising how he's always dependable, bragging that he's the first one in, again, and absolutely not late. Rian just freezes there, clearly baffled, replaying the usual arrival time in his head. Meanwhile, inside the guild, one worker leans in and says he's the only guy who shows up this early, and it seriously saves everyone's day. She ordered him, as always, to keep crushing monsters and to gather herbs on the first and second floors, then waved him on like, go on. Rian couldn't stop panicking because in his gut he was 100% sure he'd be late. So Rian charges for the East Dungeon, the one he always hits, because everyone swears it's the most beginner-friendly spot. But deep in the stash, monsters still lurk, old treasures sealed away and their power stays fully intact. He shows up at the overgrown entrance, squares himself up and gets ready for what's waiting inside. Pressing deeper into the ruins, he stumbles on a white slime creature, casually chilling in the grass like it owns the place. He spots that thing, just a slime, and Rian charges in, slugging it down in a fight, even though he knows it's the weakest monster and his skill is trash, so he can't afford to slip his guard for a second. He decides that if he's going to take it down, he'll end it with one single shot. He lunges with his blade and hacks straight through the slime's body in one brutal, decisive swing, then it splits apart like it never stood a chance, defeated cleanly. Rian stares at the wreckage and realizes something's off, his power hits harder than it ever does. He tells you ancient gear usually rots away and gets tossed into dungeons, and that battered stuff is what folks call relics, so staring at the slime's mess, he can't help wondering, is this one of them? Rian snatches up what looks like a battered spear or rod, assuming it probably got eaten by the slime he saw earlier. Then he realizes it's worthless junk, not even a real drop, and it must have rotted away while it was sealed in that dungeon. Then it hits him, if something's locked inside that dungeon it has to be a trigger, and boom, he finally clocks what it is, an alarm clock. He admits he'd normally ignore something like this, but with everything on the line he decides to actually give it a shot. Rian slams his alarm clock skill onto the relic, and the system immediately starts the seal release sequence. The seal snaps open with a massive surge of power, and the ancient item explodes into a blinding burst of light as something unstoppable tears free. The sealed relic suddenly detonates with terrifying force, and out of a blast of blinding light, the azure crystal dagger tears free, its crystalline blade flashing as the ancient seals crack, break, and tumble away. The weapon finally shows its true form, an ornate beast with a pristine blue crystal blade, and the seal on the azure crystal dagger is shattered open. Rian stands in the dungeon corridor clutching the now unsealed weapon, staring like it just shattered his reality, wondering if he really woke it up, and the fate of the myth is finally starting to awaken. Rian studies the weapon up close, eyes wide as wonder hits. He's convinced he's holding a masterpiece until it dawns on him, this is something even greater. The crystal is unreal, every detail screams impossible, and he can't stop wondering if it's some kind of magic artifact, ancient and mysterious, something nobody has ever seen or even heard of. Suddenly, a huge cobalt rocket charges at Rian at blistering speed. He's stunned to find one here and can't help wondering why a cobalt would be in this area. Down in the true combat floors under the third stratum, a monster like this slams into existence, dangerous, built to fight, and Rian hasn't laid eyes on one in about half a year. The cobalt brute rockets straight at Rihan, blindsiding him so hard he can barely get the words out before he screams for someone to help. And out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the chaos and urges him, "Don't you dare give up." In the grip of his hand, the alarm clock ignites with a blazing, radiant glow, and suddenly he's hit with a vision of a woman's face, long hair flowing as Rian steps into cobalt combat, except this time something's off. Everything's different. He can't help wondering, were kobolds always this sluggish, or does it just feel like everything's slogging around underwater? Everything drags at a crawl so slow he can even spot every filthy fang, counting each chip on the blade of his opponent's knife, and his perception has been pushed far beyond anything he's ever felt before. A violent tremor ripped through the air. Rian's senses snapped to razor-sharp focus, catching every vibration underfoot and that rotten stench hanging there. Every single detail of the battlefield snaps into focus as he charges straight at the kobold. Then Rian realizes it. His speed is surging, and he barrels forward with razor-fast momentum, closing the gap on the cobalt while the azure crystal dagger gleams in his grip. With his new powers, he started landing hits with razor-precise control and a force so massive it felt like nothing he'd ever faced before. And get this, once a monster gets taken down, its magic can slip into a human, and if it doesn't, it still leaves behind a drop item, a magic stone. Once someone absorbs magic power, their strength skyrockets. Meanwhile, magic stones are everywhere, fueling potions, supercharging weapons, powering light, and acting as raw power sources across the world. A nearby adventurer clocks Rian in an instant, and his attention snaps right onto him. Rian scoops up every last magic stone from the fight, his mind racing as he wonders whether that kobold from earlier was one of the ones someone hauled up from below. It could have been an accident, but if you ask me, it also looked a whole lot like harassment. He's grinning over the 5 tiny magic stones, but the moment they land, he can feel something is seriously wrong. That message from the gods just now felt like it had something wrong hiding inside it. He calls out, asking if anyone can hear him, clutching a health herb like a lifeline, and wondering if it's all just in his head as he finally spots the herb they were sent to find. Notifications explode across the screen, boxes popping open one after another with the loot Rian just snagged. Yet somewhere out of sight, a godlike armored figure slams back a furious lament, knowing Rian can't hear a single word. He finally thinks he's got a believer, then that figure keeps repeating over and over that it's all just imagination. They're basically warning, "Don't worry, I'll get lonely," then they slip away and vanish into the dark. Rian finally snaps into focus, grabs what he came for and heads outside, while 2 female adventurers watch him return, flowers in their sights. Rian tells the guild he snagged a magic stone, so he's back way too early, then everyone points out there was a kobold too. Day hits and the guild members gasp, "Did he really make it out all right?" Rian nods and says, "Yeah, I wiped it out." Then one of them warns, "From now on, the lower exploration layers need tight control, only slimes should ever end up down there." Back at the guild, a light-haired girl blurts out that she might have spotted an adventurer slipping back up, right while monsters were hot on his trail. Her coworker with animal ears snaps back that it's dangerous, but with the East Dungeon in this state, there's no way around it. She then asks them to at least warn everyone not to drag monsters up from the lower floors, and the first guild member nods in agreement. Rian cuts the older girl off mid-apology, then turns and storms out of the guild. As he's at it, he strides through the streets and realizes, after 6 long months, his level has finally gone up. Rihanna finally makes it home and bursts in with one crazy announcement: he's back. His mom's stuck working at the clinic all day, so he can't stop thinking, is Lou asleep up in his room? He tiptoes up the stairs without a sound. After years on the move, Rian finally spots his little sister Lou, full name Luija, crumpled up in bed, and if she makes it to her birthday, she'll turn 13. Lukov barely stirs in her sleep. When she feels well enough, she'd sit up and tie her hair, but today she's hit so hard she can't even pretend she's okay. To give it everything he's got, because today they can finally get the medicine. Rian finally snaps into focus. He has to hunt down the household money stashed all over the house to pay for the medicine. He rummages through the back of the drawer, probes beneath the shelves, and even checks under the floor. Then boom, he pulls out a tiny pouch stuffed with what looks like savings. Suddenly, Rian snaps to attention. He knows he's got to wake someone up soon. He catches something off and realizes the message is finally starting to sound like a real voice, because messages from God are usually cold, lifeless, and stiff, pure business. But this voice is brimming with emotion. He recognizes it the second he hears it. Rian shouts for Solana, and it's wild. Once he wakes someone up even once, his voice can reach them anytime afterward. He greets her with respect and confirms her name, then he realizes no excuses, he has to clear the air right now. Rian slams his skill alarm clock to life, and the seal release spell bursts open on command. Magic surges around him as Solana's image blossoms inside a bright, glowing circle. Solana fully manifests before Rian in a blinding burst of magical light and raw energy, and there, Rian watches the goddess step into her divine, crowned glory, radiant like a goddamn sunrise. As Rian watches the seal break free and the spell finally take hold. Then it hits Rihanna all at once, what just went down is real. While she's processing it, Solana bobs in the air like she owns the sky, laughing and shouting that she did it, absolutely buzzing now that she's free of her seal. Solana finally settles in and goes, "Oh, I get it now." Then someone explains that Rihan's power is way more useful than she thought. It can break seals on gods or even weapons. Rihanna sputters out an awkward answer, then Solana clocks something and blurts that she hasn't thanked him yet, so she gives him a real, genuine smile and says thank you. Solana suddenly stared down the azure crystal dagger, then snapped, "Yeah, Rihan freed me, but the gods still sealed the magic ceiling and it blankets the whole world." Rihan realizes that if he hadn't broken her seal, she would have stayed trapped forever. Then he reminds everyone that it was that very seal that ended the war. And Solana keeps piling on, right to their faces, saying even more. Solana shoots back, "So if I step outside, do I still hit that same limit on how much I can do?" She lets out a laugh like it's no big deal, then shrugs it off. That's just the way things are. She calls Rihan over and blurts out that goddesses aren't supposed to walk, they're made to drift in the air, looking almost amused at her whole mess. Solana leans in and asks if someone upstairs is sick, then offers to heal them on the spot. Rihan steps in and confirms, plain and loud, that there is. Then the camera slams into a close-up of her, processing the shocking truth and immediately asking, "Can you really heal us?" Solana says folks might be wrecked by status ailments from a presence like that, but Rihan's voice snaps out from the shadows, cold and certain. It can't be true, because even the insanely expensive Yggdrasil elixir couldn't cure his sister. Meanwhile, Rihanna starts grilling the crowd, pushing, "So what do you even mean by believers?" Solana leans in and blurts out that she's been out cold for an insanely long time. That's why she's bled most of her power, and odds are, none of her old believers are still standing. At first, she figured Rian, the one who woke her, might be one of them, but then she noticed something chilling. The god's face looked lonely, like she was terrified of getting turned away. Then Rian snaps awake after hundreds of years and panic hits, because he has zero idea how to be around anyone anymore. Solana then tells him the real secret. A god can only unleash true power by forging bonds with others, so if they want divine healing, they'll need followers. Rian can only freeze in shock as disaster unfolds before his eyes, because what he's seeing isn't just weird, it's from a whole different world, nothing like the useless skill he used to know. Solana leans in and asks, "Wait, does that not work?" But Rian can't shake the feeling. This person is hiding a power he doesn't know, and either way, everything is about to change. So far, his life has been nothing but a non-stop tightrope act, one wrong step and it all crashes. Rihanna suddenly yanks Solana's hands and snaps, "No." He's on his knees begging her to just look at his sister, and then he drops the truth. A heart that believes is the very first step toward a miracle. Solana slips onto the edge of the bedside and starts her work right there. The healing hits and Lou and their mom both bounce back fully restored, and the whole family erupts in celebration as everyone else crowds in, watching the miracle unfold right before their eyes right after the healing. Rihanna breaks into a smile as he keeps watch over everything, and Solana tells someone they gave it everything they had, while the mother, healed and resting peacefully in bed, leans over to tell Solana, "You're incredible." Solana flashes a small, humble smile and says, "I put in the work." Solana's mother snaps her name, telling her that from this point on she'll have to carry on alone, but right as the words start to land, everything gets cut off by an interruption. The tension starts shaking out of nowhere, and the calm moment gets ripped to shreds the instant disaster strikes. Luke shouts for an alarm and yells about her mom, then the doctor barrels in, making a quick, awkward excuse and rushing out of somewhere. Solana lets out a shaken cry as everything spirals out of control and Lou blurts in a panicked rush, "What's happening to my mom?" The doctor grimly says the old strain she's been carrying finally caught up, and even with modern medicine there's nothing they can do, leaving Solana reeling in pure, total disbelief. Turns out in this world, holy magic mends injuries like it's destiny. But when it comes to illness, doctors step in with real medicine and even holy power can't beat sickness or stop old age. Rihanna turns to the doctor pleading like her life depends on it, begging, asking, please, anything at all. And the doctor just tells her flat out he's already done everything he can. The doctor bluntly warns that the mother won't make it much longer, and the moment the words land, pure heartbreak flashes across someone's face. Meanwhile, Solana sinks into thought, reminding herself she was meant to be right here, and then she bluntly admits she fully gets what's going on. She relives the road from apprentice saint to full saint and how she's held vigil over countless souls in their last breaths. Because when life runs out, nothing can save them, not holy magic, not medicine, not even her. Then Solana keeps replaying everything in her head and finally realizes that when someone you love is staring at death, she never imagined it would hurt this bad to accept. Dion clocks the struggle in her face and quickly tells her, "Don't cry." Ryan leans in and tells Solana to at least make sure she smiles by the end. With tears pouring down her face, Solana tries to steady herself, then calls out, "Mom, please talk to me a little more." She leans in and answers softly, nodding along like she's ready to give her exactly what she asked for. Inside the tent, Lou's mother plops into a plain wooden chair by Lou's bed and starts yapping like she's got a million stories she just can't wait to share. The calm, peaceful moment gets crowned by swaying curtains, while bright flowers in the front gently steal the spotlight. The mom keeps talking and then, boom, she wakes up after 20 years in a dead sleep, fighting through the first breath of her new life, sealing her last memories with her own mother. And then her mom gone with a calm, peaceful smile still on her face. The camera lingers on their two-story home beneath a gorgeous sky, while mom sits Rian down and pours out every last detail so far, like she's finally admitting that she's been starving for someone outside her family to actually hear her. But then her tale turns pitch black, because everything flips 2 years ago when her father dies and her whole life plunges into a seriously dark spiral. The moment her father's crew started getting undercut, those unhappy guild members turned on them like full-blown enemies. Her mother kept piling on every brutal hardship on top of everything else, and then she dropped the final punchline, her useless skill. And her tiny little sister, Lucia, full name and all, suddenly fell sick. She says it felt like a whole lifetime of bad luck smashed into one single year, then her life just collapsed into pure, pitch-black darkness. Valley, the memory slams into focus, young Leon sitting alone in their bare little home, cut off from everyone. His mother explains how Leon busted his tail doing all kinds of jobs just to keep food on the table. He grabbed every job he could, waking people up, hauling through sewers and slapping flyers onto walls like it was his lifeline. At last, the noble Gideon, keeper of the East Dungeon, finally granted Leon permission to join his party, and Leon couldn't shake the feeling that everything was about to finally turn his way. But his body got the brutal lesson, because there's never an easy deal, not really. The mother drops the bombshell. Gideon, who despised Leon's father, only let Leon into his party to ruin him, taunting him non-stop, then kicking him out in under 6 months. Leon leaned in and begged Gideon to sell him a healing item. If he had the rare elixir of Yggdrasil, he wanted it. Back then, Leon's little sister was hanging by a thread. She could have dropped dead any second. The mother keeps talking, and even back when Leon's dad was still alive, the elixir of Yggdrasil cost enough to gulp down an entire year's living expenses. Then she smirks and says Gideon straight up demanded double. The scene rips into a flashback. Leon is crumpled on the ground and Gideon with his party looms over him, staring down with pure contempt. Rian stares at Lou sprawled in bed and snaps, "Tell me, didn't even that incredible item manage to cure you?" The mother nods and admits it. She doesn't believe this is some normal sickness because she can feel a surge of magical energy pulsing from Lou's condition. The mother leans in and snaps, "It's not a disease, think of it like a mysterious status ailment, something that's got you locked in its grip. Unleashed by a forbidden magic power, people back then called it a curse and they weren't wrong." She speculates that maybe, back in ancient times, a dungeon existed where people got twisted into this kind of state whenever monsters were lurking nearby. Because Rian calls her out by name and demands, "Why only Lou?" Rion's mother grabs his attention and admits she just woke up too, so yeah, she's got no clue what this era is all about. She begs him, please let me help, and promises she'll turn him into her follower just like the heroic page she heard about from her father. She swears she really believes Ryan is earnest, good-hearted, and kind down to the bone. She could only stare at the story like it was a dream she'd stopped believing she'd ever reach, then our hands locked together in total agreement. The mother begged, Rian, please save Lou, and Rian shot back, anything. I'll do anything for her. And his mom tells him, don't let go, hold my hand and shut your eyes. Under a starry sky, she tells him her power keeps surging with every follower and every bond they forge, then she grins and promises to spill an old tale. Against the roaring cosmic backdrop, the mother kicks off her tale. There once were many gods, but the gods got swarmed by monsters, and the end of the world slammed into place. She admits her memories come in broken flashes, but if both humans and God are still standing, then they must have pushed the underworld back. Beneath a sky packed with stars, Rian's mother leans in and spills her memories, swearing he might have seen them before, and Rian just freezes, visions crashing into his mind so hard he can't breathe. Ancient myths humans imagine turning into constellations, and right now his mother confirms it. Gods were wounded, and a magic ceiling has been sealing the entire world. Then Mom leans in and demands a promise from Rian, so he shoots back, you mean an oath. And she tells him to let my power work for you and your sister, we need a real bond, because binding God to humans takes an oath. The mother admits she's craving that kind of warm strength that can shield everyone, but Rian snaps back that he wants to protect Lou and his family too. Yet he knows strength alone won't cut it, because he refuses to become the kind of person who thinks that's enough. Rian leans in and asks, so what, if I aim to be the kindest, strongest person, does that still count as a bad move? His mother grabs his attention and tells him, loud and clear, this story belongs to him and it's his to own. And after a beat she flat out says no, backing his path with total approval. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light snaps into place around them as the covenant materializes. Relief floods Rian's mother as she watches his magic flare, and then a notification pops up. He's unlocked asterisk blessing of the sun asterisk, so he can now wield both asterisk white flame and golden flame asterisk. She tells him he can draw even more power from her now, and Rian freezes in shock as his skills skyrocket. A status box flashes, sun-blessed powers, a white flame that heals, curse-purging sunlight, and a golden flame that temporarily supercharges his body, while his other tricks like alarm and wake up rouse sleepers and great release shatters drowsiness. Then his mother leans in and explains, when a god and a human collide, two kinds of beings combining births a special power, and she tells him that change is what he calls a skill. Rian blurts out, do you think God still exists? And his mother snaps back, forget that, what matters is there are surely other gods locked away, sleeping in seals, and the way she awakened tells him the truth is already unfolding. She tells them if we wake the gods we might unlock even more skills. And then her mother snaps at Rian, drop the honorifics and stop talking so polite. But Rian shoots back, insisting she's still a god, while her mother digs in, promising she wants to stay a god with them right up to the very end. So yeah, just talk like a normal person, no honorifics, no fancy formal speech. She says respect alone is all that's needed. Right after that super awkward pause, Rihanna nervously calls out Solana, blurts the name again, and when Solana finally turns to her, she acknowledges it. Then Rian channels his fresh sun-burnished skill, blessing of the sun, and blasts white flame to life, bathing his mom in radiant healing as he pours his focus into it, washing away the curse that's been haunting her. Rian watches, breath held, as her skin starts to glow brighter and stronger. Divine power surges through her body like it's alive. Rihanna leans in and asks Solana if Lou can see her too, then Lou hesitates, completely rattled by the whole moment. I can't even explain it, 1 second everything's normal and then a goddess just shows up out of nowhere to his little sister. Selena clocks his worry right away and tells him, I see it too, and suddenly it's clear, he's playing it safe for a reason. She tells him not to stress, this is a huge request from her beloved follower, and then promises she'll set it up so only he can see her. Solana drops the bombshell that only Rian can see her now, then Rian stares at her and says she doesn't look much different from him. But Solana says, unless you've got priestess-level divine sensing skills straight from the mythic age. From Rian's point of view, they can't even make out her. She's still standing right there, crystal clear to everyone else, like she just turned invisible to the world around him. Suddenly, Lou blurts out to her big brother, staring up at Rihanna with wide eyes like she can't believe what she's seeing. She says her body feels weightless now, and Rihan's relief hits like a wave, because the healing actually worked. Then he blurts out again and again how grateful he is. He nearly breaks down seeing his sister finally recover. Then Lou keeps glancing at Rihanna and the vibe feels wrong. Like she's staring right through him, like he's not even there. Ryan snaps to it. She's not watching him at all. She's staring past him like something's right behind his back, and that makes his stomach drop. He turns to Lou and blurts, "Do you see something back there?" Back there, Solana keeps staring at the kid and starts to say something, but Rian suddenly flips into full panic mode and blurts that it's nothing, scrambling to wipe the whole thing off the table. Then Lou tells Ryan, "I couldn't see it, whatever it turns out to be." Solana pauses for a beat, swallows it like it's nothing, and declares, "If a believer says it's true, then it is, case closed." Later on, Rihan finally sits down with the lively Lou again, and this time the whole family soaks up a genuinely warm moment together, so much so that, right there on the spot, Rihan scrambles to rethink tomorrow's plans and sets a brand new goal for himself and his family. They're chasing one thing: freedom from debt, plain and simple. Solana calls out her name to yank his attention, then tells Rian to head straight for the combat layers of the East Dungeon and see the danger with their own eyes. Because those layers run from the third basement floor down, and this is real, hardcore trouble. Rihanna flops onto the bed in full adventure gear, totally locked in, and Solana admits there's real danger ahead. Rihanna nods instantly and says he's all in, because if they wipe out monsters and stack up magic, they could stash money faster than ever and yank his family out of debt for good. Rian realizes that by pushing to become the kindest, strongest version of himself, he finally felt like a real adventurer, but it was that vow he shared with them that kept yanking him forward. The light-haired man leans in and demands, "Did you knock that cobalt down in a single strike, Lion?" He checks the invoice and blurts that it's absolutely cobalt. Looks like Lion delivered magic stones yesterday, and Ryan, totally thrown off, blurts out a bunch of questions like, what magic stones?" Then the man blurts out when that guy suddenly became strong enough to beat monsters, and everyone else erupts in shocked disbelief, like, wait, did Rian really team up with that mage? After his investigation, the man snaps that he hates how this is going, then he demands Rian shouldn't have teamed up with any adventurer, while the other stammers in pure nerves. While another person screams in pure fear, the man snarls inside, furious that this mess is stealing his time, and convinced that these trash with useless skills are just as worthless as the garbage the chief god left behind. And he starts thinking about crushing Rian with debt until he can force him into slavery. The man boasts he'll buy a slave with a rare skill for a king's ransom, then snaps at them to hit the guild and squeeze Rian's materials with some filthy lowball offers. A man with glasses blinks in pure confusion, then jabs his finger and yells that buying and selling materials is basically an adventurer's oxygen. But the schemer weighs his options. Maybe he should cut Rian out entirely, or maybe he should palm him junk and call it a win. Still, even if the skill is worthless, he remembers a noble who got hooked by how rare it was. Turns out Rian was already pre-sold a long time ago, no joke. Gideon smirks with pure evil and vows he'll box them in and sell them off, right down to the little sister. He's not about to miss his shot at getting his name out there, especially with a powerful buyer lurking in the shadows, while the narration screams about a sinister conspiracy beating like a pulse. Meanwhile, Rian slips into the East Dungeons, right into the third layer. While the top two exploration layers were just warm-ups, this place, the combat layer, is where monsters finally start getting brutally strong. Both the items and the monsters are always mutating in that dungeon, and sometimes enemies suddenly spawn in spots that were totally safe a second ago. Yeah, that's exactly why adventuring there is so damn dangerous. Solana tells Rian, if you want to make real money, you can't ignore the combat layer. You'll pull magic stones, rare materials, and ancient relics straight from monsters. Rian nods like he gets it, but the hesitation in his voice says he's still not fully convinced. Solana watches him with worry, then she suddenly pops up right in front of Rihanna and startles her. Solana asks if that really startled her, and when Rihanna says she's okay, Solana rushes in with a quick apology for what just happened. Solana tells them she can stay out way longer when she's in her smaller form. When she steps outside in that huge form, it guzzles energy like crazy, so even with more power, it'd be a nightmare if it only lasted a few minutes. Solana leans in and tells Rihan that out here, the sealing force hits even harder than it does in the city. That dungeon seal is so brutal it even rattles the gods. She explains it's probably forged to lock away the monsters for good. Rian still remembers how he smashed those kobolds on the exploration floor, leveling up, unlocking fresh skills, and back when he was totally broke, risking everything to tear through this layer. He knows its every twist, and he knows its enemies like the back of his hand. Meanwhile, Rian's mind spirals over monsters that don't even belong in the same league as slimes, while the cautious voice inside him screams, maybe it's still too early. Solana snaps that it's the price they can't dodge if they want freedom, then she leans in and asks how long Rian's going to keep trembling like that. Rian answers that they should go. Suddenly Rian's eyes snap to four legs wrapped in long, vicious claws. He locks onto it instantly. That's a warg, a brutal monster built like a weapon. He points out this thing is also called the beginner killer. It's wolf-shaped, but the danger is on a whole other level and it barely shows up in the East Dungeon, so yeah, this is bad news. Then Solana says the only thing that might save them is the warg's habit of staying locked inside its territory, so if they want to dodge a fight, they've got to get out of here. Rian suggests they turn back, but Solana snaps, why? She tells him, just to be safe, let's run through your skills. Solana then breaks it down. Her blessing of the sun keeps surging through Rian, boosting his powers nonstop, so yeah, he's way stronger than he realizes. And when that golden flame burns, it devours magic power to supercharge his body even harder. But it only supercharges him for a limited time. Rian's been telling himself he'll try it when he has magic to spare after the fight, but so far he hasn't really used it that way yet. Now he's stuck on one burning question: could this be exactly what he's been searching for? Suddenly, the warg lets out a brutal roar and barrels straight at them, and Rian realizes he should have stayed out of their territory too late. Then Solana shoves him forward and dares him to try. She insists that God is watching over them, that friends are standing right beside them, and that someone's got their backs, way more comforting than anything Rihanna ever dreamed. Rian snaps his skill on *** blessing of the sun ***, and golden flames surge out, supercharging his body for a short, blazing burst of power. Even in the dim dungeon he's locked in, he can see everything crystal clear now. Now he feels the warg's breath right on him. He locks onto every snap of its front legs and the sharp aim of those fangs like he could grab them, then realizes the thing is just too slow. Rian's perception rockets to a whole new level. He slips past the warg's strike with supernatural precision, and now even a wolf's sprint feels painfully slow to him. Rian realizes that no matter how powerful the ability is, it's just a trump card waiting to be played. He admits that jump he just landed was insane. Then Solana leans in and says, when you think about it, it makes total sense, because her power is borrowed straight from the gods. That power burns out on a timer, and with his magic power he can't just swing it around recklessly, so yeah, it's basically his trump card, but it's still surprisingly dependable. Meanwhile, Solana and Rihanna started calling their money plan, meant to crush their debt, training. As they tore through the dungeon, their efficiency kept skyrocketing with every fight. Wargs after wargs, monster after monster, they just kept getting sharper. After the day's run, Rian adds everything up and today's tally hits hard. 1 warg, 4 kobolds, and a handful of slimes to seal the win. But out of nowhere, the cobalt stone buy rate dipped just a bit below normal, because he skipped too many breaks, lost his focus, and ended up taking more wounds than ever today. Rayon slams his blessing of the sun, and that blazing white flame snaps his wounds shut while the light purges every curse, though now he can't shake the fear he might have pushed it too far. The drop in magic stone prices is definitely real, but the whole mess still rubs him the wrong way. Meanwhile, Solana, still in her tiny form, rushes up and asks if he's okay, and Rihanna quickly waves it off, just a little. And Lou spots the leather around his elbow slipping loose. She rushes in and warns him if he gets hurt again, it's going to be a disaster, so she has to fix it right now, and then she yells for her big brother. Rian cuts him off and flat out says, I don't have time for this. But Lou swears it's nothing more than threading a needle, until that thread slips in the labyrinth and then moving becomes a total nightmare. She snarls, move, just do it now, and forces him to act while they keep snapping back and forth between let's go and we don't have time, until the moment slips away. Then their mom barrels into the fight, and after all that chaos they finally brute force a quick fix, tying the leather down with a fresh cord. Solana leans in and tells Rian straight up that for all his bravado, he's way weaker than he thinks when it comes to his little sister. Monster, she tells him, if I could go outside all the time, I'd protect you for real. I could break my seal and let you wipe out monsters the second they show up. Like when a monster crawls in, but Rian just groans, laughs weakly, and does nothing, so Solana snaps, should we do it like that? And yeah, if it was even possible for him to walk out of that con looking like this, then everything would change for real. Rian just shrugs it off and says, first things first, I'm getting stronger. Then Rian leans in and quizzes Solana, what does the seal asterisk really feel like? Solana starts to explain, and for him, it's like scaling a towering mountain. She asks if he knows that sharp, thin cold in the air up high, and Rian nods like he gets it, while Solana warns that the drop in temperature keeps creeping in until breathing turns rough. Stepping out into that tiny space, Solana buys them a little more time before the limit hits, but as they stroll down the hallway, the danger doesn't vanish. And Rian's hit with the sick feeling he's not supposed to be there. Back then, the truth about the monsters and the force that birthed them still hangs in the fog, hiding in plain sight, and even now they don't know much about the seal that keeps the world shut. Solana's only managed to claw back a handful of her memories. But Rian can feel it, this isn't just any seal, it's so vicious it can rattle even an awakened god. The Great Sealing Era is still legendary. Gods waged war on monsters, then trapped them deep in dungeons, and even today, Solana drops the wildest hint. Somehow, being in a dungeon makes her feel like she's one step from remembering everything. Beyond Rian's power to break seals, the only other seal skills were locked behind folks like the high priest who served the chief god Audi, or even royalty, basically people leagues above him. So he quietly grilled a few people at the guild and got the same hard answer every time. It clicks in everyone's head. Seal release is insanely rare, so Rian shuts up and stops talking about his ability too much. Then he tells Solana it's time to go, and her small got it confirms she's on board. Then Rian spots goblins lurking up ahead in the hallway. Turns out these creatures were locked away until this era too, and now they're monsters that crash in packs of at least 3, catching even seasoned veterans completely off guard. Rian bursts into the goblins with full force, darting down the dungeon corridor like he's on a mission. As the fight rages on, he slashes his way through a swarm of goblins, striking with razor-sharp, practiced precision. He slams through the chaos, dodging, striking from every angle, until the whole pack finally has to face him head-on. After the fight, Solana leans in and tells Rian, I've gotten stronger. It's only been a few days, yet Rian's watching him act like a whole new person, because ever since Solana's blessing hit, Rian's abilities surged, his levels shot up, and he credits it all to Solana. Solana shoots back that he's mastered the basics, so now he's ready to put the blessing to real use, because that power was forged by pure persistence and he has every right to be proud of himself. Rian can't stop thinking about sprinting toward his dream, becoming a badass adventurer who'll protect his family and his little sister no matter what. Gideon's debt is the mark, and after that, freedom. Solana shouts his name, and when Rian checks the level chart, he sees it spike from 4 to 5. The next thing on his mind is freedom. Then 4 more kobolds explode into motion toward Rian, and he spots the next wave instantly, 4 of them storming in at once. Rian suddenly realizes there are 4 monsters out there stronger than the kobold pack, when they should have been a whole tier below, and his stomach drops like the East dungeons just cranked the difficulty up overnight. A kobold darts straight for Rian, but he doesn't break. He stays ice calm, swearing not to panic because a god's watching him, while Solana hangs back, eyes locked on him as Rian unleashes his skill, Blessing of the Sun. Rian's golden flame amps up his physical power for a short, deadly window, 3 minutes on the dot, and he's already tested exactly how far he can push it, 4 times a day max. His power kept surging, so fast and so brutal it turned downright terrifying. With the enhancement blazing, Rian rips through the kobolds with ruthless, unstoppable efficiency, turning the fight into a full-blown massacre. When the dust finally settles, Rian is clutching a massive magic stone in his hand, big enough to fetch around 50 wake-up jobs or maybe half a day's worth of herbs depending on how lucky you are. Solana looks downright thrilled in a tiny vision, telling Rian she remembered bits about the dungeon, because it was built way back when the gods were still around. Rian suddenly reels from a vision of Solana in her full goddess form, and they stride through a breathtaking hallway with smooth stone walls that feel nothing like the upper layers, while the ceiling softly glows overhead as Solana reveals the truth. This place is a relic from the Age of Myths. A refuge from those brutal days, something like a shelter, because when the surface got swarmed by monsters, this place had to exist, and it probably stood ready for whoever was desperate enough to run here. Here, then bam, Solana turns to Rion and demands to know what this dark presence even is, because Rion heard this dungeon was meant for beginners, and now she's staring at a monster like this thinking, do creatures like this really show up here? Ominous dark energy slams into the air and heavy kanji symbols whirl overhead. Rion instantly knows its undead presence. This is the dead. The moment the fight ignites, a colossal impact slams the air, and Solana's voice slices clean through the chaos. Rion, I called out, chasing after him with all my breath. Rion clutches hope like a lifeline, insisting to himself that his dad would never, ever leave him behind. He snaps his skill *** blessing of the sun ** into action and rockets straight back into the brawl. This is the opening move on the road to becoming the kind of hero who acts without even pausing to think. Later, Rion spots something and blurts it out to Ruchin, admitting he might be overthinking it because he's so self-conscious, while Solana stares at what they found like, could this really be for me? Standing nearby, they both stare at the discovery, then out of nowhere, a person's face snaps with pure shock. A dark-haired woman steps in and snaps the truth into place. What they're seeing isn't some illusion, it's real, and it's Lady Sophia, the great saint and savior who threw herself away to save the world from the demon lord's miasma. Their faces stay stunned as they digest the news, and someone blurts, "Why is a statue like this standing in a spot like this?" The woman finally answers, because the hero built it himself. Then boom, someone gets called out for how they're treating the statue and they snap back, saying it looks weird, but the dark-haired woman fires back that they have to properly capture Lady Sophia's greatness. When they stare at the statue up close, they spot something's wrong. The butt looks different, the arms and legs feel way too long, and the face somehow looks way more mature than it has any right to. An observer can't stop raving about how much pointless effort went into crafting this statue. Then a bald man barks, "Hey, look here!" to grab their attention. Solana is completely flustered and the woman snaps at them for being so rude. Then she demands how anyone could possibly call the hero statue weird. Someone blurts out a quick apology and Solana just stares, because even though the statue is literally showing her, she still gets snapped at for what she said. She goes on to say everyone's obsessed with Lady Sophia's story, especially the part where she throws herself straight into the Demon King's miasma to stop it. At this point, the hero's party beating the Demon King isn't just history anymore, it's turned into plays and picture books for everyone to enjoy. But then someone snaps back, furious about how they're being addressed, blaming the shifting words and the changing tone, while another voice digs in, swearing they'll never let everyone's hard work go to waste, even as their own life leaves them fighting back tears. Then the dark-haired woman drops this bomb. If they announce the great saint has awakened, Solana will blow up in popularity, so Solana instantly refuses, no delay at all. The spiky-haired one writhes in pain and finally admits they can't keep living in peace while being praised that wildly. Lou clatters down, scrapes her knee and yelps, "Does it hurt?" Rion tells her big sis she'll be casting a spell for her, while Lou keeps whining that it hurts like crazy. Then Rion snaps into healing magic, orders the wound to mend and the pain to vanish, and boom, just like that, Lou's knee is totally healed. Lou shoots back asking if it's truly fixed, and she confirms it. Her sister really did heal it with magic. She's completely blown away by the result, and she rushes over to thank her big sister. While Solana just stares as everything unfolds, the story cuts in. When she finally wakes up, 20 years have already roared past, the man is gone, and somehow new lives have blossomed in a calm, peaceful world. One voice admits, "Seeing this kind of thing makes me feel like our pain wasn't for nothing." Then another mumbles, "Maybe it's best a saint heals for free, but can a little payment be so wrong?" Out of nowhere, a sharp cry cuts through the air as a brutal gust slams in like a punch. Then someone marvels at how wild the wind is, and Lou's face tightens with worry as someone immediately asks, "What's wrong?" Then Lou whips around, points hard and screams, "Lady Saint Sophia," and the dark-haired woman freezes in total, stunned disbelief. Someone grabs Solana's attention and blurts that her hood has come undone. Solana suddenly snaps to what just happened, then someone yells, "What's going on?" Rion cuts in, orders them to leave, and the person hesitates, ready to argue. The scene cuts to everyone fading into the distance, while one person hauls another along and Solana's like, I never thought I'd get this much attention. Then the dark-haired woman smirks and says, of course you would, you're a hero after all. Solana keeps mulling over it, how her story's fiction somehow saved the world, yet getting praised like that makes her feel totally weird. She snaps, saying this pace has her stuck, she can't even step outside comfortably, and the dark-haired woman tells Solana to try something far less noticeable. Solana slams down the offer and declares she'll cut it herself. The dark-haired woman leans in and asks Solana if she's really sure about saying her hair is so beautiful. Then Solana shoots back that it's a pain to maintain because she's been craving a cut for ages. She tells him that 20 years ago she kept her hair long for the sake of dignity and reputation, maybe even to look saintly, and then someone blurts, I heard 80% of how you're judged comes straight from your hairstyle. Solana begs for her hair to be styled right at shoulder length. Lou watches as the dark-haired hairdresser nods and reassures them they've got it, then leans in, staring like, are you really sure? Lou cheers her on to do it and Solana suddenly remembers how she used to cut Rian's hair while Rian nods like, yeah, that's totally true. Right then, Solana bursts in with excitement and insists this time she'll cut Rian's hair for her. At the offer, Rihanna freezes in pure confusion. Solana's mind races with the desperate urge to sink her fingers into grown-up Rihanna's glossy hair, yet Rihanna snaps her answer back fast, turning it down and saying she'll ask a professional hairdresser instead. Solana spirals, thinking maybe Rihanna's dodging her because she was so awful at cutting hair. Back then, Rian looked genuinely thrilled, like that moment meant the world to him. Meanwhile, Rian pleads with her to stay perfectly still, because if she doesn't, disaster will strike, and then she finally tears through the last bits of the haircut and finishes. Solana stares at herself in the mirror, flaunting her fresh shoulder-length hair and firing off, how do I look? Books, she slides into the chair, stares at her fresh shoulder-length cut, then beams at the dark-haired hairdresser, this feels amazing, and the hairdresser happily greets her back. Solana stares at herself again and she's like, now nobody's going to give me special attention as the holy saint anymore. Then someone chimes in, saying short hair is so easy and it suits her perfectly. Solana grins and tells Rian, thanks Ruchin. She says she can finally roam the town all she wants, then she freezes mid-step and blurts out, so what are you doing, Rian? Rian drops the idea that hair carries magical power and her mind races. Maybe she could use Solana's cut hair for something big, but Solana snaps back fast, warning that's terrifying and begging her not to. Later they wander the town streets side by side and Solana lights up, saying that breeze feels incredible. As they head down the path, Rihanna leans in and calls Solana Lady Sophia, asking her where she'd like to go. Solana pauses for a beat, then Rian cuts in and says, let's grab a meal first, and Lou immediately lights up and agrees without hesitation. Solana can't believe how long it's been since she last ate out. After her mother's funeral, there was no time for anything, and even when she finally woke up, the only thing she could handle was easy-to-digest food. She realizes this could be the first time she's ever savored a meal slowly. Then Solana jolts up in surprise, blurting out she was just trying to figure out what to eat, and Rihanna shoots back, is something wrong? Then they lock eyes on a building and someone blurts out, that's Peach Hand's Dine. Solana peers into the diner and blurts, is this some kind of diner? She wrinkles her nose at how packed and cluttered it looks and Rian fires back, so, have you even eaten here before? Lou grumbles that she used to come here in the capital all the time, then shoots Rian a question, have you ever been? Solana answers, as long as I was at the church I never had to worry about meals. After the meals, Solana points them to the perfect spot and Rian grins, saying she'll go anywhere as long as Lady Sophia is okay with it. Inside the diner, a cheerful server breaks into a warm smile and greets them. He steps in, flashes a friendly smile, and asks them to please grab any open seat. Solana breathes in the lively air, grins because it feels weirdly comforting, and the best part, it's cheap. Then she remembers it's been 20 years and braces for price hikes, but nope, everything's still affordable and seriously delicious. What a relief. Solana pauses, lets out a tiny smile, and admits, deep down, she's still just a regular commoner. Meanwhile, Solana clocks something's wrong and grabs Ryan's attention. Why aren't you eating? You never act like this. Ryan frowns and admits she's just not used to places with this kind of vibe. Fear gnaws at Lou's chest as she wonders if the waiter will ever bother bringing the menu to their table. Solana tells Rian, there isn't someone like that here, you just stare at the menu and order for yourself, and Rian's like, wait, I didn't know that. Then Rihanna leans in and asks Solana if she's finally decided what she wants to eat, basically telling her that overthinking won't change a thing. She even points over to the Sophia set meal, and Solana just shrugs, saying she doesn't know what to pick. Then she spots something on the menu board that throws her for a loop, and neither of them can figure out who it's supposed to be for. Before they even order, someone demands, wait, what is this Sophia meal exactly? Picheng blurts out that in the royal capital's main branch, where the old great Saint Sophia apparently used to drop by all the time, this is the exact meal she always ordered. Solana snaps into action, blurting out to Peroshi, what the heck is the main shop owner doing? Ichan admits she's not even sure it's totally true. She suggests since the Holy Knight himself showed up here, maybe this isn't a total lie. Solana snaps back, saying she used to swing by here up to 5 times a week when it was packed, and they always treated her like royalty. Rian beams and practically yells that she's going for the Sophia special. She gets special questions thrown her way and they demand to know what Solana has planned, so Solana shoots back with an irritated look, wondering what the regular Great Saint Sophia's favorite dish was. Solana can't believe a Sophia special set is this embarrassing, but the truth is, she still wants that meal again, so she tells P-chan she's going for the same thing. Lu lights up and fully agrees. Just a split second later, Rian's eyes go wide and shock hits him like a punch. They ask if that means the next one's coming right at them, then Peachin blurts out that 2 Sophia specials are ready and Solana's like, that was insanely fast. A giant hamburger steak slams onto the table in front of them, and Rihanna and Solana just stand there, staring at the massive mountain like it's about to attack. P-chan leans in and tells them it's a weird meat dish they've never seen, huge, too, and then she drops the name. We call it a hamburger. After that, she laughs and says the rumor is Lady Sophia invented it. Someone leans in and points out that the hamburger is about the size of Lady Sophia's face. Suddenly, Solana's face bursts into joy as she blurts out, full of excitement, that she really loves Hamburg steak. Rian pitches the dish Lady Sophia adored, Lu lights up at the idea, and they all dive in, forks ready, cutting into the hamburger steak. The 3 of them dig into their hamburger steaks and Rian leans in like, these are seriously juicy and so tender. Someone asks Lu if she liked it and Lu lights up, saying it's not too gamey at all, so you can just dig in and eat it easily. They tell her to crack another egg on top and pour it right there too. Rian clamps both hands over her mouth, eyes blazing wide as that insane flavor hits her like lightning. Flavor hits the air and she gets it instantly. Lady Sophia came all this way for taste like this, pure excellence. Loose smiles bloom all around. Then Solana admits the name's a little embarrassing, but she's absolutely thrilled to chow down on this set meal again. Again, she tells Rehan she's thrilled he liked it. Then there are 2 plates of hamburger steak on the table and even someone from the gathering leans in like, it's always been exquisite but now it's even better. Everybody's sure the seriously top-notch quality that even branch stores are serving comes straight from Miss Pelosi's hard work. Meanwhile, Solana sinks into the shadows, chewing on one thought, she's out dining for the first time in ages and wow, it actually feels amazing. The camera pulls back and shows all of them piled around the table at once, and Solana just quietly prays that next time she'll finally get to share a meal with everyone again. Later, in a dungeon labyrinth maze, someone feels their presence breathing nearby, but another voice snaps, I can't find them. Someone snaps at them not to lose it, warning that screaming inside a labyrinth only draws the monsters straight to you. So they figure if they can't find them, they must have bolted, meaning it's either a bunch of rookie troublemakers or some herb-hunting adventurers who stumbled in. Then it hits, one character snaps to it and blurts that it's about time because they can feel the undead creeping in. The battle erupts, skeletal undead storm forward with weapons up and the characters crash into them, trading blows with every strike. The fight turns brutal as they slam headfirst into a roaring horde of undead in the dungeon. The battle rages on at an even crazier pitch and someone realizes golden flames come with a brutal 3-minute time limit. As the battle pounds the world around them, urgency hits like a drumbeat in their chest, because in the Awaken time sense they've got just over 1 minute left. They clench their sword and shield tight, eyes burning with pure resolve as they brace for the final charge. The fight cranks up fast. Rian slams into the skeletal warriors, his sword sparking on contact as metal grinds and steel flashes in a brutal breakneck clash. Meanwhile, a light-haired girl lunges into brutal close-quarters combat, smashing her blades down on the undead skeletons with bone-cracking hits. Someone shouts out, gushing about her performance, and giving Lael major props for how hard he fought. While the fight's still raging, someone cracks the strategy open, and boom, the skeleton's weakness is right in its torso. Hit that spot and it can't hold its limbs together anymore, so it collapses like it never had a chance. One of the fighters shouts that they'll stop the skeleton from landing another attack, then someone spots the runner from earlier and the reply is, "It's okay, we saw them retreat deeper into the dungeon." But you can tell one of the two panicked and had to cut out fast. Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors surge forward with weapons held high, while one fighter braces himself, ready to slam in a brutal counterattack. He stares at the note his father left behind, because the instructions spell out this exact stance: right hand up with the sword to skull height, tip pointed straight down. And he pauses, takes it all in, and thinks, yeah, this is how things really are going. You'd think skeletons would be weak, but nope, they're way tougher than you expect, and they fight with proper sword skill moves like they've got the technique down cold. And when you go solo with zero allies, your choices shrink fast, matchup gaps start hurting you in real time. Against two of them, you can't even push the attack, and sure, you might be faster, but their blades reach farther than you ever will. He lunges in with a crushing strike, aiming straight for the skeleton. And the moment the fight starts, swords slam together in a fast, brutal exchange. A woman watches from the sidelines, beads of sweat pouring as the intensity hits. She looks 1 second away from exploding into the action. The fight hits its breaking point as the character hammers the skeleton warrior with a relentless assault. Then the light snaps out of his body, his physical enhancement skill just ran out of time. They finally clock how screwed they are, then, out of nowhere, a skeleton lunges the second they're totally defenseless. The woman screams for Rion to tear off her seal right now, but it's already too late. He can't recast Golden Flame, and Solana's seal won't come free in time. The skeleton's blade comes sweeping down on the helpless fighter, and those empty eye sockets stare as they scramble for a gap, only to find none. Then another voice snaps out, grabbing the skeleton's attention, yelling at it to turn this way while someone else screams for Rion. And multiple voices snap into coordination amid the battlefield chaos, desperately hunting for a single opening. Then someone shouts about the stone in front of them, and that fist-sized chunk looks like it's glowing, sending off scorching heat that makes a character feel it. Just like the blue crystal dagger getting unsealed, pure instinct sparks. Then a hand shoots toward something lying by the skeletal remains, and someone yells at the stone to wake up, screaming again and again for it to awaken. Suddenly, a massive burst of energy rips through the whole area like a thunderclap. Rion unleashes the skill Alarm Clock, slamming the seal release so hard the skeletal warriors get blasted apart. Then the skeletons fully crumble, bones raining through the air before they scatter around someone's boots on the ground, looking straight up magical. But this power isn't some regular everyday trick, it's the real magic, the kind you can't compare to anything you've ever seen. Rion plops down on the ground and stares wide-eyed at the glowing orb in his hand like he can't believe it's real. His face snapped with shock, then it all clicked. He finally understood what had just happened. Then boom, a tiny white fluffy spirit pops into view, tagged with a big number 3, and Rion snatches it up, instantly knowing it's a spirit like it had been tucked away in that stone, waiting to wake up. Solana realizes the spirit got sealed right inside the dungeon, and Rion clocks it instantly. This spirit's sulking hard because they never broke Solana's seal. Deal. He strokes the creature with careful, soothing hands. Solana smiles and says the spirit chose this crystal home to settle in as a thank you for waking it up, because that crystal isn't just decoration, it's a real spirit house built so they can lend their power. Rion studies the dungeon's crystal structures, and even the stones people threw in here eventually crystallize into something glass-clear, old formations worn down by years, but they might have started out as pure crystal from the beginning. Someone says finding spirit-inhabited crystals is a total rarity. Sometimes dungeons cough up spirit stones packed with spirits, and those fetch a fortune. Solana snaps back that spirits are hard to come by these days because in the age of the gods, they were everywhere. Rion stands amid the shattered dungeon ruins, clutching what looks like a harmless little pebble in his fist. As he snaps those words out, the seal release clicks into place. The little spirit beside him suddenly jerks in reaction. Then bam, a violent burst of energy explodes as the spirit finally fully takes form, and Rion snaps the alarm clock skill into action, blasting the seals open. Rian clenched what looked like a plain, old stone, then his eyes widened as it turned into a spirit stone the moment he awakened. The alarm skill had to trigger both the crystal and the spirit inside it at the very same moment, because after all these long years, the Rian crystal might have just turned to stone, and this ancient place may have been a spirit resting ground from the start. Rian starts snapping the pieces together in his mind. And if he showed up here every single day, he could rinse and repeat endlessly, because he just realized using the alarm clock skill for unsealing costs him absolutely 0 mana. So yeah, even if the skill just wakes things up, that's it, because a spirit's attack is a whole different beast of magic compared to everyday spells. Meanwhile, Solana shows up in her goddess form, calm as ever, perched with that tiny spirit creature as floating crystals swirl around them. If they keep awakening spirits the same way and forging allies, they'll unlock even more magic over and over without burning a drop of mana. Rian blurts out that the goddess Serana already lets them toss gold coins outside, no mana cost at all. And then it slams into him. If he can summon that many skeletons, that's unreal, because if even one of them is willing to lend their power by getting unsealed, the results could be infinite. Mia, the dark-haired woman, cracks the silence by introducing herself, tells them they saved her, and thanks them both, while Rian chokes out an apology, admitting he couldn't do enough to help. Mare pours out her gratitude to both him and the chief god, and she means every single word. Solana shrugs and says she's got confidence in her throwing, while Rian starts pinning her skill on being an axe user because whenever people hear warrior, they automatically think axe. Mia looks rock solid and completely composed. She's the last person who'd scream during an exploration. That hit him so hard he just had to ask himself, what the heck did it all mean? Meanwhile, Solana's voice trembles as she nervously blurts out her thanks. All three of them huddle in the dungeon and Mia keeps insisting, over and over, that they truly saved her. Rihanna asks if she's okay and Solana drops a savage line. Mia is basically a tiny little animal. Mia can't even hold it back. She admits that was pure, jaw-dropping amazing. Seeing so many undead menacing her, her legs started to tremble mid-fight. Rian could tell it was insanely close. Then Mia spills the truth. Our companion panicked, screamed, and somehow dragged monsters right to us, and she admits she already knew it would turn out exactly like that. Rian shoots back that this is a combat floor, and warns that beginners are in real danger here. But Mia didn't get hired for some random job. Her placement came straight from the client's personal request, because all they wanted was to watch the combat floors of the East Dungeon. She'd already cleared this dungeon alone before, so she thought it'd be a sure thing. Then everything spiraled out of control. Suddenly Mia panics and blurts out distressed noises. Rian steps in, tells her she's done, and then thanks her with a calm nod. He snaps, asking if she's satisfied now, irritation blazing in his voice. The light-haired woman shoots in late and quickly blurts out an apology for missing her introduction. And tells him she's chosen to serve the god Paranodes. She's trekking through dungeons for her temple training, and the one sitting right in the royal capital, yeah, that's on her itinerary too. The Temple of Oddies sits at the heart of this dungeon's layout, but it's wrapped in brutal secrets, because the same person who sealed Oddies ended up building the temple dungeon that now houses the chief god himself, Oddies, which is why priests don't just study the place, they dive in. The narrator breaks down that sealing power over the whole world, locking away ancient relics and trapping monsters in dungeons, while certain royal bloodlines carry seal-related skills. They say in the founding myth that Lord Odie granted dungeons as a blessing, and whoever got that blessing rose to become the royal family, with skills rumored to be able to tug even at the seal itself. The Temple of Oddies rolls out the red carpet for royals who finally awaken their powers, then guards the dungeon's very heart, because only one kind of adventurer can be called up by the temple. Crow warriors, watching every single move day after day. The Adventurers Guild runs the adventurers, and the Temple of Oddies controls the dungeon, so if guards are posted here, you can bet your life this place is basically claimed by the kingdom. The Eastern Dungeon isn't really free, it's run behind the scenes by the king's nobles pulling all the strings. Then Rian fires off, asking why they look like total rookies, so the woman fidgets and insists it's no big deal for a cleric like Perrine to end up in the dungeon. Rian blurts out that he's never heard of undead showing up in this East Dungeon before, then presses, "Tell me this doesn't count as a full-on emergency." Someone says the monster has no business in a beginner's labyrinth, and Rihanna instantly agrees, pushing everyone to ditch it and head outside for now. While they head out, Rion leans in and grumbles that the East Dungeon is painfully slow in the mornings, those monsters are weak, the crowd's light, and there's barely enough work to go around, so he turns to Mia and asks if she usually clocks in at a different dungeon. Mia blurts that she's from the West Dungeon and Rion's eyes go wide with pure amazement, because even adventurers who think the East Dungeon is a joke eventually risk it all and march west, where the monsters hit hardest, the trials get brutal, and the rewards are absurdly rich. West Dungeon, it's top tier. Mia stands there with that battered axe and that steady, flawless stride, and you can tell she's absolutely terrifying. A young adventurer lurking nearby bites his lip, dreaming that one day he'll be that strong too, while the real question smolders in the air. What does Rion think of that battle-hardened woman warrior? Later, back at the Adventurers Guild reception, a clerk's face snaps into shocked reaction to everything she's just heard. Suru Ryachit, serious and surprisingly kind, takes the lead and confirms it in a steady voice, undead. Then she tells Rihanna the Adventurers Guild is getting slammed by the nobles and Rihanna nods like, yeah, there's no doubt. Then Rion steps up with his discovery, reveals he's got a few magic stones too, and asks the clerk if she'll buy them. When the clerk thanks her for the help, Rion points out the items sitting right there on the counter. She tells him they'll go straight to their superiors and launch an investigation into the combat zone, then leans in and demands, "Where exactly did you spot that skeleton?" The clerk tells Rion she'll fetch whoever's in charge, and inside the guild the place is buzzing with adventurers, pure chaos on full volume, until Rion finally checks what he got and his stomach drops. There's a skeleton's magic stone in the mix, but they've tossed in next to nothing, and that tiny stone absolutely shouldn't be worth the same as the slimes or kobolds from yesterday. Rion spots the odd mismatch in the questions and snaps, asking what's going on, because if the value drops straight down like this, it's clearly fishy. Someone presses him on what he means, and Rion points out that they already felt magic stone prices were slowly sliding downward. While the main chaos pops off, other adventurers crowd in, desperate to figure out what on earth is happening. One of them cracks that his old man would sob if he saw this, and then another leans in and asks if Rion's so broke he's finally lost it and started complaining right at the counter. The female clerk stares at the coins on the counter, and then she snaps out the truth: risk your life for money that can barely feed your family for a single meal, and that buyback price is downright criminal. Mia snaps at Rion, calling him lion. A male guild worker slams a warning into the group, say one wrong step and they'll charge straight into a floor crawling with skeletons, and Perry immediately bows his head and apologizes for the hassle. Suddenly, Perrin blurts out, "Is there anything I can do?" And you can tell she's worried sick about that messed up selling price as the other adventurers crowd in. As the chaos unfolds, a bunch of onlookers grin like they're watching a show, then one adventurer leans in and tells Rion he looks like he's in real trouble. Mia snaps at Perrin and the others to thank Rion right now for everything. She leans in and tells them at reception, listen, really listen before you step into that dungeon, because she's doing it for their own safety. Good. Rion storms away from the counter with a sharp grunt, his frustration blazing as the other adventurers just stare while he walks off. He wrestles with whether he could have handled it better, admits he couldn't shield them, and then breaks down to apologize. Perrin keeps staring at him from behind, thinking, no matter what happens, he's still insanely cool. Rion drags the group through the streets, muttering that this whole situation reeks of trouble, while Perrin trails right behind him, insisting they've got no real other place to hawk the magic stones. Suddenly, Mia barrels up to them, blurts out that she just took a quick look and immediately apologizes, then hits them with the real shocker: the buyout price is insanely low. Rion snaps that yeah, that's exactly the issue. Harry leans in and asks, was I messing around for no reason? But Rion shuts her down and tells her straight up that she really did save him. Then Mia leans in and asks, so you're Rin the Awakener, the one everyone's been whispering about? Mia blurts out that Leon totally caught the eye of a noble Gideon of the Wahlberg family, and then she smirks like, come on, if you're running around the royal capital, yanking people out of bed left and right, you're bound to get famous. Leon snaps, yeah, that's true, then notices she somehow knows everything, and bam, the realization slams into him. Leon starts to wonder if Gideon would really take it that far. Mia nods and says yes, then she leans in and warns him the guild is getting squeezed hard by Gideon. Then Leon asks him if he hasn't already survived a ton of unreasonable crap and still calls him a good person. Mia clocks it right away, something's definitely off. Leon fights back, insisting he's been delivering the magic stones the right way because if someone messes with it like this, even Gideon's going to get dragged into it. Mia flashes a confident smile and tells Leon, "I owe you one, thanks for helping me." She shoots him a quick question, does he mind tagging along with her for a little while? Leon looks totally shaken, like he can't believe what's happening, because Mia and Perrin only ever had a client-to-contractor set up. After Mia splits from Perrin, she drags Leon straight to a secret workshop hidden somewhere in the heart of the city. They barrel up to the entrance and Mia yells for the old man inside. Rion leans in and asks if he'll be willing to buy these magic stones. Rion spots the craftsman and blurts out something about Axe Cat, and the old man in glasses and a cap snaps, "Don't say it that loud." Then he really looks at him. He looks furious, but he still tells them to come inside, and Mia can't help asking if it's really okay with him. Once you see how it all works, it clicks. Herbs and magic stones get sold by the guild to merchants, and that deal includes appraisal and refining fees, so the quality's locked in. Yeah, selling straight to a merchant isn't totally banned either, and plenty of people found their way to doing it anyway. It's a legal gray zone. Rion's jaw drops when he realizes they're straight up doing direct trade with a merchant, and everyone knows the unspoken rule: anything you haul out of a dungeon is meant to be sold to the guild. The talk keeps rolling through the guild system's full history, and once a guild steps back, adventurers are left to bargain their prices face to face. Unless someone proves they're a top-tier adventurer, they don't even get the chance to step inside and bargain. Back in the days when there wasn't a single guild yet, merchants snatched up magic stones for insulting bargain prices, straight up taking advantage. Rion takes it in, and boom, he realizes the Adventurers Guild isn't just paperwork. It's a union where adventurers team up to haggle and lock in the best prices. Even if the guild shrugs and lets folks sell wherever they want, especially if they're willing to eat the hit, rumors say the right move can pull certain materials for way higher prices than the guild ever would. Rion says Miss Mia set them up with a shop that'll buy the magic stones as a thank you for saving her, and Mia snaps back that the shop will only deal with her introduction. Then someone blurts out that it has to be her intro, specifically. Then Mia fires back that this kind of connection is crazy useful, since it's a small world. Even if they hand the exchange off to someone else, they won't dodge suspicion for long. Rion admits he could do the swap himself at the Western Dungeon Guild, but he can't ignore the real risk. Who knows what the higher-ups there are like. As they stride through the streets, everything clicks into place. Oh, and remember, this area is backed by the Royal Capital Trading Company. Gideon never truly got a grip on the west side, because the Warburg family runs the Eastern Dungeon with an iron fist. Meanwhile, Mia snaps a reminder to Rion that nobody would ever expect him to show up and slip around here, yet Rion admits, even with that in mind, they still can't just step in and fix things easily. But Mia fires back that the selling price isn't some fixed number, it's all about negotiation, and this sure as hell isn't how the guild does business. Mia keeps going, and this time she slams the truth, says the guild betrayed Rion first, then grins and asks if anyone seriously thinks they need to put on a show about it. Mia snaps at Rion, basically yelling, being sincere and being soft-hearted are totally different, got it? Ryan finally makes up his mind and promises, "I'll give it a try." Then the crew finally rolls up to the workshop. Turns out Mia and Perrin were only ever client and contractor, so after Perrin's left, Mia drags Rion into the city workshop, where the old craftsman tells them to slap their goods on the counter because he's ready to buy. But the moment Rion steps inside, the craftsman praises him like a top customer, waves him to a seat, and then lets out a sharp, dismissive huff. But Mia shoots back with full confidence, telling him he'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, the craftsman studies the magic stone in silence, then with a smug certainty declares it's nothing special, just an ordinary magic stone. Then the craftsman blurts the final price, 3,000 gent, when Rion's mind instantly goes to work. With a haul this size, he can fuel the forge right now, still refine it later at the guild, and it's solid enough to level up his weapons too. Rion finally gets it. Yeah, it's way higher than before, but it still only brings in half of the normal buying price. He clocks that Mia's just watching him, then she tells him, "Don't worry, I'm handing this one to you." Rion pushes back on the first offer and demands a better deal. He throws out 4,000 like a knockout punch. But the old craftsman clocks the whole scheme at once, warns Rion not to chase too much, and demands to know if the guild flat-out refused to buy it. Rion leans in, says the risk shows up the first time items come their way like that, and then fires the question, is the quality good or are these busted goods? The craftsman grabs one of the items and blurts out why his shop buys magic stones, sometimes, because in the stuff the guild won't even price, hidden gems can be sneaking around, mixed in like treasure, and then he shows the proof with an example. The craftsman keeps talking as he raises a mithril ingot that hums with magic. At first it looked like nothing but scrap iron chained under the dungeon seal, but the moment he polished it, its real worth became crystal clear. Rion finally realizes the guild's appraisal isn't flawless. Sure, the craftsmen admit they sometimes link promising adventurers to the guild's work, but that also means politics is tangled into every step. Rion snaps back that 3,000 is way too steep and throws out 2,500 instead, but right after that someone nearby shoots a warning. If you're not careful, you'll get dragged into this mess. Rion's mind spins as the price keeps cratering lower and lower. He's got to squeeze every last coin out of this haul for Lou and his mom. Before Rion can cave in any further, Mia cuts in. She calls out to Leon and tells him it's okay. Craftsman and the suited man lunge to cut in, but Mia just keeps barreling forward. She tells Rion, "You've got this incredible power that once saved me," and then she leans in and dares him to stop holding back. She's already seen what he can do. Rion locks in his choice, snaps on his skill awakening, and unleashes a seal release on one of the stones. The craftsman and the suited man go wide-eyed as Rion tears open whatever seal binds the stone, and the energy that bursts out of it lights them up with pure shock. When the light dies down, both men freeze stunned like their brains can't process it. The craftsman blurts out, "Where did you get that?" And someone shoots back, "It's a spirit stone." The craftsman leans in, studies it like it's priceless, and finally blurts out that it's incredible. Then he stares at Rion with fresh respect, saying Rion's got a hidden talent nobody expected. Rion gets asked what he's really trying to pull out of this, but Mia steps in fast. "This is our first deal." She demands the spirit stone be added to the appraisal, and she makes it crystal clear, no matter what, she won't let them walk away with a single loss. The craftsman catches the hidden threat in the air, then someone asks if she's basically saying, "Be stingy now and you'll pay for it later," and she gives the impression she totally gets why that matters. Rion snatches his chance and makes it count. He promises them he'll keep bringing these spirit stones to them from now on. The craftsman bursts into laughter and says he loves it, then he flips out at the guild for rejecting such a perfect catch, and the suited man nods along, calling it absolutely splendid. The craftsman leans in and asks if their eyes are clouded, or if nobles are just blind fools for letting this chance slip away. Then he drops the bomb that he's actually heard rumors about the Awakena. The suited man slams the final deal on the table: 6 magic stones big and small for 5,000 gents plus 3 spirit stones for 15,000. Then he leans in and asks, "So, what do you think?" Rion can barely hold it in. He's never raked in 20,000 gents in one single day, and this monstrous payday is going to change everything for him and his family. Finally, the old craftsman leans in and tells Rion, "Don't you dare quit," and Rion fires back with pure, unstoppable excitement. Mia steps in, lays it all out, and tells Rion that once he understands how the system runs, cash-out options are everywhere, merchants have their own networks, and it's not just Gideon the West among the nobles. In the royal capital, power isn't just sitting in the nobles' hands, it's everywhere, and it's getting dangerous fast. Meanwhile, back at the workshop, the old craftsman gratefully thanks them, and Mia's laughter bubbles up in the background. She beams, clearly loving how it all played out, then whips around with that confident grin at Rihanna and asks how he'd feel about teaming up with her. Rion's face crumples with confusion at the surprise offer. She freezes, then blurts out whether Mia means her to go with him, and Mia assures her that the guild is a place where everyone and breaks it down for her. An adventurers' gathering is called a party. This is just how people survive out here in the world. Rion leans in and tells her, "I'm seriously, genuinely grateful." But then he brings up the level gap. Mia's sitting at level 30, while Rion is stuck at level 5. Rion realizes that if she follows him, she'll be stuck on a pretty disappointing quest, because he can only push as far as the East Dungeon, and Mia immediately snaps, asking if that means there's really no point for her at all. But Mia snaps back to his worries and says there are 2 real perks. First, the East Dungeon is crawling with dangerous monsters, and yeah, it's risky, but when a dungeon's difficulty suddenly spikes like that, that's exactly where adventurers land the rarest items. The second benefit is Rion's power, and she looks totally lost about what she's actually doing. Mia rushes in and explains it. The East Dungeon used to be a massive help, and people are already whispering that the royal family runs it, which means attention is about to come crashing down soon. Having someone like him, packed with experience, would be priceless. She goes on, talking about both the labyrinth and the workshop, and then she remembers staring as a tiny pebble transformed into a spirit stone right in his palm. And she rushes up to him, saying she caught him using magic in the dungeon. Rion finally clicks. He was so desperate to bargain that he never even thought to cover up his power. Mia tells him it's totally normal to hide rare abilities, but she's not pushing him to spill every single skill. Rion nods, saying he gets it. His gratitude for the blacksmith introduction is 100% real, and then Mia breaks down the rest of her reasoning, straight to the point. She's been squirreling away money for ages too, and now she's jumping in with Rion because this gig screams profit, and yeah, she's got a soft spot for him already. Rion weighs the offer in his head and realizes he might finally let Mia into the circle of people he truly trusts. Later on, Rihanna corners Solana for her take, and Solana fully agrees with him, no hesitation, not a single doubt. Meanwhile, Lou's lounging nearby, totally relaxed. Down on the street, Mia tells Ryan she can't wait to get in his party, and Ryan's reply hits with full-on hype. He's excited, dialed in, and ready to go. Then, in the dungeon, Mia blurts an alarm, but Rion snaps into action and orders her to back off. The fight erupts instantly as Rion rockets down the corridor, smashing straight into the monsters. Mia watches from behind, jaw clenched and eyes sharp, while Rion keeps the fight going without backing down. And he's screaming for anything to wake up as he slams into the enemies. The fight ends with the skeletons getting utterly wiped out. A notification flashes, Rion just hit level 9, Mia erupts in cheers, and then someone drops the craziest comparison. A pack of skeletons is basically level 15, so yeah, this should absolutely rocket them toward leveling up. After the fight, someone groans from pure exhaustion or pain, and Rion checks his status card. Nothing on his end has changed. He can't help wishing his wake-up call and his son's blessing skills had leveled up too, even if that's a little greedy. He brings up what happened with Perry for a split second, then slams the idea shut and wipes it from his mind completely. More adventurers spiral into danger as skeletons surge in from every side, closing the net fast. Someone yells for them to fall back while another points them straight into safety, and the beast person adventurer grabs the moment to thank them for yanking him out of that nightmare. Meanwhile, Mia calls out to Rihanna, and he shoots back that he's ready to go. The rescued adventurer thanks them again, visibly shaking with relief, and right as Rion's eyes catch it, a giant ant crawling nearby, everything in his. Questions what the hell it's doing there. Mia stares in shock while the beast person stands there utterly lost, like he has no clue what's even happening. Rion can't shake the feeling that something's off because the moment someone points out giant ants shouldn't be crawling on the first floor, everyone starts whispering that it must be a trap, and the others jump in fast, saying the dungeons have gotten way harder than before. Mia leans in and blurts that the giant ant pheromone is what's dragging the wonder monsters here, and she even admits she triggered a pitfall trap in the exploration layer earlier. Then Mia jabs her finger up and tells them that's where the ant dropped from. She tells the group those giant ants aren't just bugs, they're monsters clawed out of the western dungeon, and suddenly the difficulty skyrockets. Then someone confirms it for real, and yeppy, it's a pitfall trap. Right when it seems done, Perrine suddenly feels a weird presence creeping nearby. Rion blurts out what it is, and his mind immediately snaps to Lion. Mia leans in and asks, so, did anything get dropped around here that we should have warned ourselves about? A ghostly spirit hovers above the pit, and Perrine's face tightens as that awful presence crawls all over her. She snaps, what the hell is this thing? At the same time, Rion spies an alarm clock sitting in a tiny panel. The whole place reeks like it just got scorched, like a fire tore through it, though Rion's quick to spot the truth. It's not fresh flames at all, it's ash. And that raises the question, where did all that ash even come from? He calls out to Solana and she rushes over to study the mess, ice sealed together with flames. Then she squints at the massive shape, says it looks weirdly familiar, and asks if it might be a giant. Suddenly, someone shouts, Rion, and the whole group whips around in shock, then scrambles to inspect what's happening. You can see it, footprints and tracks trail across the ashen ground, and there, right in the dirt, sits an ornate weapon, blazing with wild, magical, and elemental energy all around it. Then someone spots something on the ground, and Rion bends in to examine it with them, right as someone yells for him again, demanding to know what he's really got to pay Gideon. They admit, yeah, it's personal, then confess they've been itching to know, rumors got their curiosity racing, and now they're determined to track down the truth themselves. Verdict rolls in 4 million gent. Everyone's hit with pure shock, then someone blurts out, how could Gideon charge a commoner that much? Rion fires back, explaining it's not just some fancy thing. Gideon's a monster wearing skin, an orc no, a demon, and the item claims it can cure any illness, so even nobles can't resist buying it. Someone blurts out that they're worried about Gideon, and the talk quickly shifts to payment. One person says the family should still have almost a year left to finish it, while another can't even wrap their head around how Rion managed to pay it all back. As they stride through the town streets, their talk turns to shops with real clout, places that don't have to beg nobles for permission. Then someone leans in and says they can show Rihanna other spots too, even if it'll cost a mountain of money. Rihanna can't stop worrying if Mia will be okay. Then someone blurts out that they're genuinely thrilled they ever met you. Mia tells Rion, don't sweat it. Even if they've blacklisted her in the capital, she'll still claw her way through in the frontier. Turns out Mia came straight from the frontier, and even after ditching the royal capital, she's still grinding to save up for her hometown, living free as an adventurer, dead set on her goal, and that kind of steel is what makes Rion truly admire her. Meanwhile, the story zooms in on Mia's world. She's lived her whole life inside these walls, but now she can't stop picturing what's out there. And yet, right now, the crushing chains of debt still keep her family trapped. Family, Leon's mom swings the door open and welcomes him home the second he shouts, I'm here. Emil's sprawled on the table, and Leon bursts out with pure relief. Lou's mother insists the medicine is doing its job, beaming that Lou's illness is finally easing, and Leon perks up fast the moment she calls his name. Then Leon's mom steps in and tells him, straight up, how hard he's been grinding for all of them. Leon bursts out laughing, then she shoots him a question, was he surprised, or did he get lost in his head again? Around the dinner table, the whole family lays it out. Mom points out that Leon's been pushing harder than anyone realizes, then snaps, don't try to carry it all alone. This job is dangerous. She reminds him, voice heavy, that Dad isn't here anymore and now it all falls on Leon. Leon fights back, insisting, no, let me do it, it should be me. His mother leans in and asks how he's getting along with his comrades, and Leon confidently tells her he's sure they're good people. She nods along and tells him to set it up, he should introduce them to her sometime. Over dinner, Lou blurts that this meal is an absolute feast, and Leon shrugs it off, no big deal, they just tossed in a little extra dried meat and vegetables until someone gasps at the word extra. Mother tells Leon that the nobles warned merchants not to sell them what they want, so the merchants started slipping them extra daily supplies and food for free instead. Sure, fewer people are willing to deal with her now, but others step up and treat them right, and she swears it's all because of Leon. Then Lou grills him with questions, pushing him to say what he wants to do once they finally pay back the debt and her illness is gone. Mom watches Leon grind for them day after day, and you can tell she's been losing sleep, because she keeps asking herself what he really wants to do with his life. Leon looks totally thrown off by that question, and Lou swoops in. Once the debt is gone, he can finally leave this town. Then she tells him to think about his dreams, calls him Big Brother, and vows she's going to get better and she will asterisk. The whole family crowds in, smiles spread everywhere, and then boom, the meal's finally finished. Lou yells for her big brother, blurts out her thanks, and Leon can't hold it together anymore. He starts crying on the spot. Someone asks if Leon's okay, and Leon snaps the truth out, he ended up crying. But the mom tells him, it's okay to cry, I already know you're strong. And then she adds that their family bond is honestly on another level. Then she adds, right to his face, that she wants to praise him too, he's an amazing kid. Leon shoots Solana a grateful look and she admits, my protection really is powerful, but I might have overloaded you and made you feel trapped. Meanwhile, Lou's eyes go wide as she spots something unexpected and Leon blurts, is Solana outside? But Solana shoots back, don't worry, I'm only visible to Leon right now. She promises she'll be back for the coin reel soon, and the moment she says it, Leon and Lou both snap into action, like something just flipped in their heads, reacting with, Lu's eyes go wide with shock. She blurts out about her big brother and demands to know who that person even is. Then, out of nowhere, Solana materializes right in front of them and Lu freezes in pure confusion. Solana's eyes go wide. Lu can see her. He stares at her and Leon's gut locks in the truth. She's a god. Lu yells at them to wait right there, then immediately turns and scans who's around, shouting for her big brother to come over. Solana offers soup to someone, warning it'll go cold fast, and Lu blurts out, stammering, if Leon can see him because he was right there the last time she woke up too. Leon told them he'd been talking about picking up more companions lately, and then, right before he woke up, he heard his brother's voice, and when it felt like his brother didn't want him to realize it, Leon stayed quiet. Lu takes it in with a serious stare, then tells her big brother to sit right there, pointing out he's been alone this whole time. Then Lu turns to Leon and asks, "Did you shell out a ton of money for me again?" She can't believe it. This illness that even their mom couldn't beat is healing so fast, and she's left staring at Rion like, "Wait, are you some kind of incredible magic user, since he can turn invisible?" Someone flat out reminds Leon, as her older brother, he can't let his little sister cry. Maybe Lu fears she's becoming a burden on the family. Leon swears he'll do anything for Lu, and somehow that's supposed to be enough. Lu even laughs it off and says there's no need to worry, until Solana, hearing it all, snaps and declares she's been hurt plenty. Right out of nowhere, Solana erupts into her goddess form and declares she's nothing like the monster they've been imagining. Then she casually drops that the price doesn't even matter because she's an old god, while Leon scrambles to calm everyone down. But Solana keeps insisting, "Leon saved me, no kidding. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here right now." Lu freezes in shock, staring at her and blurting, "Wait, did my brother really save you?" Solana leans in and tells Leon, "You and I made a vow." Lu's eyes go huge as she asks if Solana means that asterisk kind of vow, and Solana nods, saying it's exactly that, leaving Lu and Leon staring in shocked silence. Solana clocks it instantly. Lu has no idea what's going on in the slightest. Then Lu snaps into full excitement and blurts to her big brother that she'll cheer him on if that's how it goes, while someone nearby mutters that maybe they should just let her keep getting the situation all wrong. But then Lu's hit with a sudden coughing fit. Leon and Solana snap into action at once, shouting over to ask if she's okay, and Lu keeps trying to apologize to her big brother even as her coughs keep cutting in. Leon snaps into concern, calling out to Solana, then Solana tells Rion to cool off and fires her skill, Sun's Blessing, White Flame, straight into Lu to heal her, while the flames smash away the curses too as the healing begins. Solana watches this girl and realizes her magic sensing power is wildly strong, because it's just like Solana can see magic, only Lu's ability is even stronger than she ever guessed. Solana points out that Lu should have been totally fine until yesterday, like, "This kid's clearly getting slammed by monsters seeping out of that dungeon, and you can feel it." Then she presses her white flame to Lu and heals him, all while looking genuinely shaken. Solana says the monster that pushed Lu's condition to spiral might have left a nasty trace on her, so if she's suddenly taken a turn for the worse, it's been hitting her hard. Then someone leans in and asks Lu how she's doing, and whether she's feeling any better now. Now Lu frets if anything felt off, but she's been home the entire time, so Leon leans in and asks if anything seemed weird, and Solana says even a wild thought that flashes in your mind or a dream counts. Lu spills her dream out loud, then bam, it hits her like a nightmare. A black shadow is closing in and she's trapped in this maze, sprinting from skeletons and wolves, but the real terror is a giant monster with a wolf's face. Solana clocks that Lu's relapse might be tied to something off in the dungeon's abnormality, reassures him that he's fine, and promises she'll dig into it starting tomorrow. "Leave it to me." After that, Solana is pretty sure it's a werewolf, while Leon's mind immediately snaps to one thing: protecting his sister. The squad decides they've gotta plunge into the deepest East dungeon, track down why those monsters are suddenly wrecking everything, and figure out what's triggering the traps. That's still the whole point, but the real nightmare waits at the farthest end. Boss is a werewolf. Under the cold moonlit sky, Gideon seethes in his seat, frustrated to the bone. Then he throws his head back and curses Leon, desperate to know how he's pulling this off. He never saw this coming. Someone would rush in to fix that trash with a dud skill, and then Leon would land a masterpiece you can trade all the way in the West. Someone tells Gideon he looks worn down, and Gideon growls under his breath that he has to break Lee into his slave. Meanwhile, two shadows slip through the nobility's back rooms and a hooded figure presses the question, does Gideon actually keep his promise? Later, Gideon meets those hooded figures and one of them waves it off like, no problem at all with our arrangement. Then the hooded leader leans in and asks, did the boy's father have the same rare power? Another answers it's called awakening and it boosts the body to insane levels. Even though they don't fully get what's going on, the whole conversation snaps in a new direction the moment one hooded figure waves off their worries, calling out that the boy's stuck with a trash skill, while his sister is so sick she hasn't even activated her skill yet. And someone adds that skills can sometimes be handed down from parent to child. Then the hooded figure jeers at Gideon, laughing that it's pathetic for someone noble to fail at enslaving even one commoner, and Gideon can't help but grimace until the hooded stranger leans in and tells him to lock debts down as collateral, because it's natural and nobody's quick to run when they're chained to their family. But if it looks like they might finally pay back the debt, that hooded figure just shrugs and suggests something brutal, injure them so they can't. Gideon practically finds the idea useful. The hooded figure adds that if there's a slave Gideon absolutely must have, he doesn't mind standing out to get it. Suddenly, Gideon's eyes go wide with shock as the hooded figure pulls off the demonstration right in front of him. The hooded figure admits he can stir people this far, and that's when Gideon finally clicks. This wasn't luck, it was a skill that just kicked on. The hooded figure keeps pressing his point, only people with weak hearts can't resist it, so Gideon snaps back asking if he should smash them first. The hooded stranger brightens up and pushes Gideon to really think it over, then he smirks and claims it's a breeze, especially for someone as noble as him. Gideon nods along, eager as hell. Then the hooded stranger whispers that nobles get their own handy little lawless zone whenever they need it. The plan clicks into place, he charges into the dungeon and strikes them down. Back with Leon and Solana, she fires the question, does he mean it? Leon nods hard and says, yeah, today we storm the boss on the very lowest floor. Solana leans in and tells him, you're gonna be okay, just stay by my side. She throws up a warning, you can't drop your guard in here because in this labyrinth nothing is guaranteed and adventurers don't take risks the way people think. Then Solana leans in and tells Leon to stay on guard because a dungeon is where monsters get sealed away, no safety net. Leon's eyes widen like he can't believe it. And when Solana adds that ever since she arrived here, her mind's been snapping back with memories, everything suddenly feels a lot more real. Meanwhile, Leon freezes, staring at the seal, and then it hits him, someone else shattered it. He can't shake the fear that the seal release somehow fired without him noticing, and that sudden swarm of skeletons. It all clicks now because the seal had been weakening behind the scenes. Solana stares back at the past and realizes the gods weren't exactly winning, they were getting shoved back. It wasn't some total easy route for the gods, and Leon feels it too. He snaps to her and asks what's wrong. Solana can't believe she blanked on something this huge, like how did she miss it? And now she's scared the seal might be messing with her memories too. Solana drops the truth to Leon, if she's only remembering now it's because her precious family got wiped out in the final war too. Then someone blurts out, but are they really dead? Then the text box drops the truth, a god's death means full-on annihilation. Solana snaps that the founding myth and this dungeon are freaking her out, so Leon better stay on guard today even if it looks like they're about to win. As Leon and the others push deeper into the dungeon, he eyes the sealing magic on the lower layers and can tell it's going to hit hard. Since his manifestation time is ticking, he throws caution aside and decides to lean on his own power as much as he can. When it finally seems possible, bam, a werewolf bursts into the scene right in front of them. Solana shows up and shouts, I'm here and I'm ready. Leon rockets forward to crash into the creature, and he screams his alarm clock skill at the werewolf to wake it up. Someone spots it took the hit and just won't move, while Leon boils with frustration, barely scratching its arm with a pathetic little cut. Scratch, Solana clocks something off immediately. That werewolf isn't supposed to be anything but a savage, rampaging monster. But it's acting nothing like that. Then someone catches the vibe is wrong, the text drops the truth. A werewolf just showed up and Leon freezes, stuttering out of pure shock as his mind scrambles. The story hits back with the real truth, something's stalking the night and that wolf is actually a werewolf zombie. Leon blurted, so is it a corpse wolf? And Solana snapped back, I've dived a ton but I've never seen anything like this. Then she grabbed Leon's attention and ordered, call Leon. Then declares it's a seal and Leon's eyes go wide. because the power locking down this floor is stronger than anything he's ever seen. Suddenly, a shocking burst of power hits, like an eye-awakening ability just got triggered. Solana tells them the world is soaked in sealing magic. Some spots are packed tight, others are barely there, and she admits she always assumed it was uneven, but she never thought it would be this brutal. Then Leon pleads for one more chance. Leon shoots back that he can stay manifested only for a short time before he has to call out to Mia. He tells her, "You get one shot, one chance," and then bluntly says it's pointless unless they can summon that monster and beat it right then. Leon hesitates, scrambling for the words as he tries to lay out the whole plan. He was plotting the plan once him and Mia had worn the corpse wolf down, but Solana barged in and ordered him to finish it her way with her finishing move. Leon can't believe the idea of a finishing move. Solana explains why it matters. These undead monsters shrug off damage with crazy regeneration, and that corpse wolf is probably the same, so they'll smash it down first, then slam it with one massive burst of damage to end it for good. Damage, Solana flashes a grin, buzzing with excitement. She never thought she'd find an enemy this interesting in the East Dungeon. This is going to be fun. The fight explodes into non-stop chaos as Solana and the others slam into the werewolf zombie in brutal close-quarters combat. Solana slams her skill Solar Blessing Golden Flame and her body surges with a temporary power boost, while Leon winces at the nightmare of getting that creature's blood all over him. Mia asks if it's poison, and Solana snaps back that it's her skill at work. Brawl keeps raging non-stop, thick with motion and pure adrenaline as they clash with the creature. Then boom, someone clocks it. The werewolf's regeneration is roaring to life and the monster starts clawing its way back from the damage it just took out. Suddenly, Mia gets hit with a warning because the creature is snapping back for a counterattack. Someone blurts, "Are you okay?" And Mia shoots back, "I'm fine," before she warns them not to rub their eyes or their mouth either. Someone yells to Leon that they've got a plan, and Mia snaps at him to promise her just one thing. Mia leans in and quizzes Leon about his skills, telling him it's not just basic magic or some cheap appraisal. Then she demands the truth. When this is all over, what secrets is he hiding and what can he actually do? She even says he's gotten way stronger than before. Leon can't help thinking, maybe this time I can trust Mia asterisk, and he desperately wants to believe it. Mia nods and goes along with the plan, and Leon leans in to tell her he gets it, fully. Then Mia steps up and boldly declares, "I'm gonna show you the Axeman skill's power." She rockets forward with her weapon and slams the werewolf zombie hard enough to stop it cold, its body locked up completely from the sheer punch. Leon swings next, and the axe crashes down with brutal power into the werewolf zombie. And the battle hits its peak. When the blow lands, the axe detonates with brutal force, smashing straight into the creature. Mia watches, heart pounding, as the monster jerks back from the attack, then she wonders if it'll regenerate again. Right then, a voice cuts through the chaos. Someone calls out to Leon. A radiant divine feminine descends above Leon, and the instant the alarm clock skill kicks in, it snaps into action and triggers the seal release. The goddess leans in and tells the fallen creature this is pure tragedy. Darkness has warped a monster into the undead. Then she insists that once the seal snaps open, this thing won't stay rotting in death, it should return as a living being. A divine being steps forward, smiles at the creature and says, "Nice to meet you, I'm the sun." Meanwhile, the werewolf zombie starts crumbling apart into glowing particles, and Leon watches it vanish completely right in front of him. The divine figure and Leon lock side by side in that blinding, lit-up scene right as when she tells him, "This is my limit for now." Leon bursts out asking if she's okay, still stunned by how she purified that creature in a blink of light, and then he presses, "So, you're from a family of priests, aren't you?" Then someone fires back, "Magnificent," and says they're gonna hunker down and rest in the coin for a bit. Leon jolts in confusion, then it clicks. Solana's form isn't visible to Mir at all. He tells her his power isn't just magic, it's the ability to unseal special beings, and then his insane skill lets him rip open sealed ancient gods, locked away just like the monsters. The moment sealing lands in the air, Leon blurts out that it's hard to swallow. He'd expected a monster-level magic like a high priest or great sage. But Mia shoots back that she was only a little shocked, because awakening is basically just a handy label to keep it from drawing attention. Mia tells Leon, "I can make it so you'll see the goddess too," and Leon can't help but wonder, can he really see her god at all? Then the voice snaps back that she'll introduce herself later, and Leon's face drops, pure shock. utterly clueless about who the heck just spoke to him. Meanwhile, Leon stares at his hand like it's proof of something huge, because he's finally outgrown the beginner stage and Mia can't believe her eyes. Most people barely crawl into level 10 to escape, but Leon blasted through it and jumped up 2 levels in one shot. Mia and Leon stand in the dungeon corridor and Mia shoots Leon a question. Are we supposed to be scouting this floor? And Leon answers in a flash, instantly saying yes. But then Leon spots something off. He swears he feels a faint breeze sneaking out from the wall. Mia leans in with wild curiosity, and together they scrutinize it up close like they're uncovering a secret. Wondering what's waiting on the other side of this wall, something that can only be reached once you unseal it. Suddenly, the alarm clock skill snaps to life. Then the seal starts cracking and debris and crystal fragments blast outward as it finally breaks and... So tell me, what horrors or secrets could be lurking in the absolute depths of this sealed dungeon? Leon notices the seal is the dungeon's beating heart, and Mia gasps in awe that his skill can unravel something this deep. Someone yells out to Mia, she snaps back that it could be dangerous, then she smacks Leon hard on the head and roars that he's an idiot. Mia insists that if he tries to send her back, she's going with him anyway, and Leon yells her name again. Mia calls Leon out for being so cold-hearted, but Leon brushes it off and says he thinks the two of them are gonna get along just fine. Then Solana cuts in, asking if they can finally let her out because she's got something she's dying to try. She tells them don't stress about the seal, at least not yet. Then Solana explodes into her radiant goddess form, breathes out an apology for the late arrival, properly greets Mia and announces, I'm Solana, the goddess of the sun. Mia just freezes, staring in utter disbelief, completely wrecked by how unbelievably cute she is. Mia blurts out a shaky, flustered greeting to the goddess, then quickly insists it's nothing, while her voice betrays how thrilled she is to finally meet her. While Leon stayed nearby, totally calm, he watched the whole scene unfold like he wasn't even bothered. Meanwhile, in that sealed chamber, someone shivers and says it's freezing. Another one agrees, grimacing at the cold. Then Solana blooms into her full divine form and Mia can't help but gasp at how absolutely stunning she looks. Solana bursts into her full goddess form, radiant, towering, and wrapped in divine robes that flow like thunder. Leon freezes, staring hard, then blurts out whether he's looking at a statue only for someone to cut in. No, these aren't carvings, they're the real deal. Leon insists he knows these people, then the truth hits. One frozen figure is Thor, the god of thunder, and the other is Skull of the Wolf Bones, a general from the monster army that already fought the gods. Leon finally clocks it, this is the monster gateway, and the proof hits hard. A brutal horde of wargs and kobolds packed into one spot, numbers he's never seen this stacked before. In this world, humans thrive while the chief god stays trapped, and Skull, he was a monster who murdered his own mother and her followers just to steal their power for himself. And right behind him loom the monsters he once ruled. Leon can't shake the thought that he truly believed the gods had crushed them. But Solana snaps back, this fight isn't done yet. The Allfather Oddies didn't end it, he just sealed the gods and monsters inside the dungeon. Because the gods were seconds from getting crushed. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the moment, snapping everyone's attention. Mia whips her gaze to the newcomers, her face filled with bewilderment as she blurts out about the gods. A hooded stranger clutching a staff leans in and demands, "Did you make this space?" Another robed figure steps up and demands, "Who are you?" A temple member snaps back that their comrades tipped them off about a dungeon anomaly the other day, so they've marched in from the Otis Temple to investigate. Mia clocks the crest instantly, Crow Warriors, the Otis Temple's dungeon investigation team. With worry in her voice, she murmurs Leon's name. Under a hood, the figure claims Leon won't need anyone tagging along, but Leon snaps back, saying it's unheard of for an unexplored place to hide a boss floor, and asking if the temple crew could ride with them for a bit. Then, right as they move, one of the robed figures spots Leon and shouts that he's the one who stirred the royal capital, while another points out that the red-haired adventurer standing right beside him is a benefactor too. They're talking like the temple folks owe the two of them their life in gratitude. Then one person from the temple group finally leans in and asks what all of this is about. The hooded ceremonial figure leans in and tells Leon that giving comes back to you, because his good deeds have already started paying him forward. They drop the bombshell, Leon is Mr. Rutter's son. Leon's eyes go wide and he blurts out, "How do you know about my father?" The figure says Rutger was a brave man, no doubt about it. Out of nowhere, someone in the group blurts out, "Did you hear that horn?" A hooded figure points them forward and demands they keep moving. They tell him they got dragged back with zero answers and the whole unexplored zone got sealed up tight, no questions allowed. Then Leon just stands there, listening hard, while someone else adds that the dungeons fall under the royal family and the temple, meaning every last inch of space is under their control. Leon tells Mia they need to go, even as he admits, yeah, some things can't be helped. Meanwhile, Leon stares into the dark and thinks he finally cracked something about a god named Lionope. Then he clamps the idea down tight and keeps it to himself, because if he's right, speaking the god's real name is going to set off something huge. He figures it wouldn't be shocking if the god rigged the whole thing with some kind of twisted gimmick. Mia called his name and she told him, "We're finally on the exploration floor, right by the exit." The group spills into a broader open space and boom, a confrontation detonates out of nowhere. Leon spots Gideon instantly in the crowd. And just like that, Gideon snatches the moment and dares Leon to a duel. Leon presses him, demanding to know why Gideon wants any of this, and Gideon snaps back. He's giving Leon a shot if Leon can beat him. His whole debt gets wiped out, gone completely for good. Gideon tells Leon, "For a commoner like you, landing a duel with a noble is a rare, priceless honor, so you better feel proud." Leon promises he'll pay them back, but someone from Gideon's crew laughs at him and spits, "We can't trust you." Then Gideon leans in and grills him, asking whether Leon's got any real prospects, demanding the full truth behind everything, and warning that it may look like things are fine right now, but that doesn't mean they are. Leon erupts in emotion and screams that the money came straight from the boss. Someone doubts that something that massive could really come from a werewolf. Leon snaps back, shouting that he'll pay every cent back in full. Gideon flashes a sinister smirk, lets out a chilling chuckle, and tells Leon, "You don't need a duel." But here's the truth, Gideon doesn't even care about the dead anymore. He admits he had the dungeon entrance shut tight and ordered them to keep everyone trapped inside, no exceptions. Gideon declares that Leon's only option is to step into a duel with him and get crushed. Mia blurts, "What if I say no?" and Gideon just smirks like, "We'll crush them together." Leon freezes for a beat, weighing every move, while Mia leans in and asks what he's about to do. Leon answers her in a low, steady voice as his mind races like crazy. He'll admit it, nobles may look unstoppable, but one crushing weakness always catches them: their debts. Before all this, just stepping forward would lock his body up cold and he'd grovel just to keep himself alive, but Leon is different now. Leon tells Mia, "Please stay back." Then someone yells out, demanding to know why Leon and his father are like this, saying it's irritating, plain unpleasant. Mia's eyes widen with pure alarm as the two rules slam into place. This fight ends the moment someone's knocked out or surrenders, and if you step even 1 foot out of the first floor, you lose instantly. Then someone barks, "Start." The duel explodes into a blur of lightning-fast strikes, and someone gasps when they realize just how fast Leon is. Leon snaps that he's not scared, then pounds the words out with all his might as he charges straight at Gideon. The fight keeps escalating as both fighters trade hits nonstop, and someone snarls that their jaw's getting clobbered again. Then an observer leans in, asking if they're actually holding back. Leon goes in for the attack, but someone immediately sneers and calls his skill useless. So Gideon grins, flips on Swordmaster, and screams at Leon to die as he unleashes a brutal strike. Leon storms the attack, then, right in the middle of the fight, he slams on his wake-up skill, barks the command, and rockets straight at Gideon. He's made his choice, he'll get stronger, and as the memories slam into his mind, he relives the sealed dungeon skeletons, the corpse wolves, Solana's power shattering the ice seal, the constellations from endless divine tales, and that decisive clash with the giant god, everything blazing in his chest, pushing him forward right now. Leon grits his teeth and drives forward, because if the world won't show him kindness, he'll forge it himself with sheer strength and heart. Gideon's assault cranks up and Leon roars that Gideon's family isn't a plaything. Then he slams his dagger up to stop Gideon's sword mid-swing, leaving Gideon stunned, asking how Leon can meet a blade like that with nothing but steel in his hand. He slams the Swordmaster skill reset, but Leon snaps back, firing his son's blessing skill. The golden flame surges in and supercharges his physical power for a short time. Leon snaps his voice at Gideon, "Wake up," and the duel slams back into motion with ruthless heat. Leon taunts that Gideon can't afford to underestimate him, and Gideon's eyes flare wide as he finally clocks the truth about Leon's skill. Then Leon rockets upward and hammers his foe with a brutal aerial strike. Gideon and the whole crowd gasp when the impossible strikes, his sword explodes into shards. One observer blurts, "Wait, can we rip power like that too?" While another shoots back, so the dungeon does have a real secret. And they all stare at Leon like, "What did you get your hands on with that dagger?" The sword shatters completely, then someone snaps, "Who forged this?" One of Gideon's associates finally gulps and admits, "It was me." Gideon's fury erupts, and he points the blame at them for his crushing loss. Leon starts explaining the match to Rihanna, but Gideon cuts him off fast, demanding that he never said he's giving up yet. He tells Rihanna they're jumping back into making excuses, swearing his hand slipped because the sword is defective. Then he sneers, calls it trash, and loudly orders someone to toss him a replacement sword. Meanwhile, Rian stands there with his arms crossed, frowning like this situation is driving him mad. Then he asks if he should jump in, especially if they're really still pushing forward, but Leon shuts him down fast. No help needed. Leon snaps on his alarm clock skill, and just as Gideon stares, the achievement notification blares and leaves him frozen in total shock. Leon freezes, staring at his blazing hand in pure shock as his skill upgrades right in the middle of the fight and then boom, another system notification flashes. A brand new ability is being added to Seal Release. The description spells it out. His skill Awakening unlocks Seal Release, and it doesn't just break seals, it frees people from sleep so they wake up feeling razor sharp, powered by Sun's blessing. White flames that wipe out curses, golden flames that boost recovery, and a short burst of enhanced physical strength. Leon staring at it like, "Wait, I'm not done yet," because the power ceiling suddenly feels endless. Meanwhile, Gideon triggers his Swordmaster skill and hurls a brutal twin scatter strike into the fray. Leon snaps into action the second the attack hits. He realizes he's got to create distance fast as those twin blades rip forward at brutal speed and force, But then Leon suddenly clocks the real danger. He starts grilling himself. Can Appraisal sniff out the same thing too? Is it hunting the power that can shatter the seal? His eyes flare open as his mind races for the answer, and then it hits. He found exactly what he was looking for. The brawl keeps raging, and then Leon, right as he presses forward, crushes a pitfall trap on the exploration floor. As he crashes down, he flips his alarm clock skill and shatters the seal. Boom. Gideon screams at him, demanding to know whether Leon's actually planning to quit. Gideon's eyes widen in pure horror. He suddenly realizes he's walked right into a pitfall. Leon and Gideon slam into the trap's dark abyss together. Up top, everyone watches as Gideon finally drops, and then someone yells that this battle's happening on the first floor. Cross that line and you're out, no exceptions. Someone else snaps to the conclusion that Leon's about to steal the win with a ring out, and the moment Gideon realizes what happened, frustration hits his face like a storm. Then his associates waste no time sprinting to save Lord Gideon. Meanwhile, a female guild staff member crumples into tears, choking out apologies, swearing she's devastated and couldn't stop everything from spiraling into this. The moment Leon, Mia, and the others step outside, anxious guild staff rush in, flooding them with non-stop apologies, until someone pipes up and reassures them it's fine, seriously. Mia says they almost never show up, so this is the first time she's handled it herself. Then she hears it. Rian got slammed by the blood sunset, and Rian confirms it was the same incident when his father died then. Then a guild member blares the news that the dungeon's shutting down for the day, orders every adventurer to stay put on standby, and right before they scatter, someone calls out to Leon, while Mia walks with him and pushes, "Let's go check on Rian's sister." Someone asks if Rihanna is finally heading home to rest, and Rihanna confirms it. Then she turns to Mia, says she heard her earlier, and goes, "I'm in favor too." Mia says she'll crash somewhere near the East Dungeon again tonight. Then he gets fired up, imagining those treasure chests and all the rare stuff they left behind. And after something like that gets discovered, you'd better believe he's going to regret not digging into it more, because once the East Dungeon comes alive, it's going to be buzzing like crazy. The squad huddles and calls it settled for now. Gideon's reputation is crushed, and for now he can't go pulling any more reckless stunts like before. But Rian snaps that Gideon still loathes them, and Mir shoots back, "If only winning fixed everything, that would have been amazing." Mia leans in and tells Rian that if he keeps chasing a life as an adventurer, he'll meet people he'll desperately wish he'd killed, because kindness is real but so is pure evil, and Rian just nods along in silence. Mia beams and congratulates Leon, insisting he was even more amazing than usual today. She orders him to clutch the magic stone as proof for his rain cup, and then drops the bomb that Leon already wiped out the dungeon boss, because that alone is a massive deal. Leon snaps his fingers, yeah, that's it. Then he turns to Mia and asks, since you're heading east anyway, did you drop by my place? He's got one mission, introduce her to his mom and Lou. Mia gets totally flustered and blurts that she doesn't really need something like that, then Leon presses, so that's a no, and Mia hesitates, unsure of what to say. She shoots him a "you sure about this?" question. Leon grins and admits he can't pull off anything fancy, but as long as the food's warm, it's a feast to him. Mia nods and takes him up on it, and the two stroll off down the street toward Leon's place in the East District. Leon snatched Mia up for lunch and marched her right into his family's place. Then his mom's face went wide when a level 6 adventurer showed up at their door. The whole group crowds around a steaming hot meal, and ever since what happened yesterday, the treatment, or that corpse wolf being put down, Lou looks like himself again. Mia digs in and says it was so good it made her feel calm and warm, like she was basking in sunlight. After the meal though, Leon spots something weird. Lou was squirming during lunch and it bugs him. Then she brings up the blonde from before. Then someone shrugs and says their schedules just didn't sync up today. Lou fires off a call to her big brother, and Leon can't shake the worry that something feels off with her. That night, under the crescent moon, Solana and Rian huddled on a rooftop, and Solana couldn't even find the first words, because it wasn't that she forgot, her memories were sealed. She still sees it clear as day. Legions of monsters choking the earth, while humans and gods fought a desperate, last-stand battle in the few remaining underground sectors. In the myths, the gods win, but real life flips the script fast. The gods get trapped inside the labyrinth to heal their brutal wounds, while the monsters are sealed away as raw materials, and Solana keeps laying it all out. If dungeons were old-school shelters, then the monster swarms and their generals lurking in the deepest depths are basically the ultimate smoking gun of an invasion. Then she drops a bombshell. Her and her mother are the ancient goddesses of the sun, born to blast magical power and pure light down to the surface from a celestial body drifting way out in the sky. That's why, if they ever broke for the surface, the whole world would plunge into darkness like nightfall, because they didn't just hide underground, they got hammered by monsters up top again and again, right up until the final moment. Rihanna blurts out Solana's name, then hits him with the truth, "I hate myself for not remembering sooner." Solana bursts out that the sun goddess was never some stranger, it was just her mother and her. When her mother crumpled, the devotees fought tooth and nail to get Solana out. Then, right when the seal was about to swallow her mind, she didn't freeze like everyone else, she got trapped inside a glowing gold coin. Her mother could forge pure gold like it was magic, and since gold carries the sun's mystic spark, Solana even thought about vanishing inside a coin and fleeing there, if things ever went badly. Solana ends it by blurting out, "This is the truth," and right as Rian catches it, he realizes this isn't anything like the founding myth. Solana then snaps that if the gold coins hadn't shielded her while she was barely holding on, she could have vanished for good. Thor is frozen too, but even a god pays a brutal price for that kind of stillness. God, Solana looks down and admits it. Yeah, in a way, she's already a defeated god, and to buy one more 1,000 years, the chief god rips out every ounce of power and seals everything away. Rihanna frets that maybe he let them down, and Solana starts to answer. Then Rihanna suddenly clamps both her hands tight and cuts in, "No, that's not true." He leans in and reminds her, "You saved Lou, and you even helped me survive that dungeon." Then Rian locks eyes with her, earnestly praising her, calling her a wonderful goddess exactly as she is. Solana just stands there, tears pouring down her face like her heart can't hold it in anymore. Rihanna clocks it instantly and blurts out, "Are you crying?" while he looks completely rattled, lost, confused, and thrown off. Solana wipes her eyes, forces herself to stand tall, and Rian earnestly thanks her, praising her as his very first believer, until Solana shoots back with fierce conviction that the sun never cries and she won't hang her head in shame as a god with a follower like him. That night, Rihanna and Solana take a seat on the rooftop and Rihanna lights up. Solana just knocked out his very first boss and she's like, "Hey, we're both rookies here." Solana even admits he's her very first follower too, so boom, they're both total newbies kicking off their journey side by side, and she grins, saying, "We can start right here, just you, me, and my god." Rian feels like the whole world is finally loosening its grip, like every ounce of pain is fading right on the spot and they've only just started to run. Solana leans in and says it feels like someone is quietly prying at the seal, though it could just be the seal giving up on its own. Then she stares into the mess and wonders if the dungeon is the reason. With everything spiraling like this, her fear for his sister's illness only grows sharper. Solana decides it's finally time to come back for the gold coin, and she tells Rion, "You're the reason I woke up," because 100 years ago, even that release seal skill might not have roused her without him. She flashes him a warm smile, then tells him, "You're not just a good believer, you're a good boy." Solana starts snapping back into her coin form while Rion stands there, staring in shock. But just then, everything goes sideways. A blinding glow erupts around Solana, and Rion's face twists into stunned confusion as panic hits them both and the light keeps climbing higher and higher. Eyes. Solana admits she's just as clueless, and Rihanna starts screaming about how blinding it is. Down below, everyone erupts too, yelling that the light is too bright and they can't get a wink of sleep because whatever's happening up there won't stop. Lou bursts in, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Something's wrong." The story snaps to a citywide view. Smoke claws up from burning buildings near the tower, where a fresh fire has erupted. Crowds pack the streets, eyes wide, staring up at blazing fire and choking smoke as panic swells. An aerial shot captures the chaos while people run for their lives and thick gray clouds roll everywhere. Just moments ago, Gideon shoved through the blockade and burst into the basement, blazing through the labyrinth and whipping up a storm of ash from raw, unstoppable rage, while hooded figures watch, whispering that what he's doing is wicked. One figure thinks Gideon meant to scare that kid straight, but now the noble is getting hit by the labyrinth's power firsthand, and they reckon he was trying to crack it open just to snag rare items. And now he's staring down the consequences, no metaphor. Those hooded figures lay out exactly what Gideon had been using, and they make it clear he had absolutely no idea what he'd unleashed. These ashes are the leftovers of a giant who once tried to torch the world with apocalyptic fire, until they got stopped cold and sealed away. Now this cursed item is waking up every monster that's been sleeping in the dungeon, and that's exactly why the dungeon's monsters kept multiplying in the first place. These ashes are feeding their power. Cloaked figures reveal the truth. Ashes burn the seal's ice away and then unleash the monsters, and while the royal family controls that power to make them weaker or stronger, Gideon can't ignore the twist. He's thrilled by a power that's basically the same as the royals, able to supercharge the labyrinth. The hooded figure keeps talking, bit by bit, that these ashes don't just grow stronger magic stones and rare loot, they also have a brutal catch: burn too much and you'll wake up an entity you can't ever put back to sleep. The ashes Gideon tossed burn with hot, vicious power, so nasty they practically bite. One figure clocks it and says Gideon finally looks relieved now that the labyrinth is sealed. They confirm the Raven warriors are hooked, and the target is Leon. The hooded figures snap that Gideon can't possibly have stopped stewing after getting wiped by a young noble kid, and then one of them looks down from above, grinning, because what's coming next is about to burst out. Suddenly, the building below detonates with a thunderous blast. Debris and blazing energy explode outward in a violent roar, and the armored warriors can only stare as the structure crumbles and destruction pours out. They get slammed with whiplash from what's charging out of the dark, hooded figures staring as a hulking armored monster finally crawls into view. Then one sneers that the noble looks pathetic now, while another grins and says the whole mess is perfect. And if Fenrir is the hidden boss, then this towering beast is the real master, Skrull, a sinister monster, now resurrected, because a brutal premonition of carnage is rolling in. Back at home, Mia blurts that something's gone down. Someone asks if Rihanna's planning to show up, and Mia confirms it looks like this is serious. Lou snaps at Rihan to run on and never look back, right as resolve hits him like a wave. Rihan nods and starts moving. Then Lou throws his heart into a plea to her big brother, begging him to come home safe. Rihan swears he'll come back for sure. But danger is already creeping toward the city. Then the next scene slams in with Rihanna and Solana together. Rihanna thinks, "You've kept this quiet," but the truth hits hard. He's not alone anymore, he's got a goddess at his side. Lou yells out for her big brother one last time as Rihan steps into the night. Rihan rockets down the corridor, heart pounding as he feels a crushing presence up ahead. Then he shouts that there's a massive fire to the east, the monster's voice blasting through it and an insanely powerful aura rolling in from that direction. Solana snaps at him not to hesitate and begs him to use his skill, wrap her in his shield and go. Rihan whips his head around, completely thrown off by the idea. But Solana hammers the point again, pushing him to do whatever he can. The camera snaps up to a bird's-eye view. Buildings are ripped apart and rubble litters the streets in every direction. Rian, Mia, and Perrin are scattered across the wreckage, while someone watches in shock at just how brutal the devastation is. Mia locks onto the wreckage with a face full of dread, while below, trapped souls in the flames scream for help. Rian and the others slam straight into the monsters, slicing through their ranks and driving forward like they refuse to let the chaos win. While Lion and Mia trade blows, people shout their names to stop them, and then someone blurts, "Thank you for saving us." After that, a voice immediately asks what happened to the other adventurers. Someone chimes in that everyone's scattered all over the map, or maybe they just bolted. Then they point out, "Yeah, but that's not even the worst of it. There are bigger problems we've got to deal with." A bunch of adventurers huddle up to size things out. Then one yells that the castle gates are already smashed open and enemies are flooding in. Another snaps that nobody's even here to lead them, and a third fumes that the guild's a total disaster and the East Dungeon crew is completely useless. They're begging for the Royal Guard or the Knights to finally show up, but someone else says they're just out partying again, and then another chimes in, "Don't expect them to budge until a noble signs the dispatch order." Rian tells everyone, "We do this now, lash out and thin those monsters down as much as you can." Mare nods fast, grinning like she means it, "Don't worry, I've got your back." Then Rian, Mia, and that spirit creature barreled through the monster onslaught across the shattered city, striking with razor-precise force, clearing enemies left and right as they smashed deeper into the wreckage. Down below, the crowd stares in stunned silence. Three onlookers can't believe what they're seeing, and one blurts, "This is unreal." In the middle of the city, they spot something in the background, Leon. And when someone recognizes him, they snap, "I thought that trash skill was done for." Perrin cuts in, "No, you've got to fight too." The three people freeze, then demand, "Are we really capable of helping?" Perrin pushed them on, shouting that they should call for evacuations and rush in to help anyone who needed it. And Leon backed him up, insisting they do everything they possibly could. The three onlookers swallowed the instruction, huddled together in tense silence, and felt the full weight of what they were being asked to do. Meanwhile, Rian and Mia barrel through the chaos, side by side with their spirit creature, smashing through the monster swarm as they storm forward. All around them, Perrin and Leon crowd in with the other observers as the display plays on, and Rian shouts at Mia to move now, push the enemies back and make a stand right at the castle gates. Now one of the onlookers finally clicks, realizing this move could actually work. Leon stands apart from the group, locked in, reading every detail of what's unfolding. Then he suddenly screams for someone to get out of the way as a massive explosion rips through the battlefield. Leon barrels forward through the wreckage. He shatters through with raw force. Boom! The impact blasts debris into the air and the person nearby gets slammed backward. Grunting through the shockwave's blast, an observer freezes in disbelief, because Leon looks like a giant tearing straight through the chaos. Leon and Solana brace on higher ground, staring down the battlefield. Then Solana's radiant goddess form ignites into view. Down the street, Skrull of the Wolfbones towers into view, flames licking along his dark armor as the monster general's power swallows the ruined roads. Skrull clocks it instantly, sensing a presence that feels weirdly familiar nearby. Something he's felt before crashes back. Skrull locks in on Solana's realization, she's the sun goddess. Skrull's mind races as he scrutinizes what he's seeing, wondering if that's really her daughter, or just a cruel lookalike, and the moment he starts talking, he's lost in memories, gushing about how mind-blowingly delicious it was and how utterly exquisite it felt to drink in a goddess's power. Leon fires off a question to Solana, asking if anyone's around, and Leon instantly confirms there's not a soul in sight from where he stands. Meanwhile, Solana's goddess form locks onto the chaos, and Leon figures out exactly what needs doing. Running away is the one sin he can't afford. He's got no choice, he has to fight this monster, the very one that committed deicide against her mother. Skrull's terrifying jaws glare at them and the fight is about to explode, three standing shoulder to shoulder as Solana blazes in her goddess form. Rian grips his weapon and Leon braces himself. Rian snaps that they're going in, Leon swears they'll take Skrull down together, and determination hardens Leon's face as they rush to clash with Skrull. Then Leon and Rian charge straight into Skrull, no hesitation. The massive wolf general refuses to budge and Rian realizes Skrull's body is pure solid, built like it can't be broken. Leon stares at the damage his attack caused, realizing it nearly broke his wrist even though he was the one who swung first, and Skrull just shrugs it off, calling Leon a weakling. Then Skrull bursts forward with a brutal counterattack. His raw momentum slams into everything around them and tears it apart. Leon clocks the danger in a split second. If something like that lands on him, it's over. The monster general doesn't budge for a second, stone still in his stance until a voice suddenly shouts to steal Skrull's focus. Skrull turns, sizing them up at their speed, grins, and tells them they're surprisingly fast. He'll give them credit for that. Then Skrull slams down with a gigantic area attack, and the impact blasts everyone backward. Leon, the spirit creature, and the rest get trapped in the blast radius as a desperate scream erupts from the strike. After everything crashes down, someone yells to Mia, "One more time." And while the echo of the chaos hangs in the air, Skrull tries to wrap his head around what just happened, furious at the sheer nonsense of the attack. Mia rockets forward with her axe held high, roaring that she'll buy them time. Time drags on as the spirit creature clashes right beside her, while Skrull hangs back and watches the whole assault with sharp, amused interest. Meanwhile, Solana shouts at Rion, begging him to break her seal, but he slams it down. "Not yet," he says, because the timing's dead wrong. Solana starts leaking divine power even with the rules crushing her. Goddess form ignites in a swirl of ethereal light while that spirit creature hangs close, and radiant energy blasts outward like a warning bell. Her sunlight bursts across the whole battlefield, but Skrull spots the trick instantly, smirking as he fires back that the same light meant to crush demons is way too weak in her hands right now. Skrull lunges and smashes Solana head-on. She grunts from the impact, and Rion blurts her name in full-blown panic. That strike lands with a brutal thud and she reels backward. Because the real nightmare hits immediately, Skrull sinks in and he's tasting her divine magic the moment he makes contact. And through that link, he can stare right into her memories like a wolf feasting, savoring every second and clocking just how dangerously delicious her magic is. While Solana grimaces through the pain, still insisting she's fine and that she'll bounce back and regenerate in no time. Skrull stares at the group and someone fires back, asking if this is really the strongest move. Then the massive wolf general snaps at Leon's behavior. "What the hell is this? Are you some kind of believer or what?" He blasts the whole idea of the weak trying to protect someone as plain, straight-up foolishness. Lean in toward the party and Mia starts clocking everyone's skills while Rion says he's already watched swordsmanship and axe skills clash in real fights. Then someone spells out the truth. When the gods were about to get crushed by the monsters, they handed their power to humanity. And that's when they hit the real question, is a skill just that borrowed god juice? Lord Audi shattered the gods' power and tossed it to humans, and that's how understanding finally settled in. Suddenly, Skrull's massive jaws slam into the frame as he spits out his verdict. Because even the original gods couldn't beat him, and there's no way these guys can take down someone who weaponized a god-given skill to bring a god down. Solana's fist tightens as doubt slithers in, replaying his words and making her wonder if she's really doomed to lose. But Leon fights back on the spot, snapping that she's wrong though he's breaking inside, because Lou and Mom handed him strength and that's exactly why he won't ever quit. Leon snaps with raw emotion, yelling that being protected doesn't make him powerless, and that when Solana's in pain, it's his turn to step up and fight. Suffering hangs in the air until Solana's face softens the second she hears him call out her name. The spirit creature swivels toward her and asks if the goddess is hurting too. Meanwhile, Skrull just watches, grinning like this is hilarious. Sure, he looks defeated, but he still has plenty of small fry. And then he drops the bomb. He's starting his reign over again, using these guys as the foundation. Skrull fires off brutal questions about remnants, but the answer snaps back cold and clear. They're not defeated, and they sure as hell haven't been left behind. Rion, Lou, and Leon huddle up like a single unit, then they slam their fists down and swear they're done with the old world, because from here on out, they're building something completely new. Then Skrull throws his jaws wide open to unleash his attack, and just like he swallowed the sun back then, he's about to devour them all too. Suddenly, someone shouts Leon's name straight into a warning and then horror hits. Leon's arm starts to break apart and dissolve right before their eyes. Rion's frozen in shock, gripping the spirit creature as he stares at it all unfold, while at the same time he realizes the seal release is twitching in response to something moving nearby. A cloaked figure bursts in from the dungeon entrance, breathless and apologizing for the delay, saying they grabbed it from the lowest floor of the East Dungeon. Then the system fires off alarm pings, and alarm clock seals are being used to execute it, and the Horn of Awakening gets unsealed. Leon freezes with wide eyes, gripping something in his hands, while the spirit creature watches him like it's waiting for the next move. Ethereal light and glowing particles whirl around him as he gapes at the horn in pure disbelief. The cloaked figure orders them to use it. Leon's face snaps into shock as he grips it, but then the truth hits. The horn was found by Leon's father after all. Solana keeps her face cool as she takes it all in, and the whole crew locks in, standing firm, staring down Skrull and the huge army of monsters flooding the dungeon. Then system notifications explode across the screen, unseal skill alarm activated, lights and energy surge through the void as Leon slams the horn's power. Someone in the group blurts out, "What does that horn even summon?" And the activation sequence keeps ratcheting up, building toward something massive, something they're about to uncover, while another person gasps, "We've finally awakened it." Then across the royal capital, an unbelievable phenomenon ignites as rainbow light beams blast from the labyrinth's east, west, north, and south, shooting straight into the night sky. In the city below, an old man sprawls on his back, eyes fixed on the sky's wonder, thanking the gods for this perfect gift, laughing with pure relief as 4 rainbow bridges burst from the walls and arc into the dark. The whole dungeon network snaps into place, and with the unsealing, a massive surge of power detonates through the area like a roaring wave. Someone blurts out that this is a huge shock, and right then a spirit creature gets launched and tumbles through the air, stunned by just how enormous all of it is. Then Thor finally explodes into action. Leon gets yanked by the god of thunder in that massive grip, Thor thunder roaring that it's been 1,000 years, who knows how many days, and he can't believe the Horn of Awakening just rang again. Leon can't even move, just staring in total shock at this legendary guy who somehow materialized out of nowhere. Then Thor snaps his focus to Solana and her greeting of his granddaughter. He steps in, tells her it's been forever, and Solana's face lights up as she instantly recognizes him, shouting his name with pure, jaw-dropping surprise. Thor and Skrull stand toe-to-toe over a shattered city, 2 ancient rivals colliding again after centuries trapped away. Then Skrull snarls out Thor's name like it's pure poison. Thor finally admits he wants to take the Skrulls down himself and settle the score after all this time. But then he shuts it down, declines like, "No way, I don't need to snatch a slice of your heroic saga." The god nods and admits this fight is for the new generation, not for him. Then Thor hands Leon his divine protection, and right when it lands, a system notification pops up. Leon just gained the Thunder God's power, and now he can wield the Thunder God's hammer. Leon freezes in pure shock as glowing power surges to life in his hands, while Rion stands right behind him. Then, out of nowhere, a mysterious sphere of cracked energy forms inches in front of them. Leon shoots back the biggest question of his life: what is this power even supposed to be? But Thor doesn't wait, barking at him to use his blessing. So Leon hurls the Thunder God's hammer, and the blast erupts with brutal, earth-shaking power. Lightning and thunder ripped through the dungeon like it was getting torn apart, and the shockwave slammed everyone nearby as Leon's divine strike obliterated everything in its path. Rion, Mia, and the rest snapped up their shields, staring in stunned disbelief at the destruction he'd just unleashed. Thor throws an apology at Leon, admitting that the power hits far harder than he ever imagined, while Rion blurts out from the side, frantic, checking if Leon's truly okay after that brutal attack. Just as someone wonders if another power surge is about to hit, this time from the south, a radiant figure drops from the sky, sparkling armor, flowing robes, and wings spread wide, and Leon blurts, "Who are you?" The divine being steps in and declares, "I'm Sigris of the Valkyries." Sigris pledges her loyalty and thanks to Leon, and just as she does, another system pop-up screams that Leon has secured the medicine god's protection, so now he can finally use the Valkyrie spoon. Valkyries are the ones who guide and heal human warriors, and Sigris insists the first move is to patch them up. She lifts her divine spoon, announces she'll heal everyone, and blazing healing light surges across the battlefield. He bursts through the chaos, getting to every wounded fighter and trapped civilian, and as healing magic washes over them, they feel it happen. Their wounds start closing right before their eyes. The monster wounds sealed up like they were never there, and everyone just blurts, "What the heck is going on?" Leon, Rion, and Mia stand there slackjawed at the divine miracle while Perrin and Lu gawk as the impossible healing keeps unfolding. Then Sigris locks eyes with Leon and promises, "We'll meet again, hero." She and Thor slip out together, disappearing into a glowing sphere that shrinks away from the dungeon, and Leon fires back, "Meet again, like, what are you talking about?" Then she drops the truth. That spoon wasn't just some old trinket, it belonged to an ancient god, a divine relic made to summon gods for war. Meanwhile, Mia clocks it, every god hidden in the eastern dungeon and the other dungeon directions around the royal capital has just awakened, and Leon instantly gets what that means. Sealed gods in all those scattered dungeons around the area are coming to life. Suddenly, the royal capital erupts. Across every street, the awakened gods slam into Skrull's monstrous army, and everywhere you look divine fighters tear through wargs, kobolds, and undead hordes in a war nobody's seen in over 1,000 years. Then a goddess, long, shining hair and dazzling robes, materializes in front of Leon, and she steps right up to him like it's totally normal, introducing herself as Ul and flashing a bright good morning with all the casual confidence in the world. The second Leon senses that divine presence, a system alert erupts on screen. He just grabbed the divine hunt blessing and now he can activate Wild Heart. In the dungeon corridor, the crew freezes as another god steps out and faces Leon. Then boom, goblins spill in from behind the houses and a full-on brawl erupts, with one fighter swinging a cross-shaped weapon straight into the monsters. Once the dust settles, Leon and all stand side by side. Leon leans in and asks how she even saw that danger coming. All tells her she can feel when his alarm clock skill kicks in, and Leon blurts her name to confirm it, right as it goes off. Then a sinister dark sphere rips into existence above them, crackling with raw electric power. Everyone stares at it with worry, and sweat pours down her face. They all stare as the phenomenon keeps rolling, and then someone gasps, "Lights back again," only this time the air around it feels darker, colder, and way more ominous than before. Meanwhile, a dark-haired divine figure pops into view beside Leon and all, flashing a grin so wide it practically steals the scene. The god leans in and says, "Yeah, it's been way too long," because now they finally get to meet face to face. The dark-haired god leans in and tells Leon not to panic, insisting that even with all this chaos swirling around them, he'll always stand by Leon. Then he adds, "Sure, the other gods are great, but don't you dare forget Loki, too." Then another system ping hits. Leon has the demon god's protection now, and boom, he can use double tongue. Loki just stares and goes, "That was insanely fast." Suddenly, Loki barks orders to Leon and all, pointing and screaming like a battle commander. Then they snap into action and swarm the goblin he just spotted. They team up and smash the monster with perfectly timed hits, while Loki erupts into wild laughter, loving every second of the chaos as the fight rages on. Leon and Ul tear through a fresh swarm of goblins while Loki looms above them until a furious voice snaps at Loki. Then he mutters a half-hearted apology, admitting it's pointless if the town gets burned down in the end. The clash rages on and one of them blurts, "Are the enemies still lurking around nearby?" The impact blast throws something spinning through the air and Rion snaps into action, reacting like he's been hit, while the comments all keep piling in, saying it's a shame. Loki snaps to attention the moment he realizes he's been caught, and then he throws the blame at the Skrulls, said the beast didn't weaken them first. A flashback slams into the past. Rion, Perrin, Leon, and Mia fought side by side, all of them going all in against the enemy. A hooded figure suddenly drops into view, a dark silhouette against the sky, and it mutters that all this trouble to track them down and the sisters done for too, like it's hopeless. Then without warning, the hooded figure snaps, "Wait." Leon fires back, asking if sister is code for Lu, then Loki smirks and says he's heading out right now. Loki's face cracks like shattering glass as he tells Leon, "Nice to see you again," but Leon just freezes in total shock, and then a glowing vision blooms between them. You see this bright, happy moment, Solana, Rion, the spirit creature, and everyone else gathered together, while Loki and Leon face off across the space, and that shocking revelation hangs there like it might explode. Meanwhile, the battle rips across the capital, Skrull towering over everything as adventurers, clerics, Leon, Rion, Mia, Perrin, and a flood of others clash head-on with the monster threat, and you can practically feel how intense it's getting. The air gets tense as the hooded figures launch into Leon's father's tale, how he fought that monster on the frontier with zero backup, just endless battles against wave after wave of beasts, until that deadly horn was unearthed during the fight by Lord Luger, who then gave his life guarding the capital, his comrades, and every town that needed him. Leon's eyes snap wide. This is exactly what his father did. Two hooded figures loom on either side, Leon trapped in the middle as he grips the horn. He blurts that the fight kicked off in a dungeon nobody had ever found, and that horn was the treasure his father dug up in there. Leon's fighting back tears as he keeps talking. His dad left him the horn because if you're all strength and no kindness, you'll never be able to leave anything worth keeping behind. Solana spots the look on Leon's face and blurts, "What's wrong?" Leon's mind races. This was never supposed to end like this. The idea that his mother could just leave them all behind feels straight up impossible to accept. Then boom, a system notification pops up as Leon blasts his wake-up skill, tearing his seal release open, and golden energy surges into his hand while the text flashes. Gold is a metal that locks in the power of the sun. Loki and Leon huddle side by side in their hooded disguises. Turns out the answer was waiting there the whole time. Then the magical energy detonates like a thunderclap, blasting outward, and Lou gets flung backward by the raw shockwave. Her body has no chance to survive. She screams that the magic her mother left her is totally gone. Then Solana surges up into her full goddess form, floating in the air as radiant divine light blasts outward and her flowing robes whip through the wind. While the massive warg and the other fighters tear through the city in a full-on battle, Perrin freezes, staring up in raw disbelief as the impossible transformation unfolds before her very eyes. The hooded fighter flinches at the raw power while Skrull's giant silhouette towers over the city like a nightmare carved from shadow. Then, right in front of them, someone's yanked to safety as blazing light erupts across the capital, and the fighter instantly realizes what it is. Solana floats in her divine form, blazing with radiant power, and calls out to Rion, telling him the sun's power has climbed back into the sky. Then, like the goddess she is, she promises a fresh blessing and demands what kind of power he wants. She kept talking, and as her words hit the air, he stared her down with pure determination, already weighing whether to cut her off. Rion lays it out. He needs a mighty shield to slam shut the path ahead so he can protect everyone. Then it bursts into existence in a swirl of magical energy, and Lou and the others lock in shoulder to shoulder as pairing, backed by adventurers all around them. Rion keeps going. Solana grins and says she's got it. He's asking for a greatsword that can carve a path straight into the future. Solana leans in and tells Rion, "I get it now why Audi gave his skills to humans. Humans don't just grow fast like the god did, they carry some insane gift for inheriting power." A glowing magical orb bursts into the scene beside an open case holding a divine treasure, and from parent to child, the legacy gets handed down, skills, items, and heart included. Lord Audi stacked his faith on humanity, training divine skills, handing them down to the next generation, and pushing everyone until they were finally strong enough to crush the monsters. Rihanna and Solana lock side by side in blinding light as Solana's big truth finally lands, humanity's potential exploding into view, while the key players flash by, Solana glowing as a radiant goddess and young Lou standing firm in her adventurer gear. From up above, the adventurers watched and old memories crashed back like thunder. Lord Audi had always believed in humanity's inherited traits and the power to grow. But Skrull spat in the face of it all, calling human potential pure nonsense. Then the massive wolf roared that this time he'd wipe out both gods and humans, crushing every last shred of hope with his own hands. That radiant greatsword crashes into the great shield in front of them, and Perrin and Lou jerk in shock, then lock in with fierce resolve, just as the declaration lights a fuse in the battlefield, and someone barks at Lou to cut straight through that shield. She flexed her skill and shouted a blessing of the sun. Loki lunges, unleashing wild, roaring flames as divine power crashes through the battlefield, and the young adventurer braces to unleash her full strike, because the energy keeps swelling higher and higher until the narration hits the truth. Sword of the Sun's Daughter, infused with the Sun's Daughter herself. A girl looms beneath that massive, shadowy threat, and both pairings plus Lou stand their ground, jaws set, eyes burning just before the decisive strike snaps into the air. Someone notices it instantly. The skeletons all around get blasted away by the sheer aftershock, and when the dust clears, the battlefield's packed with wrecked undead, while even Loki looks wrecked, torn, and drained from the brutal intensity of the fight. Right at the bottom of the scene, Skrull's giant wolf head is badly battered, his teeth clenched, snarling with pure rage and pain because that hit actually landed and hurt him for real. Meanwhile, Lu is still taking it all in. This monster tore through the town and left countless people bleeding in his wake. And boom, Solana's mother enters the scene. The massive wolf girl snarls with bared fangs as Solana in her goddess form stands ready below in Leon. Then Lu erupts, screaming that she'll never forgive him, vowing that he won't let a single soul get hurt again. Her face contorts with fury and pure will as the wreckage and pain fuel her sprint toward the chaos. Skrull snaps to it fast. His absolute defense shield is getting crushed. At the same time, Lu makes her choice, vowing to become the strongest and still stay gentle. Then both Lu and Leon surge forward, throwing everything they've got into the fight. Leon stands with fierce determination as the decisive moment closes in, then the combined attack crashes down and lands for real. The Skrull's towering body eats the blast head-on, explosions rip his defenses apart, shockwaves slam through the battlefield, and debris explodes everywhere as his massive form gets completely obliterated, the whole war zone tearing open with the fury of that impact. The explosion rips through the battlefield and, when the light fades, Leon and Lu float together in a holy, radiant sky, clouds swirling, energy blazing around them, while down below the whole crew stares frozen as Solana stands in her goddess form with Leon right at the center. With Rion, Mia, Perrin, Loki, and a whole crowd of adventurers closing in, Leon finally blurts out that he pulled it off, and the shock slams through everyone at once. They actually lived and they won. Then the celebration explodes, someone shouts, "We did it!" While another can't stop saying, "I can't believe Rion actually took down that monster," and a third voice roars, "Rion is incredible." Rion stands there with his eyes shut, basking in the praise like it's music, wearing the biggest grin imaginable, Lu's smiling right along with him. Solana's warm smile stays on, eyes closed, and Leon looks up at everyone as relief and pure happiness hit him all at once. Then out of nowhere, a voice snaps across the battlefield, echoing like thunder. Lu blurts out, "What is this voice and where is it coming from?" And Solana freezes in total, jaw-dropped shock. Meanwhile, Leon clocks it instantly, "Those are the words of God." Three clerics tilt their heads skyward, trying to make sense of it all. Then a divine voice booms to every adventurer as a crescent moon glows overhead, warning that monsters stronger than the ones they've been fighting are already crawling into the world. A hooded figure stands with a grim crowd, and the proclamation booms on, telling adventurers they already have the weapons to strike, that the skills they were given are all they need to crush the monsters and stop the world from ending again. Leon's frozen in shock, staring up as he blurts that he's never heard a message like this, his thoughts racing as he scrambles to decode what the end really means and why the gods are finally warning them right now. As the divine message fades, someone blurts that this has to be one of those world-shaking alerts, and right away another chimes in that the same kind of message popped up for someone just 2 years ago. The group finally catches their breath, because they just realized they survived the whole battle. Then Rion bursts into laughter and points out that the guild building also went up in flames, so who's even supposed to pay them out? Loki huffs that if they don't get their money after all this, he'll straight up cry. Rion approaches with shaky nerves, reaches out and pats Leon on the shoulder, then asks if he managed to get out all right. Rion snaps to the old man from the antique shop, and right on cue the beast person shopkeeper steps out, gulping out that he barely escaped with his life. Behind him, the building lies in total ruins, shattered to the ground, yet he can't help but turn to Leon and thank him straight to his face for what he just did. Then he adds one last thing and tells Leon to protect his little sister with his life. Lu tells Leon, "I don't care how it happened, I'm just relieved we won." Right after that brutal battle, someone jumps in asking, "Leon, you okay?" Leon gives a shaky, "I'm fine," but then admits something still crawling around in his head. The camera swings back across the whole town, shattered buildings looming, smoke curling up from everywhere, and terrified townspeople scattered through the wreckage, forcing someone to stop and take it all in. Down below, Sigra stands poised in her jaw-dropping Valkyrie armor, ready to strike. Someone begs Leon to use Sigris to speed up the recovery, and Leon snaps the skill on. Then the medicine god's blessing hits. A text box flashes that Valkyria's spoon is now active, and the widening area floods with recovery magic. But you pay for it in calories and power. Still, Leon barrels through the wreckage, blasting healing energy into anyone who's hurt. A long-haired woman with cuts and bruises suddenly jerks upright, stares at her own body like she can't believe it. Then Leon asks if it still hurts. She pauses and her face brightens as she realizes, "No pain at all, I'm completely healed." Leon keeps pushing forward, hunting for survivors, then a terrified woman begs him to save her daughter and he says yes without even thinking. Right after that, Leon spots Ole clutching the spirit creature and yells that a girl's still hiding nearby. People finally start spotting the kids Leon's been tracking and one person blurts, "Wait, he really was here." Another voice claims that kid as theirs, yet Leon just stands there cool as stone while families crash back together all around him. A child yells "Mom, Dad," and the parents sprint over in seconds. A woman floods with relief, says she's just so happy they're safe and crushes them into a fierce, shaking hug. The dark-haired mother who'd just been healed sits there, sobbing openly as tears pour down her face, her fist clamped tight with raw gratitude, while Paring stands nearby with a soft smile, praying that Lou is safe too. Someone finally asks Leon, "Wait, how do you know where they are?" Because the same weird thing happened back then too. Leon leans in and says, "It's like I hear a voice coming from over there." He decides to double-check something, then blurts his status out loud. Ole stands right there clutching the spirit creature while Leon gapes at the screen, sensing something's off. Then the status window pops up with everything, and Leon's hit with pure shock as it reveals Rion is 14 years old, male and level 18, with every detailed skill description flooding the bottom of the display. The shock slams into him, his power rockets from an 11 to an 18 in one insane shot. Every stare hits a stunned silence and Leon's face goes wide with pure disbelief, because what he's seeing spills into the panel in a full, detailed list of everything he's just gained. Leon's mind was sprinting. This couldn't be a dream, not with his gut screaming the truth. He realized they'd handed him 6 skills at once when most people only get one from Lord Audi and then grind it into power as they grow. Then someone broke down what the boosted skills actually do, and suddenly the madness of it all clicked into place. The 4 divine blessings are laid out right in front of Leon, and you can see every gift he got, starting with Ole's hunting god blessing Heart of the Wild, which sharpens his detection, and when he's low on magic, it even lets him sense magic itself. Then Thor's thunder god blessing kicks in, he gets the thunder hammer, and it blasts a violent electric shock through everything. Meanwhile, Loki's demon god blessing twists his power, granting him a forked tongue that lets him merge 2 blessings into one. At last, Sigris handed him the medicine god's Valkyria spoon, one miraculous bite that blasts healing across a wider range, but drains his magic power to pay the price. Leon bursts in saying he's back and Sigris reveals she's got fresh medicine to test, while Ole can't stop wondering what kind of creatures even exist in this era. Then someone points out that everyone finally got to meet Lord Loki. Leon just stands there stunned by everything that's just gone down and all he can think is, Solana alone was already chaos, so what now? Then 4 names slam into his head. Thor, Sigris and Loki, the gods tied to him now. The story snaps to a grand temple corridor as a lone figure climbs stone stairs, while somewhere else Thor charges headfirst into an ancient dungeon, tearing through ward creatures and monsters in the sealed areas, fighting the beasts that had been trapped there with him. The camera yanks back to reveal a colossal divine realm adrift in space, grand temple towers floating among the stars, packed with Greek-style halls and even towering pyramids, while thunderous clouds churn beneath it as the whole celestial world hangs in the cosmos. In the divine realm's grand temple, 3 goddesses crowd together, Sigris in shining ceremonial armor, light-haired and unshakable on one side, the dark-haired goddess staring ahead at the center, and Ole, shorter-haired, standing strong on the other, while all 3 divine beings wait in the celestial palace. A hooded old man with a beard greets the one who's just come back to the divine realm. He blurts, "Welcome home, Otis," then snaps it back mid-sentence and declares, "My Lord Odin." As the figure finally arrives, everyone falls into reverent silence. Then the dark-haired goddess leans in and asks Odin if it went well, and the hooded Odin answers with a deep, thoughtful hum. Then the scene snaps away. Leon is grinning, while Odin just stares and says he'll awaken him, praising how the kid honed his powers safely and kept his little sister protected. Back in the divine temple, Odin and the goddess stand in the grand hall beneath billowing curtains when someone blurts out, "The monster's back and it's revived." Odin looms in the divine temple, his robes billowing hard as the scene reveals Leon, Solana, and Lou trapped in swirling divine energy beneath him. Odin breaks the silence about what's coming next, and that terrifying question hangs there, screaming, can they really dodge the next apocalypse? Meanwhile, inside a building, a blonde adventurer in gear storms in and shouts Selbus's name, saying she's thrilled to see him again after all this time, but that kind of reunion always brings trouble. Selbus, dark-haired and wearing glasses, snaps back, "What do you mean?" The chat keeps rolling and someone bluntly says, of course everyone would freak out if Selbus showed up for some lowly apprentice, because everyone still doesn't know that Lady Sophia's awakening hasn't been made public yet. So you're like, wait, what kind of trick is this? Because someone's demanding to know how the great saint pulls off hiding as an apprentice. The blonde woman shoots back that she dressed this way on purpose, and the chatter won't die until someone blurts out, so Selbus is really coming. Does that mean he read Ark's letter and realized he couldn't have picked a worse time? Selbus fires back with pure intensity, saying the letter claimed the intermediary was the Night Luminaria, then pauses and admits he has no clue what that person even looks like and he only showed up because he heard they were here. The blonde woman clocks that Selbus already knows she can't stand roundabout games, then someone shrugs and says he could have just asked around at the church, right as the whole talk slips into nostalgic memories. And then someone drops the truth bomb, no matter how time grinds on, people don't change nearly as much as you'd hope. After 20 years, they start wondering if Selbus has changed too, even though they're already admitting they know he really has. While all that's happening, the dark-haired woman smiles and says Selbus's juniors, Lilith and Lou, have turned out absolutely wonderful. Selbus fires back, saying it's totally different to watch a kid grow than it is to act like an adult's size could ever be compared, because 20 years ago that adult would have been a child. The blonde woman snaps, asking if he's totally beyond saving, and then someone else chimes in that Selbus might already be gone for good. Suddenly, Selbus reaches for something, and the blonde woman snaps that he can't touch a maiden's soft skin without permission, then adds that Ark said the same thing in his letter too because Selbus hasn't changed a bit. Then the talk swings to Selbus becoming a royal court mage. He admits it's awesome having free reign to shape his magic, but those non-stop annoying chores are the one real curse, and someone points out that Selbus has always said he only wanted to dive into magic research. From up here you can see the whole city, towers, rooftops, the lot, while he mutters that his personality's got some rough edges, but one thing's undeniable. His magic skills are some of the best in the kingdom and folks from everywhere still come running to him. The blonde woman yells for Selbus, asking if she can ask him a question. Selbus shoots back, "What is it?" And she jumps in, "Are you worried?" Then Selbus drops a total bombshell. He's married and he's got kids, and the blonde woman's jaw just hits the floor from sheer shock. Selbus fires back that her inner thoughts are spilling out way too loud, that's just plain rude, period, and the blonde woman internally admits the truth. While all their old comrades were tying the knot, she really expected at least this guy wouldn't. The blonde woman freezes in pure shock, blurting out how on earth Selbus could ever have a normal romantic life. Then someone tells her, yeah, that's a whole lineup of rude comments. The talk keeps rolling. Someone asks, was Selbus a noble? And Selbus snaps back, what do you mean was, I'm still a noble. He lays it out like this. It's an arranged marriage pushed by their parents, both families get something out of it and there's just no real reason for anyone to fight back. That blonde woman still can't wrap her head around it. Of all people, even Service got married somehow, and then someone asks her, so, do you want to get married too or what? The Service lets out a laugh and tells her that's the face you make when trouble's about to hit, then immediately offers, I can put in a good word for you because you're the great saint. You can pick from royals or nobles, basically anyone you want. The blonde woman lifts a sign that reads no thank you, and bluntly says she's not trying to get married or anything, she's just shocked by how fast people are changing, and the service team quietly picks up on it. Then the blonde woman leans by the window and beams, saying the world finally eased up and she's got some breathing room at last, so right now she's just going to savor the moment, and everyone else jumps in like, yeah, that's exactly how it feels. Service looks the blonde woman in the eye and tells her she just saved the world by giving up her life, so now she's free and she doesn't have to be tied to anyone anymore. The blonde woman leans in and says she's got one more question, and Service immediately goes, all right, what is it this time? She brings up the time Service was sobbing when she purified the demon lord's miasma. But Service just stands there, stone cold and silent, and insists she's got the wrong memory from way back, yet the blonde woman erupts, shouting back that he's completely wrong. The back and forth won't quit. She swears he was crying, while Service keeps slamming the claim down, insisting she's wrong and it's all in her head, until the blonde woman finally starts doubting herself. Then someone calls it out, wait, this is the first thing we're talking about, and asks if they've got an actual topic they want to hit, while another voice tells Lady Sophia, maybe we should get to the point already, and she nods like, yeah, we should. Suddenly, everything snaps to a crystal object sitting in someone's hands. Selvis points it out and says Ark ordered him to study it, revealing it's forged from crystallized magic power and packed with holy energy. Selvis watches Lady Sophia shrug it off like it's nothing, and she tells him she figured he'd be way more fired up, like a kid finally spotting something this mysterious for the first time. Lady Sophia points out that Selvis has grown a lot where it really matters, and Selvis smirks back that he's been borrowing it for research for more than 5 years. Then Lady Sophia fires back, repeating, so you're saying that was 5 years ago, and Selvis snaps, yeah, over 5 years ago. Suddenly, Lady Sophia snaps, where on earth did you get that? And points out that back then she was still locked inside the crystal purifying the miasma, then flat out asks if that doesn't sound terrifyingly weird. Selvis says he rushed over to check on Sophia and while he was there cracked a bit of the crystal and grabbed some, then Lady Sophia snaps and screams at him, what the hell are you doing? Then Ruchin snaps, demanding to know what Selvis planned to do if Lady Sophia got hit. What was the backup plan? Lady Sophia fires back that if that miasma had somehow spilled out, everything could have spiraled fast. Selvis pushes back, saying that with a crystal that massive, taking a little shouldn't make a difference at all, and right. Just a moment, Selvis drops the truth. When Sophia was first sealed, even the high-ups were shaking, terrified she'd lose to the miasma and let the contamination crawl across everything, and he says there's no stopping those endless, what if fears people keep spiraling over. The talk keeps rolling and Lady Sophia admits that this whole mess still gnaws at her, while Selvis fires back that after decades trapped inside the crystal, soaked in all that miasma, he can totally see why it would shake her that way. Sophia admits that even she, who sealed the Demon King with her own hands, never had a clue how it would all turn out, and she warns that it's only natural for everyone around her to feel uneasy when she's walking around with something that dangerous inside her. Selvis snaps back that if he'd only realized Sophia's magic and holy power were trapped in that crystal, he'd have gone straight into figuring out how to use it. Maybe that could genuinely help her, and Sophia admits he might be right. Ruchin admits it's still terrifying to watch Selvis do something that could drag Lady Sophia into danger, and Lady Sophia nods, "You're right, Ruchin." Then Selvis snaps to the truth, she's Sophia's guardian. Then the vibe flips to something lighter. Sophia announces, loud and confident, that she's Ruchin's guardian, and Ruchin immediately snaps back, insisting she doesn't believe it for a second. True, meanwhile, Sophia can't stop thinking about it and it hits her like a bomb with the pin half pulled, ready to blow any second. Selvis nods along and says, that's exactly why we locked you in the church basement, so you'd be right there with all the other saintesses on standby. Sophia blurts that she's still wrapping her head around how they treated her like hazardous material, and that's a total gut punch. Then someone steps in and says they should thank Ark and the king for handling it with such careful control. And then the revelation keeps getting uglier. Someone even suggests, at one point, tossing Sophia's safety aside and having the saints tear the place down and purify it. Selvis told everyone that he and Ark killed that idea right away, because they knew handing it to Sophia wouldn't cause a single problem. Sophia's eyes go wide, she can't believe it and blurts out, wait, are you serious? Then Sophia turns to Selvis and cuts through the charm. Sure, everything sounds good, but grabbing that crystal without permission is not something he can stand by, and Selvis knows it, admitting she's got sharp instincts. He brushes it off, it's in the past, so whatever, and Sophia scoffs right along, then quickly changes the subject, saying she wanted to ask Selvis about her equipment. Selvis leans in and asks if she's talking about the Holy Maiden's robe, then Sophia snaps back. When she woke up, her holy robe was shredded and the staff her heart is tied to, gone without a trace, no idea where it went. So yeah, right now she's stuck wearing starter gear. Because in the fight with the Demon King, she lost her clothes and her staff too. King, Sophia shoots back that in a world where nobody knows when the Demon King's army will come roaring back, she refuses to be caught off guard, so she wants to be ready for anything because unlike Ark or Brian, she's a rearguard and that's her job. With the gear she's got right now, she doesn't feel safe at all. Then someone chimes in and they start talking directly to Selvis about what's going on. Sophia fires off a question to Selvis, does he know any craftsmen? If he does, can he set her up with one? Selvis just makes this totally confused sound. Then boom, Selva snaps that she isn't even thinking of asking him, and Sophia fires back that he can't force them to serve. The argument keeps rolling until someone tells Sophia to just go ahead. If service really would make them, maybe then they'd ask him. Selvis yanks his hands over his face and blurts out that a real mage doesn't just cast magic. He studies it, then forges the magical tools that make it all possible. Someone nods like they finally get it, and then Selvis drops his full plan piece by piece. Someone asks if he's already got a concept, and Selvis grins. Yeah, he's got it all planned. He tells them he's going to weave those crystals into every piece of equipment, because they're soaked in Sophia's holy magical power, so the fit has to be flawless. And in an earlier test, even a tiny shard cut down the miasma, meaning these things should blast through the threat and keep everything strong. Sophia flat out admits she only gets about half of it, then the other person just nods along, clearly hearing her. Selvis keeps the hype alive, grinning as he says he'll supercharge the old high saint robes and braid the crystals right into the fabric. Then someone points out, with that trick, Sophia's staff will start using the crystal just as it is. Sophia balks at the whole crystalline clothes idea until someone tells her the crystals were born from her own holy power and magic power, so she can command their shape with her will. Someone says she figured it out the same way, and Sophia blurts, "My guess, it's almost certainly true." Then Selvis shrugs and says he'll need her help too. Sophia perks up instantly, all fired up. Sophia begs him to make sure the outfit isn't too flashy, something that looks like a plain saint's robe is perfect. Then she adds with a knowing grin that saints aren't exactly ordinary beings to begin with. Selvis nods like he totally gets it, promises he'll dial back the flash, and then leans in with one thing on his mind: he's counting on her. Sophia demands to know about payment, and someone snaps back that it's unnecessary, but Selvis erupts, insisting she won't work for free, not even if they were old comrades. Selvis says that back then, since the whole crew was green, they shoved the sacrifice onto her alone. Then Sophia fires back, saying at least she can still do this much for them. They lock eyes and finally get it, two hearts sinking in silence, their faces carrying the full weight of everything they've been through. Sophia nods, instantly agreeing with that. And Selvis takes her offer right away. As the conversation starts to fade out, Selvis blurts that he's talked way too much and has to sprint home. Someone shoots back that they should at least chat a little longer, but Sophia questions if he's really walking out already. Then another person cuts in, saying her gear has to be made first. Selvis is about to slip out, but Sophia grabs him mid-step and demands to know what happened to Randon before he leaves. Selvis tells her, if you mean Randon, he's out right now escorting the saint and patrolling the contaminated zone north of the capital, and Sophia quietly admits she won't be seeing him for a while. Then Selvis shoots his hand up in agreement, and Sophia's smile lights up as they seal the plan they just cooked up. Later, the view snaps to the city's cathedral spires cutting through the sky. Back at their lodging, Sophia plops down, starts yanking off her boots, and admits she couldn't properly wash on the road, just managed to wipe the worst of it off. And she decides, all right, I'm going to take a real bath. Ruth Chan asks whether she'd rather wash with water, then lets her know she can also hit up bathhouses and hot spring spots. Sophia's jaw drops, she can't believe it, and she blurts out if they truly built a bathhouse the commoners can use, while Ruchin tells her there was nothing like that around 20 years ago. Then Ruchin blurts that the bathhouse was renovated for more than just scrubbing off the dirt before the ritual. It's built to heal the body and the mind and keep everything spotless. And when she adds that she heard it was all thanks to the saintess's efforts, Sophia instantly breaks down, covers her face, and Ruchin quickly asks, "Are you okay?" Memories from 20 years ago crashed into Sophia's mind, dragging up every struggle and sacrifice she fought through, and when it finally hits, she chokes out a tearful scream. Everyone did it at last. Fresh composure in place, Sophia turns to Ruchin and asks if she's heading to the in-bath house or the church bath. Sophia weighs her choices. The church bath is right there and it's free, but one snag because earlier that cafeteria chaos dragged her into the spotlight, and she's terrified the moment she goes, everyone will start bombarding her with questions. So Sophia decides, since we've got the chance, we're hitting the town bathhouse, and Ruchin instantly agrees, telling everyone to get ready right now. As they get ready, Sophia says baths used to be a luxury only nobles could afford, and Ruchin shoots back that she's about to spot even more changes like this all over the city. Sophia can't help but smile as she realizes just how wildly fun all of this really is. Then the two whip themselves into action, Sophia declares it's time for the bathhouse and Ruchin can barely contain her excitement. A brand new chapter kicks off and the announcement blares. Leon has to unleash the power he's been handed, crush the monsters and stop the world from ending all over again. Leon stands there while his crew springs into action. Clara slips into her pristine white clerical robes, Mia grips her weapon and the rest of them lock in, fully ready to take on whatever hits next. Then boom, the real bombshell hits. Turns out not one but two gods have woken up, one sealed in the eastern dungeon and another locked away in the capital's dungeon all along. And now that the myth is unfolding, someone spots the terrifying truth. The continuation of that legend is happening right now. Meanwhile, that horn Leon's been clutching turns out it was once owned by a god, and it doesn't just sit there, it wakes the gods up and slams their power into motion. Leon suddenly starts connecting the dots in his head, like maybe those skills weren't just abilities but straight-up powers handed down by the gods. Then that horn had to be the one from the god who later became the very source of awakening. Then it clicks in his head, just the awakening alone probably couldn't pull off a miracle and wake the gods slumbering deep in that dungeon, and right then, it finally hits him. That god versus demon war isn't really done, it's just been frozen like someone hit pause mid-battle. This battle doesn't stop, it just keeps escalating. Leon and Mia absorb the truth side by side and suddenly Leon can't shake the thought, is this the sign that the end times are finally crawling closer? But the ancient clash between gods and demons truly burst back into existence. Leon Mia locks arms with the robed figures, and the whole group stands shoulder to shoulder. As three stern faces glare down at them from above, watching every move. Mia asks what's happening and Leon looks up at them and snaps that these divine authority types, or whatever insanely powerful beings they are the rudest bunch around. Then the whole crew stumbles on this fancy, horse-drawn carriage packed with an elderly rider inside, while hooded attendants circle it like something big is about to happen. No matter which way you stare at it, there's no mistaking it, that's a noble's carriage plain as day. Leon blurts out that maybe they should just run right now. Mia freezes, totally lost, until someone else laughs and says, it's a joke. Still, if they dash off, it'll only spiral into even more trouble and Leon reluctantly nods, even though he's not exactly thrilled about what's going on. Meanwhile, a hooded figure in a ceremonial robe looms in the doorway, whispering urgent news to the authority inside, because Gideon has already tumbled into the labyrinth. The report goes on, Gideon's corpse is found right outside the dungeon too, and a light-haired woman crouches, studies an ornate embroidered bag and declares it to be giant's ashes. The hooded figure leans in and says it all. Gideon used the giant's ashes to resurrect those monsters, but then, right after, that same monster tears him down and kills him. I'm sure, another person chimes in, pointing to the bag's embroidery. There's no mistake. Someone steps forward and calls Gideon of the Warburg family's plan a total foolish move. While everyone in robes crowds in, one of them slams a sealing skill onto the embroidered bag packed with the giant's ashes. As the sealing spell locks in, wild swirling shadows whirl around the bag. Leon and a second observer stare from the side, watching the ritual finish. And the smoke finally clears and the whole scene goes quiet. The captain barks orders to storm the east dungeon, grab every last ash, then seal and check the other labyrinth too. His subordinate snaps back, yes. And right then, a voice shouts the captain's name. The superior officer leans in and fires the question at Leon like, who are you? Because he doesn't look ordinary, and when she answers her own concern, she reveals she's a Raven warrior's superior. Then she points him forward and tells him to move. Meanwhile, in the wrecked town, those robed figures stand shoulder to shoulder with Leon and the others, while the officer admits she must have shocked him, then confesses she never really thanked him for saving the day back then. A woman in flowing white ceremonial robes grips a staff and stands right there, commanding the moment in front of them. Mia spots her and blurts, so you're pairing, and she nods, confirming it's exactly that. Mia relives the moment she ended up screaming, terrified out of her mind and showing just how pathetic she could be. Then Perrin steps in and thanks her for what she did in the East Dungeon. Paris rushes in, apologizes for the late thanks and then, right then and there, asks for a real introduction of her true name. Perrin stands there, all stiff and ceremonial in her full getup, then drops the bombshell. Her name isn't just Perrin, she's the 9th princess of the Pauline Asgard kingdom, and she's even the 63rd commander of the Audi's Temple's Crow Warriors. Then the info hits, Crow Warriors are revealed, top-tier adventurers tied to Audi's temple, dungeon specialists who basically step in and seize control of the labyrinth the moment it's time. Meanwhile, Mia and Leon are frozen in total shock, because the commander of the whole Knight Brigade is her, and then people start blurting out that she even claims to be a princess, while another voice just tries to wrap their head around it. If that's true, how old is she, 15 or 16? Leon's thoughts snap back to that rookie adventurer he pulled out of the East Dungeon. Pauline cut in fast, telling them to just call her Pauline since they were all adventurers here. Then Leon froze and stammered, "Wait, why were you even in the dungeon?" Someone blurts out, "For real? She's claiming she's the leader at that age," and the other guy shoots back, "Yeah, but the situation's complicated." Leon just can't wrap his head around it. This girl is both the leader of the Crow Warriors and a princess. Someone yells they need to skip the build-up and hit the main point. Then Pauline snaps to Leon that he has to come with them right now, immediately. But Leon slams the brakes on that idea, insisting, "No, I can't do that." He tells them he has to head home first to see his family, promises he'll check back later, and swears he'll spill everything he knows. At night, Leon strides out through the town when someone praises his attitude as admirable. But Leon's the one who needs to rest because he's clearly burned through so much magic power. Leon straight up admits he's still terrified of this place. And just like that, Pauline steps in and begs him, "Please, let them take you under their protection." Leon snaps to attention when she brings up his home. Then she tells him they've already dispatched fully recovered mages from Odie's temple, and even with their first stop somewhere else, she reminds him the trip was always heading back to his place. Meanwhile, outside the building at night, someone answers that they know the commander. Then another voice snaps to Miss Mia that this message includes her too. In the carriage, someone asks if she caught the general broadcast. Mia nods and says yes. Then Pauline leans in and explains the apocalypse warning wasn't a bluff. While they were slamming monsters back at the castle gate, enemies were crawling into this very sector too. Suddenly, a shadowy hooded figure bursts in and reveals their true enemy isn't a stranger at all, it's the slave trader they've been hunting. He's been snatching rare skill slaves through corrupt nobles, and that likely puts Leon's sibling in the crosshairs. Pauline demands to know if they've actually come all this way, and the figure answers with a grin this warrior band has already chased them off. Leon snaps that the whole mess has to be the doing of that slave trader too, and someone blurts, "So does that mean the ones involved are finished too?" A hidden slave trader is teaming up with the nobles to unleash a brand new kind of danger, one that isn't a monster at all, and Leon's family can only survive if the Crow Warriors band together, and then, bam, a tiny panel shows Leon getting rescued. Then Leon storms into the house, slams the door and announces, "I'm back." His name, he bolted toward him, wrapped him in a fierce hug, and practically breathed out with relief that he was finally safe. Then Leon cuts in and demands, "Who are the people behind me?" pointing straight at Pauline, Mia, and the rest waiting at the entrance. Inside Leon's home, Pauline raises her staff and pours out a blessing over him. Then Leon spots her ceremonial hat and his eyes widen because she's not just any visitor, she's a bishop. Pauline blurts out an apology for the late hour, saying she rushed over to keep them safe, and Leon shoots back that he heard fighting breaking out nearby. Then Pauline turns to Lou asking if he's upstairs, before promising she'll explain the whole mess later. Leon stares at the floor and realizes the footsteps don't make sense, then reaches for the gods in his mind and gets nothing. Pauline says she'll still go grab Lou. Suddenly, Lou hooks her body over the staircase railing and locks eyes with her brother. Then she blurts his name, bubbling with excitement. They finally reunite. Lou crashes into Leon, hugging him so tight while he breathes out, "I'm home," to her. Home at last, and she greets him with a bright, happy smile, while Lou's face lights up with pure relief as she gushes how thankful she is that he came back safe. Leon demanded to know what happened, shocked it looked like a whole crowd had descended on their house. Lou explained that earlier she'd peeked out the window and seen someone in a black robe standing outside, and when the words "black robe" hit the air, the nearby person shot up in alarm. Robe Luke keeps pushing the point, something about that figure felt wrong, and honestly it was downright scary. Leon takes it in for a heartbeat, then Lou blurts out an apology for scaring him right as a voice shouts from below, demanding Lou come downstairs. Everyone piles into the room where Leon's mother lies resting in bed. Pauline, Mia, Lou, the spirit creature, and the rest of the crew. Someone spots the full crowd is finally here and pushes, "All right, let's get this conversation going." Right after that, the spirit creature starts going wild and Lou scrambles to calm it down before things get out of control. Leon's eyes go wide as the chaos erupts and someone shouts that the space is shrinking, shrinking, shrinking. Then another voice demands everyone stop thrashing like mad, but the spirit creature yells back that it's cramped in there and way too tight. A spirit creature whirls around and blares that Rion stuffed 4 spirits into 1 gold coin in one go, and now Leon's holding that coin up like it might explode, looking totally stressed. Because it's his coin, and now 4 spirits have already crowded inside. And he shouts Solana's name, desperate with worry. Everyone's staring, Leon's got the coin in his hand, while Luke blurts it out in total confusion, asking who her big brother is, and the moment everyone else spots Leon, they realize he's Rion. Meanwhile, the spirit creature keeps whining with a dizzy look, swearing it feels like it's about to explode. Then someone shouts, "Wake up." The suffocating tension finally snaps. Then, with a shockwave of pure power, the 4 divine spirits burst out of the gold coin Leon is gripping. Everyone gasps in full-on shock as the deities finally step into the physical world. Then 4 divine spirits slam out of Leon's gold coin in a blazing surge of power. In the blink of an eye, the gods fully manifest and the whole room jolts, Lu in the center, the spirit on the right, and the rest all scream in pure surprise. When the light fades, everyone's sprawled across the floor, wrecked and panting. A spirit creature slumps with obvious distress and snaps that this is a nightmare, and Leon, still barely propped up, fires back, asking if it's really any better out here than being stuffed inside the gold coins, because the room somehow feels just as cramped as ever. With the gods fully awake and staring the mortals down, they crowd the room side by side, massive divine power towering on the left and a dazzling winged deity glowing on the right, while Leon, Lu, the spirit creature, and the rest stand trapped between them, and one of the gods finally steps forward to apologize for setting off all this chaos. Meanwhile, the whole crowd huddles around Leon's mother's bed. Lu and the others line up on one side, while someone whispers, "So, you're telling me these are really gods?" The whole crew huddles up, still buzzing from what they just witnessed. Someone swears the horn of awakening really was blown and a rainbow tore across the night sky, while another voice snaps that they can't brush off the bigger message riding along with it. Suddenly, Sigris the winged Valkyrie blurts out that Leon has to make a decision, right now. Leon stands there, back turned, clutching his head, and fires back that he'll fight, but only if he gets something in return. He snaps around and demands to know what's really going on with them and why everything's spiraling. Then Sigris lays the choice right at his feet. Once they team up, he'll have to pick fight alongside the gods or protect his family by heading to the temple. Then Sigris shoots forward, her black wings unfurling wide, and begs Leon to let her cut a deal with him. Meanwhile, right at the North Dungeon entrance, the whole crew is gearing up to bolt out. Then one of their hype companions leans in and tells Rion, "Come on, we need to move now." A hooded figure stepped right in their way, cutting off that young guy dressed in full formal attire. A colossal dungeon entrance looms over them, dripping with insane ornate detail, while robed guards stand watch and more figures crowd around, and then Japanese text snaps onto the screen, warning them they're stepping straight into the unknown dungeon. Until finally one person nods and confirms, "All right, we're ready." Ruchin strides through the capital streets as skyscraper-like buildings loom behind her, and Sophia blurts that it's a total waste. Ruchin never seems to care about clothes. Ruchin admits she's barely thought about it, but Sophia fires up and insists that even Ruchin's casual outfit looks seriously awesome. Meanwhile, on the street, Sophia calls out how Ruchin just dodged her last suggestion. So Ruchin, seen from behind, smirks and says she might have time later, and then Sophia leans in asking if they can hit the shops together next time. Ruchin can't stop imagining her charge dressed up like a doll, fine-tuning every piece of the outfit while Sophia's eyes lock in. She's finally kept her promise and brought someone here just like she said she would. Then they finally reach it. The bathhouse looms ahead and its unique style plus bold signage screams, "You're here." Ruchin blurts that they're finally here, points out it's the bathhouse, and Sophia practically explodes with excitement. "Let's go in right now." Inside the bathhouse, Sophia and Ruchin pushed in and found a bunch of patrons already soaking and using the place. Inside, they set up cozy benches, lush plants, and a comfortable waiting area so you'd actually want to stay. Sophia scans the room, says she loves this laid-back vibe, and points out the fees, 3 copper coins, then mutters to herself that in her old life that'd be about 300 yen. Meanwhile, Sophia keeps thinking, "I may have left Japan, but I'm not skipping my daily bath." Ruchin leans in and asks if Lady Sophia really loves baths that much, and Sophia grins and says, "Look at this setup, I could hit the bath every single day." They stride toward the storage area where an attendant stops them and points out the individual lockers, each one locked with its own key. Ruchin tells Sophia the key has a strap she can wrap around her wrist to keep it close, and Sophia snaps back that she's got it. Right away someone blurts out how insanely fast she was. Sophia grabs Ruchin and tells her to jump straight into the bath. Then he suddenly charges into the changing area. Ru-chan, towel wrapped up, locks eyes with Sophia and shoots. "What's wrong?" Sophia leans in and tells Ruchin, "Yeah, you're something," then flashes a smile, because the clothes make her look even slimmer. Ruchin stands there, tugging and readjusting her towel from behind like she's fixing herself before the moment hits. Sophia points at it and snaps that she better not try to hide it, while Ruchin clutches herself and swears over and over that she's totally not hiding anything. Then they push into the main bathing area and the whole bathhouse hits Sophia like a wave, so huge, with a giant communal pool already buzzing with patrons soaking in it, and right there stands a jaw-dropping woman with ultra-long hair. Sophia stares in disbelief, then she and Ruchin slide into the water together, and Sophia blurts that it's even more spacious than she ever imagined. Before Ruchin even steps into the bath, he lays down the rule nobody gets in until they've scrubbed their whole body first. Sophia shoots back, "Got it!" So fast Ruchin can't help but notice, then she peers at the washing spot and starts wondering in her head how the heck she's supposed to fill the bucket with hot water. Ruchin leans in and reveals it's not just a tool at all, it's magic, and it summons hot water on command. She tells Sophia to hit the button beside it and hot water will blast out. Sophia nods then freezes because there's no soap or anything at all. Ruchin grins and says, "Relax, I brought my own," and Sophia can't help but gush, praising how ready she is. Meanwhile, Sophia sinks into the bathhouse bath and scrubs her hair like she owns the piece around her, water pouring down as she runs it through her locks, eyes closed, big smile blazing the whole time. Ruchin strides up with something clutched in her hand and tells Sophia, "Use this when you wash your hair." Sophia eyes it, then laughs, saying it's such a luxurious way to warm up with hot water. Then Sophia spots it. This soap isn't like the one she's been using, and Ruchin steps in to explain it's soap made specifically for washing hair. Thick bubbles bloom across Sophia's hands as the soap lathers up like magic, and she can't help thinking, if something this convenient didn't exist before, then it sure must have been invented in the last 20 years since she was last in her own world, staring at modern shampoo bottles. She scrubs her hair with thick, creamy lather, and as it rinses over her scalp, she feels it sink in like it was made for her. Sophia keeps scrubbing, soap bubbles swallowing her hair, and she sinks into it with focused satisfaction, kneading the lather until it's just right, while the other women nearby pause to watch, and one can't help but say it's beautiful to witness. As soon as the rinse finishes, Sophia blurts out, "My hair's not rough at all," and Ruchin grins, saying he's thrilled it matches what Sophia wants, right as the water sweeps the suds away. Sophia drops a clue and Ruchin jumps in, telling everyone how, back in the day, she used to scrub the younger kids' bodies when they bathed together. Buckets are ready, water's flying as they keep washing like usual, then Ruchin freezes in shock when Sophia abruptly tells her, "Close your eyes." Before Ruchin can even catch up with what's happening, Sophia goes for it and dumps the scorching hot water straight on her. After the rinse, Sophia leans in and asks if she finally wiped away every last bubble, and Ruchin blurts out, "One more time," then thanks Sophia while insisting, "I'm not a kid anymore." Sophia grins and says, "Since we're already here, why not wash each other?" Then she adds, "That way it won't feel childish." Sophia beams and says it all worked out, and Ruchin nods like, "If that's how it went, then we're good." Ruchin declares she'll go first, and Sophia quickly nods like, "Please go ahead." They finally settle in and Ruchin starts washing Sophia's back, telling her to speak up if it hurts, so Sophia leans back with a satisfied sigh and says it feels just right. Meanwhile, Sophia keeps scrubbing herself clean, letting the scorching water race down her body as a satisfied hum spills from her lips. Then Ruchin calls to Lady Sophia from right there. Sophia leans in and tells Ruchin her voice sounds kind of old manish, and right after, we cut to the two of them in the bathhouse scrubbing and washing together. Sophia admits it's unavoidable because Ruchin is a total tech wizard, and then Ruchin snaps at her to please stop blurting out that weird stuff. Then Ruchin leans in and asks Sophia where it itches right away while offering to wash her next. Sophia blurts out that Ruchan's back is stunning, then immediately wonders what she's up to, so Ruchan jolts, panics, and drops into a kneeling position. Sophia bursts into laughter and tells her to wash properly, proudly pointing out just how satisfied Ruchan is. Sophia blurts out her thanks to Ruchan and someone throws out the whole white clothes thing before Sophia waves it off fast, saying it's already more than enough. Ruchan doesn't stop, she keeps scrubbing Sophia up close and personal, and the bathing scenes won't let up as we watch every moment of their interaction. Sophia asks, would it be bad if I touched it? And Ruchan suddenly drops into a seat right there in the bathhouse floor. Sophia swears she'll keep Ruchan steady, but her grip somehow betrays her and Ruchan lets out sharp, painful cries. Sophia and Ruchan are soaking in the tub together, and as Sophia marvels at how warm it feels, Ruchan grins and says it's pure bliss. Sophia beams with pure satisfaction, declaring this is exactly what a bath should feel like. Then someone yells her name. Ruchan stands there wrapped in her towel, staring back, then a voice blurts Lilith, and the blonde girl with the hair buns whips around with a happy grin while Ruchan gasps in shock and calls her a luminary. Lilith demands to know why they're here, and one of them blurts that the church's headquarters bathhouse isn't being used at all, so the whole crew rushes to apologize for yelling, instantly lowering their voices and staying quiet in the bath like they're supposed to. Someone admits, yeah, the church HQ really does have a bathhouse, and Lilith chimes in that there are so many apprentice saints there that it feels awkward to say it out loud, because when people whisper she can't help thinking they're Loki talking about her. Another Baylor voice admitted that being an instructor is absolutely brutal. Lilith cuts in, demanding to know why they're here in the first place, then one of them shoots back, the service showed up this morning. So today, the streets were buzzing with rumors anyone could spill, and that was enough to rattle even the apprentice saints. They couldn't sit still. She presses a hand to her chest and thanks them again, thanking everyone for the support that lets her and them throw themselves into training every single day. Meanwhile, someone shoots back, did you feel that rude stare on me? And an elderly woman blushes, saying it embarrasses her when they put it that way. Then she admits she'd love a sweet girl like them to help heal her. The younger woman tilts her head and asks, are you hurt somewhere? The old woman shrugs and says it might just be her age, but lately her shoulders and back have been aching non-stop. Her request hits the group like a slap, total shock. Then someone blurts, panicked, calling to their grandmother, and there she is, shown with Lilith as everyone crowds in asking what's wrong and if she's really okay. A tight close-up catches the old woman's worried eyes, then she finally declares, the pain's gone. Lilith explains that just moments ago every woman's joints were screaming in pain, but now she feels totally fine, like the root of it all has disappeared. Then she turns to ask, do you really feel better? One woman swears a bruise was on her knee, but it's vanished. Another claims she twisted her ankle, yet there's not a single hint of pain, she's walking like nothing happened. A weird sleeping sound drifts in nearby and the bathhouse explodes into chaos. Lilith even wonders if it's all in her head. Right then, someone insists they're innocent this time and the crowd starts panicking. They just whip out holy magic. Lilith blurts that this is horribly embarrassing, and yeah, it's kinda on her, then insists she has zero idea what happened and can't even remember casting a single bit of holy magic. Ruchan swears she truly thought she was innocent this time, and Sophia cuts in that it's just speculation, yet she still can't shake the feeling. Then Ruchan leans in and theorizes this. After spending 20 years trapped inside a mass packed with holy magic power, Lady Sophia might now be quietly leaking faint traces of that energy all the time. Someone nods like it makes perfect sense. Sophia says it's totally believable. Ruchan even guesses the energy just melted into the water, turning it into a natural healing bath, and Lilith's eyes sharpen as she starts putting it all together. The story snaps over to the outside of a building, and before long everyone's whispering about it as the natural healing bath incident, the one that basically turned into soup stock. Then the crew was led straight to the temple that serves as the Raven Warriors' home base, where the princess demanded one thing, make a deal, so they crashed for the night under the temple's watch, and when moonlight hit, that massive temple rose in all its glory. The very next morning hits and the dark-haired guy with the fur collar snaps, what on earth is going on? While the light-haired one just grins and says, I've got a pretty good idea. Then it hits, nobody's introduced themselves yet. The black-haired guy in those white ceremonial robes steps in and drops the basics. I'm Felix, my skill is sage and my level is 40. They huddle up beside their carriage and someone blurts out, "Even at level 30 you're treated like a real expert." Then another voice cuts in, "Man, it's been ages since we've even seen a level 40. Felix stands there in white robes as someone notices a sage who can cast all kinds of magic at skill level 40, and it's about to blow everyone's mind. They're staring at an elite like the one their father used to be, only Rion sits nearby, hanging on every word while Felix says the truth. The real reason they begged for help was the investigation. Rion fires back, asking if Felix plans to poke around anywhere besides the East Dungeon, and Felix grins, saying yes, this time it'll be a test for Rion too. Rion nods and the whole crew snaps into motion, hauling their carriage out through the forest, while Rion calls out that if they ditch him here he'll still feel guilty as an adventurer, so Felix better make sure he pays up. Felix snaps that they're diving straight into the labyrinth next. Then Rion and the dark-haired guy step into the dungeon, straight into the North Dungeon first-floor gathering zone, and the dark-haired character can't hide his shock, while Rion realizes this is the first labyrinth that isn't the East Dungeon for him. The whole group pushes deeper into the forest-like maze with Felix and a bunch of hooded figures trailing behind, and Felix snaps a warning. Stay on your guard because strange stuff is almost certainly going down here just like it did back in the East Dungeon. Then Felix spills the details of the anomaly. Last night, right as a horn blared, a rainbow burst across the dark sky. From the twisted labyrinths in every direction, a rainbow shot up into the sky, then the gods tore through it and stepped into our world. Felix backs it up, saying it's still true even beyond the Eastern Dungeon, where that horn unearthed fresh, unexplored ground. Felix leads the crew down the forest path and hammers the point. They've got to scout this new area first. No ordinary adventurers get in until they check it out. Meanwhile, Rion studied the dungeon in silence, so quiet it felt like a real forest because he was the only one there. Someone blurts out that this dungeon feels nothing like the bleak East at all. Out of nowhere, Felix pops up behind Rion, tells him they're counting on him, and slaps the nickname Horn Boy on him. A kid, then someone leans in and asks, "You ready?" They warn him this next step is the second-floor battle zone, and Rion, hands trembling, blurts out that he's ready anyway. Rion calls out to the divine being, Lord Wuru, and admits they've stepped onto a floor crawling with monsters. The spirit tells Rion, just call them Wuru, using that casual name won't take away a single bit of respect. Rion hesitates, trying to speak to them in a more casual way. Then the spirit finally introduces itself properly, greets Rion as a young hunter, and reveals that this northern dungeon is exactly where they were sealed, saying this is the perfect chance to show off their power. That power they handed him keeps sharpening Rion's senses nonstop, so he tests it right away, confirms Wuru is a detection skill, and the spirit basically dares him, "Go on, try it." Suddenly, Rion's enhanced senses kick in. He freezes, clocks something on two legs, spots animal tracks, and catches a faint, metallic whiff of blood, and the spirit jumps in, telling him how, back when nature was overflowing, humans used to live. Now the savage drive of those ancient hunters, hunting instincts included, lives inside Rion. Rion snaps that an enemy is lurking up ahead, then fires a question at Felix. "Do you two have recon-style skills too?" Felix grins and says yep we do, and we'll roll in one of our own as well. Meanwhile, the divine being keeps talking and reveals this. Uru the hunting god didn't just watch over hunters, he chose them as followers and protected them. Even in the mythic age, he gave people the strength to hunt down their enemies and pray for guidance, sharpening not just their ears and nose but their whole instinct to find what's out there. Rion slams the blessing of the hunting god into motion. His wild instincts flare, his magic guzzling ramps up, and his detection power explodes, letting him even sense mana asterisk. Invisible magic that used to vanish now lights up on his radar, and with Rion guiding the way, the whole crew pushes deeper into the dungeon. Then Rion spots an enemy lurking past the wall, and the monsters start moving, magic stones in hand, mana bursting out in bright streams that blaze through the barrier. Felix spots it and confirms it's an orc. Right then, someone in the group realizes it hasn't shifted an inch, and they swear it's probably a humanoid playing dead, setting up an ambush. Right then, Thor crashes the scene and Felix hypes Leon for nailing his detection work. Rion calls him Lord Thor, and Thor cuts in like, just Thor. Thor tells them that on a battlefield you don't waste time with fancy titles, you just call each other and move. He straight up acknowledges Rion as a real warrior, and then, with Solana seeing something in him, Thor admits Rion must be a beast. Finally, Thor offers his own power and the skills to break down those huge monsters. Rian snaps into action, accepting the challenge and charging straight into the fight. The dark-haired companion shouts that Rian's acting alone, but Felix cuts in, leave it to Rian and Thorn, and tells them to back off. Then they realize Rian isn't taking on a regular adventure anymore. When the fight ignites, Rian slams into the orc with pure crushing force. Rian rockets forward and slams into the towering orc with explosive fury, blasting upward in a brutal aerial strike. The orc's eyes bulge with pure shock as the attack finally lands. The fight rages on. Rian whirls through the air, never losing speed, while Thor's voice slices through the chaos, shouting that the trick is simple: pour everything he's got into it. Rian slams his skill to life. The Thunder God's blessing and Thunder God's hammer erupts, blasting a brutal electric shock as lightning crashes down in his command. Lightning roars and a gigantic electrical blast slams the orc with brutal force. Felix watches in shock as the creature gets fully cooked by that god-level power, while Wuru tells him Thor was the war god who united countless warriors. And yeah, when it came to raw strength and magical power, he was one of the strongest of the awakened gods. Plus, Thor wasn't just any god, he was the thunder god, channeling lightning like a weapon. Meanwhile, Felix just stared at the wreckage, stunned beyond words by everything she'd witnessed. Someone asks Leon what level he's on again, and Leon shoots back that he's level 18. 18? Hooded crow warriors lurk behind the party as they brace themselves, and then, right on the lowest floor of the North Dungeon, their eyes widen because a gigantic cockatrice boss monster finally crashes into view. The cockatrice lunges at once, but Felix barely even flinches as she snaps forward and dodges the claw swipe. The boss monster rears up, snarling like it's about to unleash a blast of poison gas right at them. So the party braces for Wuru's toxic attack as she steps forward and declares, "All right, my turn." Felix and Rian stare as the hunting goddess gets ready to strike, and Felix blurts out an apology for before, while Yuru grabs Rian's shoulder and tells him to get out of the way because they'll handle this fight too. Felix whips around and blurts a fast warning: "Cover your ears and keep your mouth slightly open, just in case." Caution. Wuru snaps into action and unleashes her attack on the massive cockatrice. And the hunting goddess locks in, and the devastation she unleashes hits like a crushing blow. Her hotline ability snapped to life, blasting out a thunderous sonic assault. A violent shock slams through the dungeon floor as Leon scrambles to get the words out about ignition while Felix watches, because that area's era magic has now fused straight into the skill system. They both clamp their ears shut as the crushing noise rages, then a massive explosion swallows the cockatrice boss whole. Yeah, skipping the chanting makes magic super convenient, but somehow it just doesn't hit the same, someone says, and the traditional ritual still feels way more charming. Just when it feels like it can't get any crazier, a second divine presence slices through the chaos: Loki himself. He strides up and tells Leon and the others to call him by his name, no honorifics at all, same way Thor demands it. Thor flashes a grin and says he's keeping his power on a tight leash by shrinking down into a smaller form. Felix clocks it and points out they burned through a lot of power yesterday, then adds that the lower floors are packed with heavy-duty seals. Leon takes it all in while Felix spots it: something weird is already unfolding inside the labyrinth. Someone tells you Loki is a magic-wielding god, basically a demon god, and even though he's wise, he's the ultimate troublemaker, always causing chaos as the trickster. While the cockatrice gets wiped into nothingness and the job's done, Loki leans in and promises Leon, "I'll protect you," then snaps a warning: "Don't drop your guard for even a second." Hooded party members stare as the boss monster is finally erased. The cockatrice's burning remains crumble to nothing, yet Rian's gut screams that something's terribly off. Even after they crush the boss, something dark still hangs in the dungeon's shadows. A fresh ability pops up, revealing that the hunting god's blessing supercharges wild instincts through magical consumption, boosting what he can spot and unlocking mana detection like a sixth sense. The group pushes deeper into the dungeon's forest when a hulking dark shadow crashes into their path, and Rian instantly recognizes exactly what it is. A colossal golem erupts from the ground right in front of the party. It's built from castle-like stone blocks with these massive, savage limbs, and one of the party instantly clocks it as a golem. Felix even blurts that these things are meant for far higher-ranking labyrinth floors, not this one, and she's never heard of a second golem lurking in the boss lair. Right there, another party member freaks out the moment they see it, straight up alarm bells. Then Rian snaps, "Wait a minute," and someone immediately asks if this means something weird is about to happen in the dungeon. Wuru links it to what went down with the wolf earlier, then says she'll handle it herself by going outside. The crew stares up at the huge doom hanging over them while Rian quietly admits that even with the other four gods lending a hand, he still feels completely useless, and then someone blurts that this is bad, really bad. Someone calls out that Rian isn't exactly magic talented and that only makes things worse. Then Loki shows up with a fearless grin and dares Rian to use the wild power the demon god just granted him. The demon finally spills his plan, and the story jumps to the very next day after that wild natural healing bath at the bathhouse, where the elderly woman leans in and asks Sophia if she didn't say she wanted to stay under the radar. Sophia blurts out her defense, insisting she never imagined slipping into the bath would magically fix everyone's injuries that fast. Meanwhile, the elderly woman studies her and notes that Sophia still causes these outrageous incidents, but with no bad intentions, and somehow she hasn't changed a bit, which feels both nostalgic and nerve-wracking all at once. Ruchin snaps in surprise, and the next voice hits the same truth: Sophia's still got that same lack of self-awareness. Sophia blurts out an apology for what went down, and someone immediately backs up the call on her character. The tiny character blurts out, "So what happened to the bathhouse after all that mess?" And someone answers, "Right now it's not even the damage, everyone's been piling in nonstop, swarming the place because the rumors are going wild." Another guy shoots back, asking if anyone would even bother complaining if their wounds never healed. Then a uniformed man steps in, says the owner was blazing with excitement about renovating the place and setting up a medicinal bath, like he couldn't get enough of the whole business idea. The elderly woman says the owner wants Sophia to stop by every so often, and that it's free for her, so Sophia thinks daily visits, that's way too much, and decides maybe just once in a while, and someone else jumps in saying, "Yeah, that's probably the best call." An elderly woman wears a calm, peaceful smile as she realizes this has to be the goddess Sephiroth guiding her. The moment erupts into celebration. Turns out the bathhouse's wild, unexpected success isn't a fluke at all, it's a full-blown win. That little character stares at how brutal it is to climb up as a top official, then realizes one thing: once you step into the world of an archbishop, chaos never stops. But Sophia panics the moment she wonders where she's even supposed to bathe now, because if she's told she can't take a bath, she swears she'll just die. Ruchin then chimes in, saying she's terrified the same chaos would erupt at the church's bathhouse too. Marais drops a secret on Sophia: there's a tiny bathhouse on this floor only bishop rank or higher can enter, so she should switch to it from now on, and Sophia beams, pouring out her love and heartfelt thanks. And the scene cuts to her and Root Chan strolling down the hallway together right after they get the info. Sophia lights up and says she's thrilled Ruchin can bathe here at the church, and Ruchin nods. This place is way bigger than she ever expected. Earlier, Mary's blew their minds by showing them a bathhouse only top officials get to use, smaller than a public one, sure, but that grand tub could still swallow the space for 10 adults. Ruchin realizes it's basically a private bath, and honestly, yeah, this feels way more comfortable. Sophia can't stop gushing about how ridiculously luxurious it is. Later on, Sophia slips toward her room and spots a shadowy figure standing right in front of her door. Ruchin eyes the man's outfit, wondering if he's a royal castle civil servant and if he might spill what happened at the bathhouse. Then Sophia shuts it down, saying that commotion was just last night and Lady Marais handled it perfectly, so that theory doesn't hold. Ruchin can't help but wonder what he truly wants. Then the civil servant shows up and greets them. He steps up and declares himself Serenade Tristan, then flashes a humble grin and calls it an honor to meet the legendary saint. People swear he's the world's savior, and meeting Lady Sophia is a real honor. Sophia's jaw drops in surprise and Ruchin blurts out, demanding to know how he even knows that. Tristan Bose just said that only a tiny handful of people should even be allowed to know she's awakened. Then he leans in and tells you he got it straight from Lord Selvis, so he stops there like he's holding something back. Tristan cuts in and says, "Real talk, the king and the crown prince started eyeing Lord Selvis, shady little outings, cornered him and squeezed the truth out of him, Rooch." Ruchin and Sophia realized Lord Selvis's image is about to crash hard, and Sophia can't believe it. What kind of man is Lord Selvis if he gets suspected after only one day out? Tristan tells Ruchin that Lord Selvis basically lives locked in the research wing, barely stepping outside, and Ruchin's like, seriously, if he hates answering questions, he could have just pulled a better excuse. Then Tristan realizes ever since Lord Selvis came back, the king and the crown prince won't stop trailing him, and the worst part, Tristan can't even blame Lord Selvis for spilling his guts. Sophia and Ruchin both agree, compared to 20 years ago, the world has finally gone peaceful, but it also feels a little too peaceful, like something's waiting to break the calm. Tristan tells her the king and crown prince want to speak with Sophia in private, then asks if she'll come with him, while Sophia blurts out, "So you're just not planning to announce I'm awake even though we said all this was private?" Tristan cuts to the logistics and tells them the carriage is already waiting outside, no one will notice it. Ruchin nods, she's got it, and Sophia quickly double-checks with Ruchin to make sure everything's okay. Tristan charges ahead while Sophia fires back that it's for the best they sit down and talk about what happens next, because dodging a royal summons would only drag them into even worse trouble. The carriage rattles them straight through the heart of the capital. Finally, he stumbled up to the grand castle, towering spires stabbing the sky, with architecture so elaborate it felt unreal. Sophia leans in and asks Tristan if this king is the very same one from 20 years ago. Tristan nods and says His Majesty has stayed on that throne the whole time. Time drags on and Sophia nervously blurts out a question about the crown prince standing right there with the king. Tristan tells her the king had a whole army of kids, and Sophia's face twists as she starts doing the math, because her depression level basically hinges on which of them actually wants to see her. Then Tristan booms out, the new crown prince is none other than the first prince, Lord Ludwig. Sophia lets out a deep, exhausted sigh and whispers 17 like it's haunting her. Ruchin senses something's off and shoots Lady Sophia a worried look, asking what's wrong. Then Sophia finally admits she's been feeling genuinely depressed ever since she met him. Tristan blurts out, wait, did Sophia and the crown prince have something going on back then? And then boom, the truth hits. Lord Ludwig proposed to Lady Sophia over and over again way back in the day. Sophia tells them Ludwig was absolutely obsessed with her, so captivated he kept asking her again and again, right back about 20 years ago. She admits, back then I was drowning in the Demon King's subjugation and that raging miasma crisis, so when he kept showing up with those constant advances, I really didn't have the space to deal with it. And since he was royalty, I couldn't just shut him down or ignore him. Tristan can't ignore it. This crown prince is in his 30s now and he's already claimed 3 consorts, so Tristan's convinced things won't look anything like they did back then. Sophia snaps to attention at the news and Ruchin stumbles out something awkward, like he's already worried this'll make it weird seeing him. Then someone blurts out that the crown prince's wives are crazy possessive, and that means they're watching him like hawks non-stop. Ruchin blurts out that if that happened, wouldn't it only make him chase Lady Sophia all the more? She's still so young. Sophia snaps at them, saying they better not talk like that. She tries to calm herself down and lays it out. Lord Ludwig is already at a mature age, so there's no way he'd still be taken by her. Sophia mutters under her breath, wrestling with the crushing shadow of polygamy, because sure, the husband might be okay with it, but the wife never is. She lets out a heavy sigh and can't help wondering what kind of seductive queen the crown prince's wife must be. Right then they finally crash into the castle. Tristan tells them this is the end of his part, then thanks them for working with him. A guard pops up to confirm they've finally arrived, then waves Sophia and Ruchin inside with a please go on in. Massive, ornate doors loom ahead as Sophia and Ruchin stride into the grand throne room. There, the king sits on his throne and the crown prince stands shoulder to shoulder beside him. The king locks onto Sophia instantly, blurts her name with shaking excitement, and declares that she really has awakened. Sophia blurts out an apology for the late report, confessing she just woke up after finally finishing the purification of the Demon King's miasma. But the king pleads with her to forgive him for summoning her so suddenly, saying he just wanted one last look and to thank her. So Sophia tells him to drop the whole thing because she was already planning to visit him the moment everything calmed down. She remembers the king from 20 years ago. Back then he looked young, but now he carries this commanding dignity like he's always been born to rule. Sure, he should be in his mid-50s, yet he looks ridiculously energetic. Then the king snaps back to reality. He totally forgot to introduce the crown prince amid all that chaos, so he immediately presents Ludwig, now officially the crown prince. So, Sophia looks back and realizes that 20 years ago Ludwig was just a 12-year-old kid smaller than her, downright adorable, yet somehow he's grown into a genuinely gallant man. Ludwig greets Sophia and he says it's been way too long. Then Sophia fires back that it really has and that he's gotten downright distinguished in the meantime. Ludwig blurts out that Sophia hasn't changed a single bit, like she hasn't aged at all. Then Elise interrupts, teasing him to finally introduce her. Sophia shoots back an apology and then drops the truth. When she was sealed inside the crystal, her growth just stopped, so she's still exactly the same as she was 20 years ago. Ludwig introduces his wife, Elise Mashettle, and Elise beams at Sophia, telling her how great it is to finally meet her. Sophia's eyes light up the moment she hears Mashettle, and she greets Elise right back, saying the pleasure is mutual. Then Elise beams and tells him it's a true honor to finally meet the legendary saint who saved the world. Sophia remembers Tall Match, the princess from the neighboring kingdom, and how 20 years ago everyone pushed to tighten ties between nations to stand against the Demon King, and it's still happening today. He's convinced it's a win for both countries to stay on friendly ground. The king leans in and tells them he wants to thank Sophia one more time. She speaks straight to her, thanking her for smashing the Demon King and rescuing the world from the miasma. He keeps talking to Sophia, telling her that her efforts are the reason people everywhere, including them, can live in peace today. Sophia bows deeply, then thanks him right back. Then they storm out of the throne room and march down the castle steps with Ruchin and the guards, until Sophia suddenly freezes, face blazing, and blurts that the king should please lift his head, because even outside an official setting, it's totally unheard of for royalty to bow like that. Turns out the royal family had already bowed to Sophia back in the throne room, but the king just beams at her and without missing a beat thanks her again, telling her she's done so much for them. After the meeting, Ruchin and Sophia stand shoulder to shoulder, right there together. Crown Prince Ludwig presses Sophia, straight up asking if she's planning to reveal her awakening to the whole world. And Sophia pauses, weighing it like it might change everything. She pours her thoughts into the world at large, staring down the fact that she's the legendary great saint who already saved everything. And now the question is whether someone like her will step forward out in the open, because that choice could reshape the fate of the world. Ludwig shoots down the idea of announcing Sophia's awakening for now, but the king snaps back, saying that even if she insists, she's just an ordinary saint. Saints don't exactly roam around the secular world just for fun, so he tells her it's fine, and she's not about to make it public. Sophia lays out her reasons. Apparently the great Saint Sophia is still cleansing the miasma, and she pleads for them to let her work freely, either as an apprentice saint or even just as an ordinary one. Ludwig starts to speak to his father, but the king slams the brakes on him, telling Ludwig that Sophia feels like she only just clawed her way back after the Demon King fight, and it would be downright cruel to knock her down again so soon. The king keeps going, insisting that after all it was her who saved the world, and Sophia gets swamped by the non-stop praise, feeling like there's a leash on her somewhere, yet she still urges them, don't stop, keep it coming. Then the king leans in and says it'd be downright reckless to demand more from someone who's already thrown away their life to save the world. He tells Sophia he gets it completely, swears he'll follow her wishes, and she thanks him with real heart, genuinely grateful he took her feelings seriously. The king declares right now the awakening of the great Saint Sophia stays under wraps, then he practically beams, loving the idea that his calm daily life gets to continue, until he turns and demands what Sophia plans to do next. Right now Sophia's gut drops because she can feel the worst coming. She knows her future won't just shift a little, it will completely change based on the answer she gives next. She decides to cut the games and tell the king straight up. It won't change anything, she'll just say what she saw and how she felt the moment she woke up in this world 20 years later. Sophia leans in and lays out her reasons to the king, basically saying, just because we crushed the world's biggest enemy doesn't mean peace is here. The Demon King's subordinates and monsters are still out there, and those contaminated lands haven't vanished, they're scattered across different places. She's set on one mission: purify those places, no excuses. Then the story snaps to the brutal truth of this world. The Demon King is gone and peace finally breathes again, but monsters still crawl out of the shadows, wrapped in nasty miasma like they do around Cruton Village. Even now, there are still dead regions where nothing grows and people can't survive. Meanwhile, Sophia and Ruchin stand on a hillside, staring down at a town tucked safely in the valley below, and Sophia murmurs that she wants a world where real peace finally rules, where places like this can exist without fear ever returning. She reminds Ruchin she once risked everything to save this world and she's not about to quit now, she's determined to push forward to the very end. Sophia stares at the chaos the moment she wakes up, frozen because she has zero clue what to do. Then the truth hits, and she finally knows exactly what she wants to do right now. Sophia keeps talking, how she survived to this very day, found her way back and spent it reuniting with people left and right, until you can feel it in her voice. This is what she genuinely wants from the bottom of her heart, and the montage slams through every face she's met, from her old comrades, like that elderly man, to fresh, younger adventurers. It doesn't just drag along her old comrades, she also pulls in fresh new friends like Ruchin. And that right there is exactly what she's chasing in her second life. Meanwhile, the king and another royal figure stare down at Sophia, glowing with admiration. One of them even says that after she sacrificed herself to save the world, she'll still keep serving it, just like a true saint, and then someone blurts out, "Wait, did you guys really come up with that great saint title for her in the first place?" Sophia shoots back an excited yes, but deep down doubt gnaws at her. She can't shake the fear that her dreams aren't that grand, and she wonders if the king and everyone else are really right, while Ruchin fights back tears and thanks Sophia. That's why she's desperate to stand right beside Sophia, holding her up no matter what. Then someone pulls Sophia aside and tells her, "Hey, it's totally fine to take a quick break." Sophia shuts down the offer, because as long as her comrades are grinding to build a peaceful world, she refuses to be the only one kicking back. The scene sweeps across her crew: blonde, spiky-haired guy, the bespectacled dude, the elderly man, a woman, and more, standing shoulder to shoulder as they chase the same goal. While the king meets Sophia's eyes with warmth and tells her she hasn't changed a bit in 20 years, and Sophia flashes him a smile right back. Then the video snaps to a massive wide shot, showing the grand castle and the sprawling city stretching out in sharp, towering detail. Sophia and Ruchin stride side by side through the streets, leaving the castle swallowed up behind them. As Sophia strides through the capital streets, she replays her castle meeting, and then it hits her hard that she never even considered before. She'd fully expected Ludwig to make a move again, but he didn't, and with 3 gorgeous wives already, there's no way he'd bother proposing to someone who still looks like a child. The scene snaps to Ludwig's face as a voice whispers his name, soft, steady, and deadly calm, while back in the castle Ludwig just sits there, crown on, staring, admitting he never thought Sophia would still look exactly the same as she did back then. Then one of his wives answers with a smile, says she was surely charming, but reminds him loud and clear that he promised her before the wedding he swore he'd only have eyes for them now. Ludwig insists he couldn't stop his own reaction, but Elise blows up and snaps that he'd rather have them young. This is exactly why men are like this. Ludwig tells her to wait, then another wife cuts in and tells him to wait too, and in the end Ludwig slumps on his throne, silent. Someone stares at it all and wonders if Ludwig had ever landed a queen like Sophia, maybe he'd have calmed down by now. Then the throne room flashes on screen and there's the king parked on the seat in deep, silent thought. Silence snaps, then the whole scene flips straight to Leon right in the middle of the chaos, fighting on instinct. He tells someone it's just a hunch and then boom, he fires off 2 skills at once. A notification flashes. Thunder God's blessing activates and Thor's hammer crashes down with a brutal electric shock. Another pops up immediately. Sun's blessing ignites golden flame, surging his physical power for a short, dangerous window. Leon then turns and asks, like it's crazy that anyone else wouldn't get it, "Do you even realize what I'm doing?" Leon just stands there, braced for impact. Divine power surges through him, lightning snaps across his body and golden flames flare up to supercharge his strength. Then Leon charges straight into the massive stone golem, slamming it with raw, earth-shaking power. God's blessings slam into his body and hurl him through the air. Boom, he crashes headfirst into the massive brick golem, and the shock is brutal as Leon keeps driving his assault, not letting up. Those golden flames supercharge his vitality, and they're also beefing up the Thunder God's hammer itself, so both blessings power up together, multiplying their effects and blasting Leon's combat power sky-high against that towering beast. While the crew debates Leon's situation, the guy on the right says his power is terrifyingly strong, but then doubts it isn't crushing him under the weight. In the middle of it all, Solana stands there as someone needles her, asking if the daughter of the sun is finally getting jealous. The white costumed figure answers from the left, and the whole group braces themselves in front of that massive, pitch-black cave mouth that plunges deeper into the dungeon. Someone leans in and says the seal deep inside is already busted, and the horn is to blame. Now they've only got one move left, drop down to the lowest floor, so the whole crew steels themselves and goes deeper into the labyrinth's gut. Solana then spills the terrifying truth. This is the very bottom, the spot where she was sealed. They step into a frozen wasteland packed with sharp, crystalline ice, and someone blurts out, "Is this an ice forest, or did something worse happen here?" Leon leans in and tells them that past this point used to stand the allies of the gods, engineers so absurdly talented they built weapons and tools like it was nothing. And the golems they ran into earlier were made from that same ancient tech. And someone snaps, "Let's head back and report what we found right now." But Leon shouts for Mia and she snaps back that a job like this pays extra, hush money included, while someone blurts that she's straight up unbreakable. Meanwhile, the scene snaps over and someone shouts for Mom and Lou. Until the moment they see what's there, everyone goes into instant alarm. The scene bursts to life with everyone piled into the meeting, and the black-haired woman wastes zero time. She kicks it off the second everyone's there, snapping that it's go time. She goes on to say the leader lion has power to spare, and that his skills are so unmatched among the gods they're basically blessed outliers. Then she urges Leon to spill everything he knows right as an image snaps onto the screen, screaming how brutally powerful he was in the labyrinth fight. She tells him that power was a blessing from the gods, and Leon nods, ready to team up and cooperate with everyone. The story snaps over to Leon and Mia inside some kind of communication setup. Leon fires off a question. Why are they being targeted, and did his father's death somehow trigger the weird anomalies crawling through the labyrinth? The woman drops a bombshell. Leon's father wasn't just anyone, he was one of their collaborators. She tells you the Warrior Corps sometimes slips anonymous labyrinth investigation requests to top-notch adventurers, and then, eventually, Leon's father started to get a sickening feeling. His client wasn't a person at all, it was the Warrior Corps. Turns out most of their people got saved by that man, and she explains it like this. Even though Leon's father kept things hidden from them, they still pushed for his help because he was insanely capable, and the members, Felix included, respected him more than ever. The light-haired woman finally admits it, he never told her a single thing. And just like that, Leon drops it quietly, his own father never told him either. Leon freezes in total confusion when he hears about ashes, and before he can even process it, the story barrels on into the brutal world of slave traders. Using deadly treasures known as ashes of a giant, merchants swoop in and snatch up enslaved people with rare talents from the nobles. Merchants get paid for tracking down these slaves and turning them in as the ashes slip loose, the labyrinth seal item drops level up. But right then, stronger monsters start clawing their way awake too, and Gideon and that merchant weren't strangers to teaming up like that. Meanwhile, the meeting room comes into view, figures crowd together, and one voice insists, "This is exactly how it looks," linking the slave traders directly to the bigger apocalypse message. Then a mysterious figure steps in, asks if they can talk too, and calls Leon Lion Leon, and Leon agrees, but the young woman beside him blurts out to her big brother, worry shaking her voice. Suddenly, a whole crowd of divine beings pops into view in tiny forms, and right above them flashes the title, Alarm Clock ****. Leon just stood there, locked onto the assembled gods, and one of them finally spoke, saying they'd heard his story and could answer every question, even what the monsters were really hinting at by the end. Someone else talks about saving their magical energy, and Leon shoots back, "So why is everyone so tiny?" Then a divine woman's voice cuts through the air. She warns that this tale will twist away from the myths you've heard so far, and she challenges Leon, "Are you ready to hear it?" She pulls him in and dares him to sink into one juicy tale from her past. Then the story snaps back to ancient days, when the world was still empty and two kinds of magic, fire and ice, slammed together and forged the first primordial giant, Emmer. He didn't just exist, he carried the ultimate power, a terrifying skill known as creation. The giant didn't just start everything, it shaped its own body and then forged smaller beings the same way, and even the gods came from what that giant made. This was the birth of the gods, and still, before that giant, every god was just a creation. The gods' ancestors were hunted and killed just for sport, sparking the first war when their own bloodlines teamed up to smash the giant Ymir. Then, after an insane battle, the surviving gods grabbed the creation skill and started rebuilding everything, only to realize the enemy wasn't truly gone. To tear revenge out of the gods, Emmer unleashed creatures of darkness. Then the world erupted in massive flames, roaring toward total collapse. Just as it looked like everything was about to end, a god hurled one blazing spear from the heavens. Then Emmer, the one who was supposed to be finished, burst back into the fight, returning with more giants while the truth behind her resurrection stayed a total mystery. The chief god Odin wielded the power of creation to forge the world and just barely stopped the apocalypse, then somehow transformed into the god everyone knows today as Odys. After the battle, humans forged a kingdom because they could live even with barely any magic. Then they broke out of the seal way faster than anyone else, guided by Odys. From that escape, the current nation was born, and Leon and Lou are sitting there listening to every word of that history, right up to the X they can't explain. In the kingdom's earliest days, most monsters probably still lurked on the surface, because if those seals were anywhere near as flimsy as they are now, they would have burst out for sure. And right at the kingdom's founding, a human warrior had to rise up and wipe them out, summoned by the chief god himself. When Solana's mom, the sun goddess, got swallowed by monsters, Solana was left behind, trapped in a deep, unbreakable sleep. Remember, one figure swore this could be the birthplace of the Raven warriors, and Solana stayed curled up, sleeping in peace, until Leon finally jolted her awake, and maybe the rest of the nobility too. Someone shot back that Solana was straight up a goddess. Then Lou blurted to her mother that this man was the one who healed them both, and her mother's jaw dropped in shock. Solana told Leon she only granted his request because that's exactly what he wanted. Lou demanded to know if her mom already knew, and her mom admitted, "Yeah, I knew," then shocked her by adding she didn't realize the details ran this deep. The tale played out like the royal myth she'd always heard, but it kept twisting into pieces she'd never known, so she bowed her head and thanked them from the bottom of her heart. The meeting kept rolling, and each new revelation hit harder. The giant's ashes weren't just burned remains, they were the superior inside a monster's eyes. Every spark of magic tangled up in that dust woke the monsters and smashed the seal wide open. Monsters gulped down their foes' power to steal it for themselves, and the slave traders hunting rare skills don't exactly make things feel safe either. Someone snapped and said, "Ashes and skills both feed a monster's power hands down." That rare skill can feel like an alarm clock from hell, snapping awake even while the seal tries to hold it down. Maybe if they devour a skill that still holds a god's individuality, their power spikes even higher. More, the hooded figure nodded and swore it was a real countermeasure against the seal. Sure, regular folks might call it a dud, but to him, it could be the jackpot skill after all. Skills run like physical builds, straight through families, so that's exactly why Liuja was picked off in the first place. But even if you burn him down, the giant's ashes by themselves won't be enough to stop the enemy. Then the speaker dropped one last bombshell. Long ago, a ruin vomited out monsters by the thousands, and that's exactly why this brutal battle has erupted. Soldier bands aren't the only ones fighting, because knights and adventurers even rode in from the royal capital. The speaker kept talking, laying out the Blood Sunset incident to Leon, how it was a colossal monster outbreak that erupted to the west of the royal capital. Leon's father didn't just fight, he pulled the enemy's focus onto himself, then threw his own horn to save the others, all while a weirdly unstoppable humanoid monster crashed into the battle. In the end, as he fought to hold that monster back, Leon's father paid the ultimate price and died. The light-haired warrior declared right there that Mr. Rutger was a benefactor of the Crow warriors, including him. Meanwhile, the hooded figure kept digging into what happened. Since that thing still hadn't surfaced, it had to be sealed up again and locked away for good. With power like a scroll and a humanoid shape, it could be the giant the gods were talking about. Another voice snapped back, wondering if the enemy was trying to jolt the world's sleeping monsters awake with skills that shatter ash and smash seals, while the hooded figure nodded, saying that if so, it lines up perfectly with the apocalypse the bigger message warned about. Then Pauline snapped in and explained everything to Leon and the rest. After the warrior corps got smashed during that bloody sunset, she stepped up as a junior and took command to build it. She confessed she knew Gideon's tyranny was real, but with him only leading them straight to the slave traders, she had no choice but to loosen her grip and let him run. They asked if that's why she came to the eastern dungeon on her own, and Pauline snapped back, because she's royal, she has the seal skill. But she still insisted on checking firsthand how badly it had weakened there, and told Leon straight that this wasn't just to win his help. But it wasn't just an operation, it was Rutcher's apology too. From that day on, the temple would guard his family like they were its own. Pauline pushed forward and insisted she had to see it with her own eyes, how the ashes were reshaping the labyrinth, and most of all, what condition the eastern dungeon is in right now. Rutchen snapped that Lady Pauline was being reckless, and Pauline quickly admitted it. She'd confirmed the seal was already starting to loosen. And as the commander of the Raven Warriors, she couldn't help but reveal a side of herself that looked downright pathetic to everyone. Then Thor snapped that if the enemy can shatter seals with ashes, they've gotta have a way to hit back too, because the awakening horn can undo. So many gods, and then someone drops this terrifying truth: if Leon hadn't had that horn, everything would have gone seriously wrong. Sigris pushed for the awakening horn to be checked first, because she didn't buy that it could still hold power after 1,000 years, until another goddess snapped back that if they woke the gods' allies, they could uncover fresh armaments. While everyone was tossing around the idea of calibrating a divine relic, Leon's ears perked up. Because the moment it was said that this would make him even more of an ally, the dark-haired girl jumped in and revealed a tunnel just like it in her own labyrinth. Thor admitted Rion's question wasn't just random, it was honestly dead on. Leon protested, blurting out, "I still don't even know what that horn is. Someone told me the divine relic was once in the hands of Heimdall, this god who could rouse the other gods and jack up their magic power like it was nothing." The explanation kept rolling. Turns out the god's skills were Odin's gifts to humans, and if awakening is Heimdall's power, then right now only Leon can use it. Leon kept it all locked inside, silently thinking about his father and those myths. Then he felt the exact presence of the person he revered right there next to him. Solana spoke his name softly out of nowhere and told him calm as ever that she was fine. Leon replayed the vows he swore from the deepest part of his heart the moment he first met her. Leon didn't just say it, he proclaimed that the kindest hearts are the strongest, and he swore to Solana with full conviction, no lies, no wavering. In July, Solana listened with her feelings blazing across those tiny panels, then leaned in and told him clear as day that being a believer was the greatest blessing of all. Someone asked Leon, "Did you hear a voice when you blew that horn?" And Leon admitted he didn't feel anything like that power anymore. Wondering if that god was waiting to awaken a goddess too, she said she'd have to dig into the divine artifacts as well. Then someone blurted out, "A giant," and the crowd in the back erupted, chanting for God to make his move. Then the world snapped into a nightmare as a colossal giant loomed, and someone blurted out that the next stop was the mine shaft area, where the Age of Myth engineers were waiting, like a terrifying preview of fresh clashes with killers who hit even harder. They burst into a massive dungeon, the ceiling towering above like a cathedral and ancient pillars disappearing into the dark. One of them swore they'd never seen anything this huge before, and another shot back that a high-ceiling dungeon meant the monsters would be just as massive. Beyond finished it off, calling it a high-difficulty dungeon without a doubt. And then it hit hard for someone else, what this meant for them. The whole group fanned out, scanning the perimeter, hunting for where they even were. The dark-haired woman urged them to start by tearing the labyrinth apart piece by piece, saying they could learn everything they needed just by studying one single section. Someone took one look at the walls and declared them ash-hardened rock, burnt ash fused with dirt and stone, the exact stuff folks used to build. Down below, hooded figures huddled and argued over the exact location. One swore there used to be a quarry on the north side of the royal capital. Another checked the rocks, the direction, and the distance, and everything from their trek from the north dungeon lined up perfectly. They were certain they were deep underground, right under that quarry. With dark hair framing her face, she clocked that the warrior corps was already crawling through the tunnels from the site, and the moment she saw that maze under the quarry, she pressed Leon hard, calling him Mr. Wakena and demanding to know if he was the one who'd just woken it up. Someone threw out the recommended dungeon level and Leon immediately went, "Wait, really?" Then people started raving about just how insanely strong the warrior corps was, and one more person straight up asked if they were labyrinth specialists. Leon's eyes widened in surprise, then he leaned in and said, "I've seen this before, the warrior corps is hiding something." The dark-haired woman clocked it instantly. This emergency had them way too prepared, like they were hiding something. Suddenly, the ground buckled under a violent tremor, then someone screamed, "Monsters are coming up from below." In the center, a dark, ominous shape pushed its way out of the earth. Leon's face snapped to alarm. Then the dungeon floor erupted as massive rock worm monsters burst up with a thunderous slam, their brutal bodies flashing against the ceiling while Leon and the others stared upward in horror. Someone shouted, "Rock worm!" And the thing charged straight through the ground, thick with jagged, hard scales, so someone in the group screamed, "Watch those scales." The creature's massive mouth yawned open, and rows of razor-sharp teeth glinted inside. Meanwhile, another party member leaned in and said they loved Leon's style, and that Leon was absolutely worth teaching. Then the moment they locked onto the rockworm, combat exploded, blows crashed in from every angle, and the dungeon chamber instantly turned into a violent storm of debris and impact. The party locked arms and charged the monster together, battering it until it had no choice but to fall, while the dark-haired woman stood her ground in the swirl of mystical chains and glowing symbols, staring down that rockworm head-on. She hurled an ice blade forward and the magic exploded into a rushing blast of freezing power straight for the creature. Down in the bottom panels, you can see the spell slam home, dark-haired and deadly. Her ice magic snaps into place and chains the rockworm solid. The monster's body gets locked up in those frigid restraints, and while Leon watches from below as its head whips and thrashes, the chains don't budge. This time, the ice holds the massive beast in place. Leon yanked his sword free and locked eyes with the rockworm, ready to strike. Then the beast smashed down from above, jaws gaping and teeth bared, and Leon didn't flinch as he set himself to smash back. The fight finally died down and debris rained down around them. Someone blurted, "Did we win?" And the other character snapped back, "Yeah, we did." Then the whole crew huddled up. Leon rushed out an apology and admitted he might have been wrong about something, so the dark-haired woman leaned in and grilled Felix. Could the warrior corps have been suspecting for a while now that there's a dungeon hiding in the quarry? Felix said the quarry upstairs was already dead and gone, because the tunnels they'd carved were one wrong step away from collapsing straight into the labyrinth. That dark-haired woman went on to say the warrior band shut this place down back then because of some shady deals nobody wanted to talk about. Felix quickly swallowed his pride and apologized to the dark-haired woman. But when she heard that something was hidden, unease crawled up her spine, because if he could spill the truth, she only wished she'd known from the very start. Then the dark-haired woman confessed she figured Felix would dodge the question, asked for forgiveness too for holding back instead of speaking up sooner. She said, "After all, we're comrades now," and Leon jumped in, "So we're a real party, talk to each other, ask questions, and don't pretend you understood if you didn't." Then it clicked, someone backed him up and Felix stepped forward, officially introducing himself, telling Adventure Mia and Leon, "It's great to meet you too." Felix in that hooded robe drove the group forward, herding them through twisting archways and climbing through level after level, until they burst past what looked like crowded marketplace sections and into cold stone corridors. Right then, a woman with flowing, wavy hair burst into view and called out Lion's name, asking, half hopeful, half nervous, if he could see it. The squad stumbled on a massive ancient mural carved into the wall, and everyone quickly realized, yeah, it was definitely a mural. The dark-haired woman leaned in and asked if the mural figure was bowing to something, and the others snapped back that the primordial giant was the very first living being, the first monster. Felix even hammered it home. It's true, too, if the enemies of gods and humans are called monsters. The monster talk kept rolling. Then the divine goddess stepped in and said the monsters Emmer forged with his own hands could twist living beings into monsters themselves, and someone else chimed in that the giants had warped those creatures in return for power. The monster origins keep unraveling. Goblins once stood as allies of the gods, until they fell from grace. Undead were once human, and even mindless beasts like rockworms seem twisted just for someone's sick amusement. The real kicker is that every single monster should have been wildly erratic. But listen, when the gods tried to step in, they got shut down again and again because the traitors just transformed into monsters the moment danger hit. The narration admitted something brutal. Sometimes the gods would guide their people, then turn around and stab them in the back. Even if that betrayal didn't happen, the monsters still kept multiplying at a terrifying pace, way faster than anyone could have imagined. Then someone blurted, "So, monsters like Skrull are born the same way?" And the answer snapped back, "No, they're totally different. Skrull was forged from the primordial giant Emmer himself, pulled straight from his own body. In human terms, they were basically his direct children, only people insisted they were carved from his bones, and Leon couldn't help repeating it, stunned. The The story kept going. Turns out the primordial giant's skill could summon raw matter and even breathe life into it. Then they noticed every title tucked away the character for bone, and it screamed, "This matters." Someone pointed at the emir painted in the mural and asked if that was the enemy boss who murdered their father. Another voice shot back to check ahead for now, and the answer landed. These weren't random monsters, they were the executives, the ones closest to the emir from the mythological age, the top-tier enemies. The crew stormed into a giant, shattered chamber packed with towering stone structures stacked across multiple levels. Felix felt it in his gut, the pressure spiked out of nowhere. Then he heard someone ask, "Does that mean the enemy's close?" Leon shot up with a bad feeling about it, and right then someone shouted, "Lion." Another voice cut in, telling everyone not to panic. No monsters were in the room, then practically pushed them to start searching. The party pushed deeper into that crazy multi-level maze where ancient halls sprawled across chambers, stairs, and archways, barrels and supplies tossed in every corner, while the dark-haired woman stared around, wondering what secrets in this place could still be unsealed. Leon froze between two tiny goblin-like creatures, totally thrown off by them, then blurted out, "Are you guys just decorations?" Those tiny creatures buzzed with excitement, thrilled to be close to him, while Mia lifted the ancient axe and stared at it like it was a treasure. She knew something this old would fetch a fortune, and someone quickly said her warrior band would take custody of the axe for now. Then one of the little goblins practically burst with excitement, gushing about how the adventurer's instincts always sniff out hidden dungeons packed with treasure. At first, the dark-haired woman looked totally lost, but then it clicked. She nodded and admitted she finally understood. As she led them into the workshop, the dark-haired woman declared God's allies weren't just fighters, they were legendary masters of smithing and pure craftsmanship. Leon spun his head through the ancient workshop, baffled. If this was their workspace, where did everyone vanish to? Then the divine figure snapped, "They're here," and pointed straight at the room. The divine figure cupped one of those tiny stone creatures in her hands, and a shocking warmth spilled through her palms like it had a living heartbeat, so she had to wonder, was it waking up? Then the tiny stone dwarf creature with goggles leaned in and spilled a crucial truth, while the dwarves' bodies stayed trapped inside those stone-like shells. Leon stared the creature down and realized, somehow, they were absolute masters at creation, even if they looked way too young. Meanwhile, the dark-haired woman grilled Leon about that stone statue, and Leon shut her down with a quick, "No thanks," but right then, someone else chimed in that this ancient engineer could uncover the truth about Leon's horn and was the real deal when it came to smithing. Staring at the dwarg figurine up close, someone finally clocked it. This wasn't just a statue, it was the ancient engineer they'd been hunting. The dark-haired woman insisted it was a dwarg figurine, and the group instantly declared, "This calls for an awakening." So Leon braced to unleash his skill. He even joked that it was time for the ultimate wake-up pro to prove they're legit. Then the alarm clock skill kicked in on the stone dwarf figurine, and boom, blaring ringtone sound effects ripped through the air. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the crew was staring at gut-punching news that hit like a brick. So someone asks how they even found out about this, when Landon's been all the way up at the Northern Expedition. Then the bespectacled man leaned in and said he'd handed Landon a resonance magic tool as a backup, because at that range it could shake out a danger signal through vibration. The group instantly got the message. Landon was in serious trouble, and Sophia snapped that they needed to rush in and save them right now. No hesitation at all, Glasses Man just nodded like, of course he knew she'd say it because that's so totally her. The woman snapped, "Of course," and right then the man whipped around to Lu Chan and demanded she go with him. Selvis laid out everything. Landon was an S-rank adventurer with a squad of elite killers, and still they'd been shoved into a corner which could only mean one thing: something terrifying was waiting for them. He looked at Ruchin and demanded to know, could she even keep up with what was coming next? But Ruchin didn't budge. She planted her feet and swore she was Lady Sophia's guard, promising to follow her master no matter where she went, because every bit of training had been building to this exact moment. Then someone leaned in and reassured Selvis, saying Ruchin had clawed her way up from an apprentice saint to a holy knight, and she was strong as hell, so there was nothing to fear. Ruchin just prayed that was true. And Sophia, calm and straight, said she wouldn't be any kind of burden. Selvis warned that if they waited around for the royal army or the church to move, they'd be too late. Sophia nodded and said they were heading out right now, even if it meant it was just the three of them. The two of them stride down the hallway side by side, getting ready to leave. Suddenly, Sophia lit up with excitement. If Q and Roscoe were with them, then they should ride right now. Selvis demanded who Q and Roscoe even were, and someone shouted that they should pause and just rent a carriage instead. Selvis admitted it was so simple he needed a beat to finally get what Sophia meant. Then someone jumped in, insisting the names were totally fine, easy to say, and downright adorable before they revealed Kairos, the one they'd borrowed from Lord Ark. Sophia shifted gears and said she'd even considered bringing Lilith-chan along too, but her words fizzled out mid-sentence and Ruchin just stood there, hand on her hip, staring like she knew something. Sophia looked pretty worried and asked what was wrong, and then a tiny little spirit creature pointed out that if they were truly Sophia's acquaintances, they'd have already been drafted into the regular army. Someone else said there was no reason to fold them into their unit right now. Sure, Sophia admitted it would have been comforting if everyone could stay together, but there was nothing they could do about it. Out of nowhere, those gigantic bird monsters Q and Rosca crashed into the scene, and Sophia blurted their names with pure excitement as the Chacobos came flying in. Sophia yanked the mood back into place, gently petting one of the huge bird beasts to calm it down, then blurted an apology for how fast she'd rushed them, before demanding they go north at full speed. Ruchin leaped aboard, shouted that they were leaving, and the whole group launched on those massive skybirds, streaking through the city streets on their way out. Then the whole crew blasted through the city on those giant birds, flying so fast the streets blurred. One voice shouted they were with the church, and another begged everyone, clear the way. Meanwhile, Sophia stayed cheerful through the chaos, snapping that no matter how people spun it, this just wasn't okay, while Selvis shot back with a deadpan remark that it wasn't even worth wasting magic on a mess like this. The carriage thundered down the straight northern road, stretching toward the horizon like it went on forever. Ruchin shot a quick question, is the road still flat? And someone nodded saying, yep, just keep going straight. Selvis couldn't help but wonder why she was pressing her to ask in the first place. Sophia grinned and said, if the road's flat then it's showtime. Me, Q, and Rosca are about to prove what we can do. Ruchin barked at Selvis to hang on tight and Sophia leaned in, demanding to know what they were about to pull off. Then Ruchin snapped into action and started blasting the giant birds with enhancement magic. She summoned a wish of indomitability, a wish of instant speed, and a wish of Herculean strength. Magical energy spun around the creatures and then the birds rocketed forward at breakneck speed. Sophia shrieked as the violent jolt slammed into them. Her eyes snapped wide in pure shock when the speed hit like a sudden burst of lightning. Someone pointed out that no matter how you stared at it, this move was way too fast, and Sophia's gut told her it was going to spell trouble. Then Ruchin blurted out that Lady Sophia's clothes and staff were about to rip free, and Sophia froze in shock as the brutal wind yanked her equipment clean out of place. Sophia suddenly realized the staff and those clothes had been supercharging her holy magic the whole time, and then someone blurted out that this was an absolutely incredible upgrade. In a tiny chibi moment, Sophia realized she'd finally learned how to hold back too, until Selvis shuddered at the thought of what would happen if she ever pushed that kind of enhancement onto a real person. Selvis shot him a grin and said they'd be there in a flash, but his voice dropped, because he couldn't stop worrying if the carriage would even survive the ride. Sophia told them to trust their prayers to the goddess Sephiroth, and the carriage kept screaming north at full speed down that straight road. Meanwhile, a harsh cut reveals the fortress walls battered and broken, looming under a dark sky that feels like it's about to strike. The spider-like monster spat out that fighting him was pointless, like even the effort had no value left. It just went on and on like, if you can't even live in the miasma, then rot where you stand and pay up. Perish. Across from the creature an armored warrior stood firm and a sharp roar cut through the air, holding his ground like a wall. The monster sneered, asking if this was truly all the opposition had. Then out of nowhere someone screamed, Randon! The warrior's expression snapped into ruthless resolve and the battlefield exploded into chaos. Then the warrior stepped forward and introduced himself, Randon, a former member of the hero's party from an S-rank adventure. Adventurer Randon leaned in and started telling the past, how the whole world was once saved by one brave girl. Saint Sophia threw herself straight into the monster miasma the Demon King spat out in his final moments, and even now she's still burning it away, purifying the world from the church in Aplesia. Even 20 years later she was still dead asleep inside that stunning crystal, and she still hadn't woken up. Brandon couldn't stand it anymore, frustration crawled under his skin. He was the oldest in the party, fierce as a warrior, but when it finally came down to it, it was Sophia who threw her life on the line. He realized that unlike Ark, the miasma didn't care, he was powerless against it. Staring at the crystal where Sophia was trapped, Randon's mind wouldn't stop replaying what-ifs. Day after day, he cursed the outcome, wishing they'd crushed the Demon King with more to spare, too brutal to let him even breathe, because then Sophia would never have been forced to shoulder all of it alone. The Demon King finally fell, the world exhaled, but dark pockets of the land still writhed with demons, kin, monsters, and choking miasma. Randon stood with two warriors before the crystal, staring at the world Sophia died to save, and the thought hit hard. If they couldn't forge real peace from this, what was any of it even for? The lives their comrades bet on couldn't be allowed to slip away. In vain, they still had to verify it. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, someone snapped, "Is the next expedition going to the Berg Plains?" And when someone else confirmed it, the room fell silent, because that lush, beautiful land had already turned into a killing field, the miasma choking the whole region. Then the spider-like monster snarled that if it wanted a peaceful world, all it had to do was pull it off again, just one more step closer. The creature snarled at its opponent, demanding to know if they were some lackey of the Demon King. Randon's face burned with ruthless determination as he got ready to clash, while up above, an elf-like figure with long hair and sharp, pointed ears watched the whole showdown unfold. The character nodded along, fully accepting what was happening, because the Demon King's own subordinates had been going quiet ever since their master got taken down, and they almost never showed up like this on their own. Someone demanded why the creature popped out so fast, then it waved off the whole worry like it didn't matter. Meanwhile, the elf finally decided, if they could actually beat this monster, the world would snap into real peace, and the timing felt dead on. Then the spider creature snapped that it was ready to unleash and test the power it had just stolen from that person. Then boom, monsters exploded out of the ground in a huge wave, and one warrior stared at the insane numbers piling up while another snapped that this might be trouble. They said this place was a contaminated zone, choking with miasma, and that meant the creature kept getting endless reinforcement, so one person snapped back, but can even a Demon King's subordinate really summon this many monsters? The numbers just wouldn't line up, and yeah, somebody called out that trying to wipe them all out with their current forces would be brutal. Still, rage burned in them because they had to ask for help, so they scanned that magical communication device and tracked down the one guy who might tip the scales. But another voice cut straight to the truth: if they died here, it was game over. Then, as things spiraled into pure desperation, the female cleric hurled a holy wish into the chaos. She clocked that the party didn't quite stack up to Sophia and still thought it was downright cruel to measure a legendary saint against them. Randon screamed for everyone to jump in, and the adventurers barreled straight ahead into the colossal monster swarm bursting from the contaminated zone. During the brutal clash, the Spider Demon King's subordinate snapped up a terrifying blow mid-swing with its bare hands, and someone from the party just froze, screaming that the monster had actually caught the attack. Another voice snapped that it was impossible, and even the Demon King's own subordinate froze, stunned by what they'd just witnessed. A party member struggled to wrap their mind around it, insisting that the Demon Lord looked wary of that blow too, because there was no way a mere subordinate could grab it head-on and stop it. This whole situation screamed wrong, because the power of that creature didn't feel real. It felt off, like it couldn't possibly be what it claimed. The female cleric dug in and drove herself forward, shouting for holy power to surge faster, and her ally immediately backed her command. Meanwhile, Randon shouted at Tyler to rush to the rear guard, but Tyler froze. He warned that if he left, the familiars would get cooked into it. It was a dire problem, and then someone warned, with so few ways to stop the miasma, if the saint hesitates, it's game over for all of us. Randon told Tyler, don't sweat it, step back and let me handle this, right as he promised, in exchange for. He made the exchange, fully trusting Tyler to keep their backs covered, and Tyler only grudgingly agreed to the plan. Suddenly, the monsters came crashing forward in one brutal tidal wave, and the party tore into the horde with everything they had, each member carving out their own front while enemies poured in from every side. Months in, Randon tore through the monsters, rage bubbling under his breath. He'd seen this nightmare coming, and he couldn't stop regretting that he never dragged Selvis onto the expedition. Then a brutal strike slammed into one of the party, and the whole group froze in shock as a warrior immediately shouted to their fallen comrade. They shot back, "Are you okay?" But the whole situation crumbled by the second as both sides fought tooth and nail just to stay standing. Meanwhile, the Spider Demon King's subordinate sneered at his foes, practically taunting them. Was this really the moment to start looking over their shoulders? A warrior screamed in agony as they got taken out, and then a brutal wave of dark miasma surged across the battlefield like a living curse. The whole battlefield felt like it was about to swallow everyone fighting the Demon King's subordinate, and then the standing figure snapped, "Is that all you've got left?" The Spider Demon King's subordinate snapped that there was no point finishing them off anymore. The creature leaned in and basically told them, "Go ahead, rot right here in the middle of all this." The demon was toying with the fallen warriors like they were nothing. Then someone blurted that if only Sophia were here, while another voice cut in and shouted to Randon. Randon and the cleric kept praying the saints would show up as everything went from bad to worse, and then boom, a blinding flash tore across the battlefield. Party members were suddenly on higher ground, magic crackled around them, and Sophia stepped in with a calm smile while Brandon froze, yelled her name in shock and relief, and realized the saint had arrived exactly when they needed her most. A brutal strike crashed into the spider demon's subordinate, and the monster was swallowed by the blast's brutal power, shockwaves blasting through the area as the demon staggered, reeling from the hit. But that spider demon snarled, "If you drop off to sleep in here, you'll all wake up, eventually, just like this ruined mess." Debris choked the battlefield as the creature loomed over them, snarling a grim promise of what waited for anyone unlucky enough to fall in this cursed place. Meanwhile, a young girl with a headband stumbled into a weird, foggy realm and whipped her head around, utterly stunned. She asked where this place was, and then another character snapped, demanding to know what these people even were. So then a calm male voice cut through the noise, urging her to settle down. Then he introduced himself as Rion, the adventurer. He leaned in and asked who she was, and she snapped back that she was Safi, the dwarf blacksmith. All these other souls were there too, totally rattled by how they'd been dropped into this in-between realm of life and death, while Emir's massive presence loomed over everything with crushing force. Then Safi's eyes lit up because he instantly knew the voice. Giant for sure, no doubt about it, the same giant whose threat had already struck the base in the Mythic Age. And right now, Safi is barking orders for everyone to fall back as Rion closes in. And everyone froze in pure shock when that ancient threat finally stirred back to life. Down on the floor below, the party regrouped fast. Then someone noticed the noise was blasting from upstairs, so the teammates who went in through the other route were probably getting crushed right now. For now, their only job was to scout this floor. One of the party members leaned in and told Rion, "We know the risks, but that's exactly why your power matters." They warned him it was a bad move to burn it here on an enemy this dangerous. Then the talk snapped straight to the monster crisis. Someone confirmed that besides the warrior corps, guards had been sent out too, and another person just couldn't believe it, swearing monsters couldn't possibly spill over like they did in the East Dungeon. They were clearly panicking over their comrades still trapped up on the upper floor. Safi's face twisted with fear as she warned that if the building fell, their friends above would be trapped in grave danger. Then she blurted, "What do I do?" All the party members wore worried faces. Then one of them snapped, "Wait, the giant just woke up," and suddenly it hit. He probably still believed the fight was going on. Safi urged them to climb up and lend a hand, but the hooded figure hissed that if those monsters struck the little people, they'd still walk away with zero answers about what was really going on. Rian snapped that he couldn't count on their help either, and that left, leaving them with pretty limited options. Mia shot back that danger was real, but it had to be worth the shot. Rian demanded to know what the odds even were. Leon said he'd go for the horn. Then, when it all boiled down, they were going to gamble on the power of the gods. The hooded stranger said the horn was only sounded once, just the day before yesterday. Solana looked at Leon and said, "Since you brought it up, you're the one who has to lay out the whole idea." Then she let out a sharp, dismissive sound. Then the divine figure leaned in and told Leon's son's daughter that it was time. Leon was up next, and the words were meant for him. Someone said, "If we can stall them, we can win," but they all knew it'd be way harder to pull back from the upper floors after the fight, so they should retreat right now. Then they pressed, "So when do we actually withdraw?" Safi just smirked, "Defeat can wait. Focus on buying time, hold the line long enough to slow the enemy's advance, and ask what everyone else thinks." Safi nodded and flashed a grin. Yep, they were taking the job. Finally, Leon broke it down. No matter what, even if the horn never even sounded and they only released the seal, they'd still have enough power to burst out and escape. Then he pointed out the monsters' groans weren't deep underground anymore. They were coming from above near the surface, where the seals were thin and the gods could step in and manifest way more easily. He called out to Loki and the divine figure shot back. A real hero isn't flawless, he's relentless with his resolve, and someone else chimed in, saying Loki was starting to grow a real liking for Leon. Then the hooded stranger leaned in and told Felix the gods should jump in to slow things down. Details were sketchy, but as a warrior's plan, it was more than enough. Someone leaned in and told Leon, maybe it's in your blood. Leon's eyes went wide as the truth hit, then the official order dropped out of nowhere. The warrior's command would accept Leon's proposal. Someone told Leon that multi-god protection like this was almost unheard of, even in the myth age, and the gods themselves had already recognized him, so when he crushed Skrull you could feel it. Bond forged in battle, straight between them. Safi thought it over for a beat and something felt off in her gut. Then she leaned in and asked, is there anyone near Leon who was born with a body that naturally holds magic? A hooded figure leaned in and told Leon that the real reason the awakening chose him was tied to this. Odin never moved without a reason, and Leon had to remember that, no excuses. Leon understood instantly, and the whole group huddled together by the cave mouth. Then Safi spotted something and snapped wide-eyed, while another party member blurted out in panic because they recognized the danger. The hooded stranger stepped up to the newcomer, and when that huge build and spear locked in, it matched the exact person who smashed into Leon's house. The figure snapped to attention and called him Gunter of Vari's ancient noble bloodline, then pointed out he was supposed to have the spear master skill that was missing, and yeah, they'd already been watching him. Gunter loomed at the cavern entrance like a storm about to hit, and the party froze, Leon, Safi, the divine figure, and the hooded warrior standing ready with weapons tight, while Gunter pressed his doubt. Was he really mistaken about Safi? Then Leon snapped at him, shouting that he wanted answers. Why was he going after his sister? Gunter's answer hit like ice, sharp, straight to the point, asking whether he really needed a reason to take it by force. The whole party goes rigid with shock and fury. Safi, Leon, and the rest lock eyes with the enemy, stunned by the brutal intentions he just let slip. Then Safi catches a dangerous vibe in the air and blurts out to Leon, warning him that a huge presence is lurking nearby. Suddenly, the dungeon erupts with a violent tremor. Then everything around them buckles and crashes as the terrifying threat finally reveals itself. Meanwhile, the ceiling ice explodes into shards with brutal force. Gunter stumbles backward in pure shock, barely able to even process what he's just witnessing. Sure, giant-type monsters have shown up before, but this one's on a whole other level. The ice slab buried under the ceiling is cracking open, and then a colossal monster rips out of it, and the next part is even crazier. Someone finally clocks it as a fire bone surter, and yeah, the bone name is only for truly monstrous powerhouses like that wolf-bone squirrel. So among the fire giants, this creature, it's the next nightmare with that exact same terrifying title. The giant's flames were chewing through the ceiling ice in seconds, and if this kept going, monsters would keep bursting out forever. Rihan screamed that Felix would be paying them extra for this disaster, and Mia shot back, was this really the moment to argue about money? Felix admitted he had to say it. He respected their total lack of fear. With so many monsters locked up tight, someone finally blurted, "All right, what's the plan?" That seal was so brutally powerful the cold hit like a death sentence, freezing your toes in seconds. Leon's wake-up moment was what the gods banked on, because the giant's flames were holding the monsters off from that sealing frost. Then Leon's alarm skill lit up, blasting the seal open. He shot out a grin and said, "Of course I'm going to fight." Suddenly, the fight ignited. Sigris dropped from the sky with divine power roaring through her. Gunter lunged ahead with his spear. Safi tightened her stance for battle, and Leon slid into place as his cloak snapped in the wind. The battle against the sealed forces had just kicked off. Everyone huddled, locked in, and then one voice snapped, "Look at the monsters down there," because if they ever broke free from this cliff area, it would be pure catastrophe. Someone else said it felt like the royal capital all over again, while the beast warriors' hearts pounded at the chance to hunt giants, because everyone knew this was going to be a monster of a job. Staring down from the cliff, they cooked up a plan to take out the giants, both the ones charging toward the plains and the ones clawing their way up the cliff face as we speak. Judging by the wind patterns, there should be clear openings for plains on both sides of the cliff, east and west, and the crew pushed on with their attack plan. Then somebody warned that warriors and guards, who never made it out, were trapped somewhere near here, and with so many enemies closing in, they had to tear their force apart and split up. Someone finally nodded and said, "Yeah, that's how it has to be," and they agreed to head out together to jump in and engage right then. Then the beast warrior laid out the plan. Because they could fly, they'd slam the giants and the monsters up high before they could slip away, while the ground team held the line and bought them every precious second. Right before they broke off, one of the crew leaned in and warned the others, "Grab the backup and use it the moment danger hits." While the rest of the crew rushed in too, they traded help, shared their items, and backed each other up like it was a full-on team push. Someone called out that Leon would crush the upcoming battle, and Leon fired back with a quick nod, showing he'd felt every bit of that support. Then Leon snapped on his alarm skill and hit the seal release. Boom, the Scarlet Axe seal flew open, and a monster weapon materialized in his hands like it had punched its way out of reality. The female party member shouted for everyone to give it their all, and when one of the guys waved back, he grinned and said, "You're more than welcome." Welcome. Then, like clockwork, someone stepped in and said thanks for all the support. The battle line snapped into place, everyone slid into position as the giants towered and loomed behind them, and at last, a signal rang out, "Forward." The squad slammed into battle, charging straight for the final showdown. Then the story flips as a new crew barrels into deadly territory, stepping into the Baruku Plains and getting locked in a contaminated zone from this moment on. Someone confirmed it. This was a contaminated zone, plain and terrifying, so Sophia snapped her holy wish and unleashed a tidal wave of divine power across the whole battlefield. Then boom, this miasma got way thicker than it ever was before, and Sophia instantly realized this place shouldn't be this drenched in it. Something had to be causing it, and she couldn't ignore it. Her companions stared on, panic tightening fast as holy power exploded all around them. Sophia's spell unleashed a blinding burst of divine holy energy, and when the light finally cleared, shadows on the ground snapped into view. Someone gasped in relief that Randon was alive, and in that same breath they realized they weren't battling a hero at all, but a minion of the Demon King. Meanwhile, Randon snapped his head up, eyes blazing with recognition, and he shouted, "Sophia!" across the battlefield, so loud the name cut through the chaos. Sophia's face twisted with distress as the spell's damage showed itself all over her body, and every other fighter froze in absolute disbelief at the reunion happening mid-fight. A holy light pillar tore out of the battlefield in a roaring column of divine energy, so bright people way above could see it clear from the sky. From above, you could see the sheer carnage as Sophia's cleansing spell detonated across the contaminated zone, and several figures were blasted away to crash on the ground below. Some crumpled to the ground while the rest held their stance, and the holy power swept over everything like a blazing wave. Then the party surged into action, coordinated strikes, non-stop support, total chaos, and Ruchin was told to stay put with the wounded. She snapped back that she understood. High Heels, Sanctuary, and Cure all lit up as the party unleashed their skills, and explosions erupted while they slammed back the enemy. Then someone blurted, "Is Randon okay?" All right, Randon with those glasses snapped that he'd gone rusty if he couldn't handle some lowly underling, and after that rescue he nodded back with pure gratitude, admitting they'd saved him. The party huddled on the battlefield as everything finally calmed down after Sophia's hit. She just stood there, staff in hand, stunned by what she'd unleashed, while Randon smirked and said she'd awakened at last. Randon watched it all unfold. Then in the lower panels, Sophia stared in disbelief and muttered that Randon wasn't nearly as shocked as she'd expected. Randon shot back that she was probably the only one crazy enough to pull off something this wild. The one with the glasses cut them off, shouting that it was okay to feel happy, but they had to lock onto the enemy right in front of them. Someone just confirmed it. The hero party reunion was happening right there, on the battlefield of all places. Randon finally nodded and said, "Yeah, fine," but then snapped that the damn hero wasn't even in sight, yet he still swore nothing would go wrong as long as they stayed together, with the party huddled across the contaminated battlefield, ready to smash back into the fight. Down in the dark, the Demon King's minion froze in full shock, because it sensed the holy power blasting from above, and it shouted terrified that Grand Saint Sophia was still alive. Meanwhile, in the panels below, one party member snapped that this enemy was leagues stronger than the usual underlings, and the guy with glasses just grinned and said, "No matter what it looks like, it's only a servant under the Demon King." Then the demon lunged into the attack the moment someone shouted "magic bullet," and the spell rocketed forward like it meant to smash everything in its path. The projectile detonated on the demon with a violent blast, and one of the characters just stared in stunned silence at what they'd witnessed. Sophia couldn't believe it. She gasped that the magic bullet really hunted down the enemy, and someone explained it tracked them automatically no matter how hard they dodged, with one more warning. They weren't letting creatures slip into the seal like the Demon King once did. One of the other party members pointed it out. Back then there were 2 and now there are 10 times that. Down in the demon's lair, he snarled that they were insolent fools. Then someone fired back with mocking amusement like they couldn't believe what they were hearing. The party member leaned in and demanded the demon confirm it was really fine to keep getting yanked off course by magic. The demon slammed into the blow again, screamed like it was being torn apart, and got shoved backward hard. In the lower panels, the glasses-wearing character scoffed that this familiar demon was strong, sure, but still a pathetic weakling, and someone else shot back, "Of course we're here and so is Sophia." Then another voice chimed in that Sophia's enchantment was basically the extra unfair advantage. Sophia grinned and told Yuya, "You're free now." Lei, the Demon King's minion, crumpled among the rubble, stunned to see that after getting power from that person, the fight was still completely one-sided. The creature snapped, asking who Sophia was talking about, panicked and desperate. Then, in its final breath, the demon tried to say it was supposed to begin, but it crumpled before the words could even finish. The demon blurted that it would prove its power to that person and earn their respect. Then, as its form twisted and contorted in a hideous transformation, it snapped, "Not finished yet." One of the party members jolted in shock and blurted, "What the hell is that?" And the guy with glasses just calmly said, "It's a centipede." The demon's body warped into a towering centipede monstrosity, flesh writhing and ballooning into place, and the party gawked in terror until one of them blurted, stunned out of disbelief, "It just ate one of us." The transformation snaps shut with a violent convulsion. Then a skeletal centipede demon looms over them, cackling like it's thrilled to death, shouting that this is the power Master promised. He drinks in the feeling, roaring that it can feel the power surging through its body. One party member demanded to know who the hell the demon had been calling Master this whole time, while someone else swore the miasma was getting thicker by the second. So the glasses-wearing character snapped that the only way forward was to smash the demon down and force it to talk. Then the demon tore into the air with a savage roar, promising it would crush every single filthy human. Brandon shouted for Sophia's backup, but Ruchin shot back a warning she might not be able to stop herself. The demon answered that this was exactly what it had been craving. Then Sophia snapped into action, casting enhancement spells and stacking Wish of Protection, Wish of Might, Wish of Swiftness, and Wish of Fortitude onto her allies in seconds. Ruchin slashed forward with blinding speed as the demon's scream tore through the air, and Randon burst out in pure amazement. He demanded what the hell was going on because his body suddenly felt insanely weightless. One party. A member stared in disbelief at Randon's insane performance, and someone else snapped, "Nah, it's not just the gear. Did Sophia get stronger too?" Sophia blinked and said it felt that way, like maybe being trapped inside that crystal for 20 years actually changed her. Sophia sat inside her crystal, mulling it over. What if she never left and stayed there for a whole 100 years? Meanwhile, Selvis marched up to the figure by the crystal and begged Sophia for magical power so he could test how much stronger he'd become, and Brandon couldn't miss it. Selvis was practically vibrating with excitement. Then Sophia started chanting her meditation prayers, as if she were summoning calm from thin air. Selvis channeled his enhancement magic and tore the sky open with a flying thunder spear, one massive bolt of lightning that slammed the centipede demon and obliterated it with sheer force. The creature got fully swallowed by crackling electricity, but right after that, when the blast finally faded, Selvis stared at the demon, and it was still on its feet, unbroken after eating all that power. As it plotted in its head, the demon snapped that the first to be crushed had to be the great Saint Sophia, but Ruchin snatched the moment before it could land, blocked the demon's move, and snapped that its goal wasn't wrong, so why did it think she'd just let it happen? Then someone urged her, "If it bothers you to be targeted, stop hesitating and blast the demon with purification right now." Sophia and the party went straight at the demon, and the fight erupted as their coordinated strikes battered it over and over, magic crackling in the air with every hit, while Randon and Ruchin moved like clockwork, cutting off the demon so it couldn't ever reach Sophia. Sophia, then she yanked her staff up high, barked her purification spell, screamed Exoli, and blasted a tidal wave of holy light through the air. The purification magic crashed down on the demon, and under that holy power the centipede creature's body instantly crumbled into nothing. It's shredding apart, breaking down into nothing but dust. Selvis leaned in and demanded to know, "Where did you get this from?" Then the battlefield filled with laughter. Someone finally admitted, "Wait, you guys are clueless," and asked how they could have missed it for so long. The voice boomed that the demon god apostle of the evil god had been summoned, and then with a grin it said fine, because they'd spill everything. Someone asked where they got that centipede from, and the other guy nodded like, "Yeah, demon god 2 gave it to me." They laughed and taunted them. How could anyone who fought a measly demon king ever win when their powers couldn't touch the demon king blessed by the evil god? Then Selvis hit back, "You know what you're all really dealing with, a demon god." The party huddled together, staring hard at the defeated demons, remains scattered across the ground. Someone claimed that less than 20 years after the demon king disappeared, the next world-shaking threat had already crawled out. And even though they had no proof the servant was telling the truth, the whole thing still sounded terrifying. Someone shouted to Lady Sophia. Meanwhile, Luchin caught their attention as someone shouted, "Are you all okay?" Another voice practically demanded, "Just be thankful everyone's safe right now." Then someone suggested they should turn back toward the capital. Sophia nodded fast, insisting they all go home together. Below them, the town sprawled out, buildings and towers jutting in every direction like a living skyline. Random looked like he was in total agony, and party members barreled over to him, shouting questions, yelling, "Are you okay?" At the hospital, the bespectacled character greeted Ark like it had been forever, then admitted they'd heard Ark was injured, only to shrug and say, honestly, he looked perfectly fine to them. In the hospital room, Ark lay in bed while the whole party clustered around him, and it clicked. Sophia was out with the reinforcements, healing anything instantly unless someone was truly dead. Then someone immediately blurted, "Why is Selvis even here?" Selvis snapped back that he was just chilling in the research wing, but it sure looked like they were about to yank him onto some expedition, so he basically bolted. Then someone blurted, "Wait, why is Sophia here too?" while Ru-chan gripped a knife like he meant it. She bragged, saying her kid was seriously thoughtful, and then she casually mentioned she'd cut up some fruit, right as she pointed out that Luminary was tagging along with Sophia. Someone insisted it was just a get-well visit right there in the hospital room. Even as they explained, the external wounds were healed, but the miasma still left damage, so the patient had to stay hospitalized for now. Patient kept thanking them nonstop, and Sophia nodded along, taking it all in. Then the dark-haired guy with glasses stepped forward and called the demon god out, saying its kin claim it's way stronger than the demon king, yet someone else shot back, "If it's that powerful, why haven't we heard a single report of it attacking any villages or towns?" But the spiky-haired kid demanded answers. If it was truly that strong, why wasn't it ripping through everything on a much bigger rampage? As they slid into the next scene, the whole group kept hammering out the truth, until the dark-haired guy with glasses leaned in and said, "Maybe it was just summoned so it can't pull off anything huge yet, or maybe it's hiding behind its pawns, watching our every move." The light-haired one couldn't swear either way, but if that second theory was right, that thought hit like ice in the gut. The light-haired guy said, "Start by hunting down the demon god's existence," then promised, "I'll talk to His Majesty myself and get him to approve the investigation," while the bespectacled dark-haired guy nodded and told him, "Leave it to me." Later, someone leaned in and told Sophia, "Ark-S just built for stuff like this." Then another voice snapped, "Wait, Selvis isn't meant to be working at the royal castle," and right on cue someone yelled, "Hold up, what's going on?" The light-haired kid confessed to Selvis straight up, there was something heavy he'd been carrying in his mind. Meanwhile, someone leaned in and asked the big question, is Selvis part of the rescue team too? The light-haired guy nodded and confirmed it. Then the glasses-wearing dark-haired kid pointed and said, "Yep, it's you, Sophia, and that holy knight over there." Someone in London asked if they were on the rescue team, then Ark suddenly crumpled to the floor and everyone snapped into panic, shouting at him and demanding to know what was wrong. Someone tried to get Ark to understand, but Ark snapped back that he was the only one left in the dark. Then a bunch of close-up reactions hit, every member stared down at him and their faces screamed every emotion at once. Ark got animated, bragging about how awesome it felt to fight together with the entire party again after forever. Then Rand cut in cold, demanding to know who the cold-hearted member was, the one who couldn't even show up when their friends were in trouble. It wasn't the full party yet because one member was still missing and someone snapped that they couldn't force it since Ark wasn't even in the capital. Then Ark stepped in and blurted, "Forget this, everyone, purge the contaminated zone right now." Someone claimed that if all four of them teamed up they'd reclaim the tainted land in a flash, and this time they should go in as a full party, but one person shut it down cold, saying it was terrifying and they weren't doing that. Ark snapped back, protesting and warning them not to be stupid, especially since they'd just gotten back. Meanwhile, someone else shrugged at the front lines and insisted they'd rather dig into the link between Sophia and the crystal, because facing it head-on sounded way too scary. A light-haired staff member barreled over to them and demanded, "Hey, please keep it down in the infirmary." Someone shot out a quick apology for all the noise and the whole party froze, totally embarrassed to get snapped at like that, wearing those sheepish, "we're so sorry" faces. Then the spiky-haired guy said it out loud, 20 years since they'd all gathered like this, and the blonde shot back, shocked they could still share laughs together again. The party leader leaned in and spoke to Sophia straight up, hitting her with one more message. Since he was the leader, he wanted her to hear it clearly. He welcomed her back. While the dark-haired woman practically beamed with joy at seeing Sophia again, someone else stepped in and said, even if they weren't from the original party, they'd welcome her like a real comrade. Then the spiky-haired guy leaned in, grinning, and told Sophia how relieved he was she'd made it back. Soon the whole group gathered around Sophia's bed, and with a shaky smile she said she was happy to see Sophia again. Everyone packed in to greet her as she returned, and the moment she stepped forward, emotion hit like a wave, her eyes shimmered with tears and she beamed at her old comrades and her brand new friends. She called out that she was home, voice shaking with emotion as everyone gathered close, while by the window the flowers in a vase quietly stood guard over the calm, heart-melting moment. Then the whole scene exploded. Leon and his crew lunged into a brutal fight against Firebone Surtur, the massive fire giant. As soon as someone shouted, "Take down Flamebone Surtur," magical blasts tore through the air like a storm, and Surtur's attack slammed fighters back hard enough to make them spin midair. Yeah, people finally caught on that this was bad because the enemy's power was about to hit its peak. So even though Surtur was sealed up, he was basically at full power. Then he detonated with an earth-shaking attack that made the fire giant's strength spill out in plain sight. While that monster raged, one fighter asked if they could take it down the same way they crushed Skull, but the next one shut that doubt down, grit set in their eyes, ready to throw everything they've got at this ancient threat.